Chapter 1. Stone. My keys clatter against the table. The house is silent, holding its breath. I get uneasy the moment I drag my suitcases in. Past the living room decorated in earthen tones, brown, beige, cream. All different colors according to Nat. They just look like sand to me. Past the paintings on the wall, each one custom and commissioned by a famous artist. Swirls of color, blues bleeding into reds and greens, universes we can't see trapped in a canvas. As a fellow artist, I appreciate how the painter trapped chaos on the canvas. Nat gets it too. She always does. My shoes thump against the marble floor. They echo too loud, sound too invasive. I leave them behind at the counter, past the leather couch filled with decorative pillows, the fridge with our pictures arranged neatly in rows, the staircase made of gleaming mahogany. My stained fingers grip the railings. The ends of my frayed jeans slip against the solid wooden steps. Why isn't Nat out yet? She would have heard me by now. Nat? My voice sounds hollow in the silence. Every move I make echoes, but her name skitters to the ends of the house and doesn't return to me. The silence gets sharper, becomes a weapon. It slashes at my ears and my ribs. I let out a breath, try to relax. Maybe she's not home yet. I take another wary step up the stairs and lug my suitcase behind me. While I move, I reach into my back pocket and pull out my phone. The screen brightens. Nat's gorgeous face looks up at me. Thick black hair to her shoulders, sultry almond-shaped eyes, plump red lips, skin so gloriously brown it draws and emits sunlight whenever she moves. This is my favorite picture of her, of us. It was last year, our 7th wedding anniversary. My tattoo shop was just starting to take off, so I sprung for a trip to one of those fancy vineyards. Swiping away from the home screen, I tap my message icon. Emails from my assistant. Work, work, more work. Nothing from my wife. With a sigh, I return the phone to my pocket and heft my suitcase to the 2nd floor. Setting it on the ground, I drag it to the master bedroom. Reach out. Push. Open the door. It's dark. Quiet. Immediately, I feel the emptiness. Every time I've come back from a trip, Nat's been here. She'd either greet me at the door with a kiss or wait in bed, wearing the kind of lingerie meant to punish me for leaving. Why isn't she here yet? I shake off my concern and grab a clean set of clothes from my suitcase. Might as well shower before she gets here. My trip took longer than expected, but I rushed home the moment I could get away. I toss my bag on the foot of the bed, right on top of that trunk Nat inherited from her great-grandmother, and tug my shirt over my head. As I enter the bathroom, a dark feeling pulls me back. Empty. Something's empty. I whirl around and face the sink. A large mirror takes up the entire wall. His and her sinks. My side has 3 bottles: shaving cream, body lotion, cologne. Nat's side has nothing. No makeup scattered everywhere. No cocoa butter. No oils, serums, and hair products smelling of life and growth and earth after rain. It's all gone. wiped clean, like it never existed. My eyebrows pinch together. I make a sharp turn and stride urgently into the bedroom. The walk-in closet catches my eye. Storming over, I throw the door wide open and step in. The light from the bathroom casts a dim shadow, but I don't bother reaching for the light switch. On a good day, my clothes take up one row of this closet. Nat's outfits fill every hanger and squeeze into every available space. Except for tonight. Except for right now. I stumble forward, extend a hand, catch air where Nat's clothes should be. The scent of her still lingers. It hasn't been long since she packed up. Damn. No. This isn't happening. There's got to be some other explanation. I return to the bathroom and check under the sink. Nat's a messy person, but she'll have these cleaning bouts that hit her like lightning. She'll gather all her stuff and put them neatly away. Set them in lines, organize, pack, throw away. That's what happened. I check under the sink. Nothing. Heading back into the room, I look for garbage bags filled with her clothes. We've talked about going minimalist. Maybe she jumped on it. Maybe she gave all her clothes to charity. There's got to be an explanation. My wife didn't leave me. That didn't happen. Pattering around to the other side of the bed, I check the outlet for Nat's charger. Gone. It's all freaking gone. I sink to the edge of the bed. Something crackles beneath me. A thick, square envelope. Handwritten scribbles. Nat's familiar penmanship. My name's there in plain letters. 2 stone. My stomach drops. My throat gets tight. The air thickens until I'm sweating, suffocating. This isn't happening. There's no way my wife of 8 years just packed up her things and left a note. I dig under the flap, open it. I deserve more than this stone. I've had enough and I'm moving on. Don't come looking for me. Something else slips out of the envelope. It flutters in the air before it falls into my lap. A curse tumbles from my lips and I stumble back. It's really over. For 3 hours, I sit at the bar and stare at the amber liquid the bartender keeps filled in my glass. I lift the cup, focus on the way it catches the light, like the color of Nat's eyes in patches of sunlight. Honey brown, as warm and sweet and syrupy as her laughter. The perfect song to a perfect day. What the hell am I thinking? I'm not drunk yet, but I'm getting there. I shake my head and take another sip. A scrawny man falls into the seat next to me. He's wearing a wrinkled suit. The wedding ring on his finger flashes as he orders a beer and sets his briefcase on the floor. Liquor makes my tongue loose. I turn to him. You married? Ah. He lifts the hand, spins the ring around. No. No? He nods when the bartender brings his drink. You? Not for much longer. I stare at my gold band. It's simple, the cheapest in the shop. Nat's first ring was the matching pair. It was all the 20-year-old me could afford from the pawn shop. A few months ago, I bought Nat a huge diamond, the kind of ring she deserved, the kind of ring I should have gotten her from the start. I wonder if she's still wearing it. My heart punches a hole through my chest. My fingers tighten on the glass. I'm trying to summon the anger, trying to dig deep to find the indifference. Maybe if I tell myself it doesn't matter, it won't. Who cares if my wife moved out? I don't. The stranger coughs. She asked for a divorce? Not yet. I take a swig of my liquor. You want to save it? I arch an eyebrow at him. I've been there. He lifts the glass and ice clinks against the center. Marriage on the rocks? No idea how to fix it. He sets the cup down, grabs a napkin, and writes an address on it. Sliding the note over to me, he says, This guy helped me understand where things went wrong. I was already too far gone, but if I'd gotten his help earlier, I might have been able to save my marriage. I'm good. I slide the note back to him. I'm not into fortune tellers. The guy laughs. Trust me, there's no magic to this guy's system. Just a lot of hard work. He pushes the napkin back. Hold on to that. I stuff it into my pocket with the intention of throwing it out. Giving him a nod, I push away from the counter and head into the night. My phone rings when I'm about to throw the note away in a nearby trash can. Switching gears, I tug the cell out and check the notification. It's work. Disappointment cuts me. Inhaling a deep breath, I stuff my hands into my pockets and head to my empty house. I walk inside, past the paintings, past the beige walls. I don't go to our room, my room. Instead, I pull my laptop close, check the numbers for the store, and try to replace the ache in my chest with money. Half drunk and miserable, I fall asleep on the couch, alone. Chapter 2. Nataya. Why are you on the couch? Mom flings her purse over her shoulder and tosses it on the floor. Pulling her red wig off, she smooths a slender hand over her closely cropped hair. I push myself up on my elbows and peer at her through exhausted eyes. I was waiting for you. Go to bed. I'm not sleepy. She slants me a "don't play with me" look, the one she used to give me when I was 6 and insisted on my own way. But I'm not a child anymore. I'm a grown woman, and my grown butt stays in the couch. How was the mood tonight? I ask. Good. Mom relaxes into the sofa. Ricky went off on a solo. That man thinks the world revolves around his socks. He's just trying to impress you. You think he's that clueless? Mom scrunches her nose. The tiny stud in her left nostril glitters in the light. It wouldn't be the first time someone on the band's fallen in love with you. Bleh! She sticks out her tongue, runs a hand down her svelte black dress. I massage her shoulders. Why don't you give one of them a shot? I'm never marrying a musician again. Never's a tough word. I'll never marry Ricky then. I laugh. That man will have to choose the horn or me, and I bet he'd just as soon kick me to the curb. Mom bends over and takes off one of her black kitten heels. It clops to the wooden floor and falls on its side. She takes off the other shoe and then rolls down her pantyhose, sighing in contentment when the fabric falls away. My jaw snaps on a yawn as silence settles around us. I used to hate the quiet when I was a kid. Hated it for what it meant. That I was alone. That no one cared enough to be there for me. That no one understood me or my pain. Now that I'm older, the silence is precious, like delicate glass, like something I want to cuddle, hold tightly in my palm so it doesn't break. Mom clears her throat, 2 fingers pressed against her chest. My eyes snap to her. You must be hoarse from singing all night. Want some water? I push off the couch. Room temperature. I know it's better for... Her hand snaps around my wrist and keeps me in place. Dark brown eyes that have seen the good, the bad, and the ugly, especially the ugly, peer into mine. I hold my breath, wondering if she can tear my soul apart, wondering if she can put it back together. Have you called him? Mom whispers. Tension splits the air. In a second, my world shifts, just from the mere mention of it, of him, Stone, my husband. An ache starts in my chest and works its way up to my head. My lungs don't remember how to breathe. I look away. He hasn't called me. That's not what I asked, Nataya. When she says my full name like that, I know that I won't be able to squirm away. She's still my mother, even if I'm grown. No. I thought you said he'd be back from his trip tonight. Yes. Mom's thick lips pull into a frown. He knows. By now. She pauses, studies me with the almond-shaped eyes I inherited from her. And you haven't called? I nod. Mom's voice lowers to a pitch that I've only heard once from her. It was a few days after my wedding to Stone, the day my father left to live with his mistress. Nataya, your father and I are getting a divorce. I still remember the words, the way she'd said them, every dip and enunciation. There was no pain in the statement, just a matter-of-factness that would have sounded callous to anyone else. But I knew my mother when her voice got tight and low. It was stretching to carry heavy emotions, the kind of emotions that caused car windows to shatter and keys to rake over BMWs and fingers to wrap around prison cells for a night or two. Tell me now, Nataya, Mom says in that voice. Her eyes lift, thick lashes remain in place as she stares at me. Did he cheat on you? I mull the question over. Not yet. Is that a yes or a no? No. She blinks, releases my hand. Of course. Of course? I had a suspicion. Mom's adoration for Stone is no secret. It pained her when I showed up at her doorstep with my suitcases. The tears had risen in her eyes, unshed, but there. He honors his vows, Mom says. I pull my lips between my teeth. You knew that. I knew that. Then why did you ask? He made a promise when he asked for my blessing. She unhooks her hoop earrings and sets them on the table next to her motorcycle gloves. I wanted to know if he kept it. He did, so that's that. I'll take a glass of water now. When I return with her drink, Mom is watching a game show. She jokes about the contestants, screams when they don't answer right, and laughs at the host's corny jokes. She doesn't bring up my marriage again, just like that day, the day I showed up on her doorstep, with resolution in my eyes and all my clothes in my hands. She asked no questions, didn't pry, didn't demand details. She just opened her door, her couch, her heart. She let me hide in her the way I did when I was a baby, and the protection of her body was all I knew. I sit beside her, wishing I could let my worries drop that easily. My eyes fall to my cell phone, linger. I wish for, I'm not sure what. An apology? A sign that I'm wanted, valued, cherished? There's nothing. The screen is blank. No notifications. No new messages. What did I expect? It's not like stone. No, I'm not thinking about that. I take a deep breath and slowly exhale. Space. Our marriage needs distance right now. And the future? I'm not sure about that either. My thoughts were frantic, urgent. It's been that way for the past few days. No, longer than that. Since Stone's business started picking up, since his work got shown in online magazines, lauded in the upper echelons of society, since he started placing in competitions and getting calls from celebrities in the middle of the night. Success swept him away. He worked hard for it. Sweat and blood buzzed from the guns he used on his clients. Sleepless nights and years of humility, slaving under people who snapped, scolded, and shaped him into the artist he is today. I was happy for him, ecstatic. And then I was alone. And then I was reaching over to the empty side of the bed where his back should be, pulling the pillows into my body for warmth, and still unable to chase the cold. Snatching moments over the phone, rushed I love yous and heart emojis, and then one final blow. It was a hollow echo of what I wanted, what I needed. Our marriage broke long ago. I was just too blind to see it. The show goes mute. Mom taps my hand. Her voice crackles with amusement. Put the phone away or call him, sweetie. She juts her chin at my hand. You're going to break that thing. I glance down and realize that I'm squeezing my phone tight. I'm not waiting. I relax my hand, watch as the light catches on the giant rock weighing down my finger. I'm not. I never said you were. Her eyes say different. Unable to stand the weight of her gaze, I push off the couch, leave the phone behind. I'm going to bed. Without this? She lifts the cell, shakes it back and forth. Yes. I head down the hallway and fall into bed. My dreams are ugly and twisted. Me in a wedding veil, tears streaming down my face. Dad walking out, Stone following behind him. My hands reaching to them both and catching air. Then I wake, and the darkness lingers, despite the sunshine tiptoeing through the window. I get ready for work while Mom sleeps in. She's tired from her job and usually wakes at 10. Rushing through my routine, I shower, grab a cup of yogurt for breakfast, and jump into my car. The drive isn't long, but traffic is brutal. I spend most of it listening to podcasts and trying not to think. At last, I park in front of my boutique. It's an hour before opening, and the lot is usually empty. But today, a Lexus glimmers between the yellow parking lines. It's the latest edition, Money on wheels. Stone's biggest splurge outside of the house we moved into last year. My calm evaporates. He's there. All 6 foot plus of him. Brown t-shirt stretched over muscular shoulders. Brawny arms covered in tattoos. A gorgeous black beard I've been known to tug on occasion. His brown eyes pierce through my windshield. My first instinct is to flinch. I scowl at my own cowardice and grab my purse. It's time to face my husband. Chapter 3. Stone. The first time I laid eyes on Nataya, it was like ramming into raw electricity. Her presence was hot enough to singe, burn, and evaporate. But it was compelling, almost irresistible, like the way kids stare at the sun, although they know any attempt will hurt. The moment I saw her, I was captured. In one glance, in one moment, I knew she was the woman I was supposed to marry. That night, she slayed me. The dance floor was her kingdom, and she owned it without saying a word, without uttering a single sentence. She raised her arms, and women curtsied. She swayed her hips, and men bowed. I liked that she was dancing by herself, that the other men who eyed her knew better than to approach, knew instinctively that they had to hit straight or get cut, that it was probably well worth the trouble even if she turned them away. I liked the way she looked, her curves exposed in a crop top and tight pants, her feet bare and pressing against the dirty floor like she was born to be there, to exist in that moment. I liked the way the sweat on her body glistened in the neon lights, the way it ran down her back and her stomach, the way her hair flung and stuck to her cheek. Her dance was wild, passionate, free, raw in its unleashing, rich in its abandon. It was a privilege to be in her vicinity, to see her, to be near someone that alive. I thought about standing there on the peripherals. I thought about the fact that I was a scrawny white kid and she was liquid chocolate in motion. I thought about rejection and regret and shame. But she was the sun and I was drawn to her, so I got the courage to walk over. She looked at me beneath her straight black hair. She looked and she smiled. I smiled back, and it felt like our smiles had been meant to meet, that they were acquaintances and then friends and then lovers. It felt like I was supposed to tease that smile out of her for the rest of my life. Her fingers in my palm were slender and firm. I danced with her. She laughed in surprise when I followed her rhythm and didn't trip over my feet. Her eyes flashed with approval when I maintained a respectful distance, didn't try to crowd her, didn't put a leash on her movements, didn't force her hips into my groin. Eventually, our bodies brushed against each other. Eventually, we found a beat of our own. I sensed the jealousy of the men, the secret sighs of the women. I felt it, but nothing else in my world mattered as much as the woman in my arms. She crackled beside me, and I surged with her. Too bright, too much to contain. I didn't remember exchanging a word as we danced, but by the end of the night, it felt like she saw me, knew me in the deepest, most hidden way, that her sharp eyes had cut through to the soul and I was laid bare, that I would pour my heart, my pain, and my insecurities before her, and she would turn it into gold. When I asked her out for coffee, she followed me into the night. We started to talk, just talk, until dawn. By the time I walked her home, I felt like I'd memorized everything about her. Her voice, her laughter, her smile, the heat of her hand in mine. Everything. In one moment, one night, I recognized her. But looking at Nataya now, 8 years later, my ring on her finger and my name on her driver's license, passport, and marriage certificate, I feel like I don't know her at all. Like some other woman is prancing toward me, heels clicking against concrete, and fingers tucked into the pocket of her painted-on jeans. A stranger. She stops in front of me. Bursts of red catch my eye. Scarlet tones slashed across her eyelids, against her cheeks, and on her plump mouth. Red like blood, the kind that gushes from a wound that wasn't expected. Her mouth moves. Hey. Hey? I expected more. More. More what? I suck in a deep breath. Words were all that filled my head this morning as I woke up alone. Harsh words sloshed around and tore through me. Bitter words that would cut and hurt. Pathetic words that were a little lower than slugs. But staring into my wife's eyes, I'm drawing a blank. She sighs, steps past me, opens her store. Come in. Come home. The words are big and heavy. They escape when she's got one leg on the step and the other inside. Shock ricochets over her face. Then it shifts. Her chest heaves. Annoyance glitters from her eyes. She pushes out an angry, "Did you expect that to solve it?" "We can't solve it if you're not home." She turns, faces me fully. Because of the step, we're eye to eye. Nataya isn't short, but I'm so much taller than her that it doesn't matter. Sometimes I would wrap my arms around her, lift her up, and let her feet dangle over the floor, just to remind her that she's dainty to me, that she can get swallowed up by me. "Maybe we can't solve it at all," she snaps. The sharp tone of her voice scares me and makes me furious all in the same breath. Live without this woman? Hell no. Hell no. "Are you asking for a divorce?" My tone is soft, but the storm riding within that statement is strong enough to tear the trees right out of their roots and blow the roof off every building. Nataya leans back, swipes her tongue over her bottom lip. I used to be able to read her. But now I don't trust my interpretation. I had no idea this chaos was brewing. None. Either she's a fantastic actress, or I'm crap at understanding her. So I don't bother now. I let her explain it as plain as she can. "Are you Nat?" I insist. She flinches when I say her name. I don't back down, back up, back away. I'm not that scrawny kid from the bar who approached her with awe and trembling. The dazzle of her movements are fond memories. The embers of it still live, but I've seen behind the curtain. The sun is just a star. I held that star in my hands. I stroked it to the tune of moans and breathless panting. I parted its thighs at night and early in the morning. I woke up to that star climbing on top of me and riding me into the dusk. That star has my last name, my ring, my heart. "We can't fix this," she says quietly. Her eyes meet mine, and they're devoid of hope. "I have no idea how to fix this." "Those are two different statements, Nat." "I have to work, Stone." Her gaze slips past me to the pedestrians on the street who are watching two fractured hearts about to burn up in flames. "Okay." I let her go. I know enough to recognize when I should push and when I shouldn't. It's how I got her attention 8 years ago on that dance floor, by holding back just enough that she trusted me with everything. She disappears inside the store and lets the door slam shut. This isn't over, Nat. I dig through my pocket and pull out the note that guy gave me yesterday. For some reason, I haven't been able to throw it away. For some reason, I put it into my pocket before heading out this morning. Maybe it's a life vest for a drowning man. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's something. But it's all I have in this moment. I climb into my car and drive. There, that mechanic shop. My brows furrow. I wasn't sure what I was expecting. Maybe a brownstone with a shackle out front. Maybe a church. Maybe a community center where people gather in circles and talk about their feelings. If I'd seen any signs of that, I would have driven away. But I'm curious now, intrigued, and desperate. Very desperate. I approach the wide doors and spot an array of old cars lined up, some on machines and others on the ground with their hoods open. "Hello?" I call. A hood slams shut. A man with dark skin, lean arms, and a trimmed goatee stares at me as he wipes his oily hands on a rag. He looks me over and asks, "You got a car that needs repairing, son?" "No," I squirm. How should I go about this? The guy from the bar didn't give me any instructions, and I've never asked anyone for help before. If I didn't need it so badly, I wouldn't ask for it now. The man reads my face in the silence. "So, it's not the car that needs repair." He tosses the rag and beckons with stained brown hands. "All right, son. Grab that wrench and come over here." Chapter 4. Stone. "I know nothing about cars," I say. The words burst out of me like tepid water. I hate the way they taint the air and make me feel small. I'm 6 feet and 3 inches. I tower over this man. Why do I feel like I'm looking up to him already? All he asked me to do was grab a damn wrench. His lips curl up. "Nothing. You know nothing." "I know the basics," I say, my voice calmer and more in control. "But not." He looks me over, moves in front of the hood. "Whenever I'm repairing a car, I first check the symptoms. He beckons me with a finger and points to a fancy scanner. Back in my day, tools weren't this sophisticated. Trial and error, that's how it worked. We guessed what the problem was, and sometimes our guess was so wrong, we damaged the car even more in the process. He shoves his hands beneath the hood. Wrench. I glance at the tools in the pan. Thankfully, I vaguely remember what a wrench looks like, so I grab it and offer it to him. Sometimes I need to dig deep to find the symptoms. Other times, the problem is so severe that the car breaks down and screams that it needs repair. He grunts, looks over his shoulder. Brown eyes pierce me like I'm a fish on the end of his hook. Which is it? I don't need to fix my car. Got anything else that needs fixing? His eyes dip to my ring finger, back to my face. I clear my throat. This man is a stranger, a mechanic. He could be a total lunatic. A part of me wants to gather my pride and storm out, figure things out on my own. But something makes me stay. Maybe it's because Nataya is too precious. Maybe it's because I broke us and I need to make sure that I don't destroy us completely. Maybe doing things my way got us to this point, and I need an objective eye, a perspective from someone who has nothing to do with us, to show me the solution. Jaw hardening, I admit the truth. My wife moved out. Oh. He straightens and hands the wrench back to me. Wiping his fingers on another oily rag, he nods. That's way beyond symptoms. That's breaking down in the middle of a traffic jam. He walks to the other end of the shop, gesturing for me to follow. He pours himself a glass of water from a mug swimming with lemon slices and honey. What do you think is the problem? I don't know. Then why did she leave? His voice is calm, no hint of accusation. It still feels like I'm getting slammed. My mind flashes back to that envelope, to the document that slipped out after the note. I shake my head, push it from my mind. That's not something I'm going to share with this guy I barely know. I guess I haven't been as attentive lately. Work pulls me away a lot. I'm always on trips. Anything else? He prods. Any other cause or catalyst for what happened? Again, I hesitate as images flash through my mind. Bright lights, a knife, quiet murmurs. I inhale a deep breath. No. He studies me, and it's a little unnerving. It feels like he's taking note of every one of my answers, like every hesitation, every slip of the tongue, every word uttered will be measured. He's diagnosing me the way he would a car. Setting the cup down, he suddenly offers his hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Doc. Stone. I clamp my fingers around his. The texture of his palm is rough and full of calluses. That's your real name? He arches an eyebrow. Yeah. Doc strolls back to the car and grabs a tool from the pan. He hooks up the wires to the engine and presses the button on a small screen. Are you a writer? No, I chuckle. Do I look like a writer? Doc shakes his head. You have calluses on the tips of your fingers. and nowhere else on your hand. I figured you got them from holding a pen for hours." "Not a pen, a gun." I shrug. "I'm a tattoo artist." His eyes rove my intricate sleeve and the ink on my chest revealed by the V-neck shirt. "Interesting. And how long have you been an artist?" "Legally? Since I was 18. Before then, I was working in the back at maybe 12 or 13. Doc's eyebrows shoot up. "Your parents knew about that?" "My parents owned the shop. Dad put a gun in my hands at 7. I could shade at 11. And by the time I became a teenager, I knew what I wanted to do with my life. Ink was in my blood." "Any siblings?" "Nah, just me." I lean against a neighboring car. "So you inherited your father's shop?" "Dad and I didn't see eye to eye. He was horrible at managing money, so we were poor and miserable. My folks gave me what I needed to survive, and I left when I could stand on my own 2 feet. "Are they still around?" "Mom died a while ago, but Dad's still working the shop." Metal clanks loudly as Doc reaches for another tool. "What are your favorite things to, what do you call it? Tattoo? Mark? Sketch?" "I don't really have a preference." I fold my arms over my chest, wondering where he's going with this. "Each piece has its own level of difficulty." "There must be something you're known for, though." "My biomechanical designs have gotten some coverage." I lift my right arm to show him the connected Terminator-style gears, wires, and metal pieces. Doc whistles. "That looks intricate. You must charge a lot." "Definitely charge more than I did when I was 12. Doc laughs. I tilt my chin proudly. "But I'm worth it." The one thing I know, understand, and breathe is ink. Even when the world doesn't make sense, a gun in my hand is enough to bring clarity, bring order to chaos. I hope. I haven't tried inking since yesterday. Since I found Nat's stuff cleared out of our room. I try not to dwell on that thought. "You interested in getting inked, Doc?" "The permanence is what bothers me." He returns the tool to the pan. "But I might visit your shop, just to enjoy the process. I like seeing something being created from nothing." He points to a tool and I hand it to him. He gives me a nod in thanks. "I like restoring broken things." I see that. I glance around the room of old cars. Vintage, rusted, forgotten. "How long are your work days?" Doc grunts as he pulls on a stubborn plug. I shrug. "Depends on the client and the tattoo." "How often do you go on trips?" "Lately? Every week. Sometimes I'm gone for a couple days. Other times it's a little longer. I'm only home a handful of days out of the month." "You have people working for you?" He sidesteps me and checks something on the scanner. I move out of the way. "I do, but it's my name on the line, so I do most of the intricate work. Clients are paying for the best. I like to be personally involved." "You're very loyal to your passion." "It's what I love to do." "Between work and marriage, which one do you think is the higher commitment?" I blink, taken aback. Sneaky old man. He got me talking, so I got comfortable. Now I'm caught off guard and he knows it. "Well?" Doc asks, a hand on the side of the hood. "Marriage, of course." He smiles, and I know he has me exactly where he wants me. If work expects that level of commitment from us, and marriage is a greater commitment than work, then what should really be expected in marriage? I open my mouth to counter. He lifts a hand. Chew on that. Doc juts his chin at a door leading to a small room with a transparent window in the side. There's a woman working diligently behind a desk. Leave your money with the secretary. We're done? I gawk. We'll meet again at this time tomorrow. Don't be late. He folds his arms over his chest. I'm not saying this will be easy, but as long as you're committed, you'll see results. What about my wife? I ask, slightly irritated. How do I fix this? You keep your distance. I scoff. She's my wife. She left. His voice snaps through the air. You're starting from scratch, which means you lost the right to rush. I glare at him. That's it? No, there are 2 more things. He throws a peace sign. First, you acknowledge that you've been wrong and unfocused. Second, you declare your intention of doing whatever it takes to get her back. He points to the door. If you don't want to do these tasks, don't bother coming back tomorrow. Pride struggles to rear its ugly head. I haven't taken orders from anyone in a really long time. There's a part of me that resents being told what to do. But what did I expect? Wordlessly, I storm out of Doc's workshop and wrestle with his advice all the way home. By the time I park in my garage, I've convinced myself that I don't need this. I can find a solution on my own. Then I step inside the house. I hear the emptiness again. I hear the silence, and my chest heaves. I grab a pen and paper from the drawer where Nat keeps all our junk. I'm desperate. My marriage is on the line. Might as well give Doc's way a shot. I tap the pen against my lips. It clatters against my teeth. Dropping my hand, I put ink to paper. I'm going to write an apology, but there's a big chance that Nat will rip it up before she even sees what's inside. Chapter 5. Nataya. There's something weird poking out of my mother's mailbox. I step closer, cautious, hesitant. My fingers clasp the bottom of the thin, reed-like object. I tug, revealing the stem of a rose. The thorns have been cut and smooth, so it's soft to the touch. The rose is taped to a small envelope. I take both objects out, assuming they're for my mother. It wouldn't be her first gift from a secret admirer. She's too charismatic, too intriguing. I didn't get that from her. That allure, that siren song. It's inside her and for her alone. A smile touches my lips until I read the name on the card. Nataya. My heart drops to my toes and I whip around, my gaze scanning the street. Neighbors walk by, wave, smile. I dip my head in response. Lampposts flicker on and shed silver light on the street. Dancing shadows in the form of tree leaves stain the ground at my feet. There's no Lexus creeping around the corner. No brawny, tattooed giant piercing me with his eyes. There's just a rose and a letter. I read it. My heart trips over its own 2 feet, and I'm suddenly unable to breathe. Mom's car rolls into the driveway. I don't turn to her, don't look at her. I just stand there, frozen, with the rose and letter in my hand, with Stone's heart in my hand. Her footsteps clop against the concrete. 3 seconds and she's in front of me. Brown eyes fasten on my face and then on the rose. "What's wrong?" she asks, immediately slipping into warrior mode, protection mode, mama mode. I say nothing. Too many emotions form a lump in my throat. Too much pain rushes through my chest. "Nataya," Mom calls my name firmly. No one told me how many things you want in marriage. What? All these expectations. My fingers crunch the letter tighter. Everyone makes it seem like happily ever after starts when you say I do. But they don't warn you. That's only the beginning of what you'll want. Nataya, Mom, when I left the house, I was done. Her eyes study me intently. I know I'm not making sense, but she captures every word as if they form a cohesive picture. I choke on a breath. When I left the house, I wanted out. I was done with wanting to be pursued and romanced. I was done wanting things my husband could no longer provide for me. My eyes slowly lift to meet my mother's. I trained myself for days while I was packing. I promised myself that I wouldn't be shaken. Not this easily. Okay. But I saw this. The moment I read this, my heart melted. Am I that weak? Oh, honey. Mom wraps me in her arms. Caught in between my body and my mother's embrace, the rose becomes a sword. It stabs me in the gut, pushes at my sensitive flesh, at my stomach. Mom leans back and takes my hand. I know what you need. Come to the jazz club with me tonight. Mom, I groan. It'll be fun. Get your mind off everything. I'm not interested. Come on, Nat. You haven't done anything except work and drink wine since you moved in. You're young, full of life. Come to the club with me. You'll enjoy yourself. I let my mother talk me into getting ready with her. I let her talk me into heavy foundation, cat eyes, blush, and bright red lipstick, into a form-fitting red dress from her closet, and a pair of her kitten heels. I blink, and I'm swirling in her fragrant perfume. I step forward, and I'm outside the club, watching the neon lights and the weathered bricks that form the smoky building. Mom links her hand in mine. I won't touch a drop of liquor tonight, so have a drink and unwind, okay? She smooths her red wig over her cheek and smiles, batting thick eyelashes. I'll go warm up. Have fun. I force a grin in return. While Mom darts away to meet up with her band, I enter the club through the regular entrance. The front room is a snobby restaurant with pop music playing from hidden speakers, plastic-covered tabletops, fake plants, string lights, muted pretension. I stride past the restaurant and move to a door beyond the hallway. It's covered in shadows and intrigue. The darkness is familiar. The man guarding the door is familiar too. He doesn't ask me any questions. He just opens it right away, gives me a smile that says, "Welcome home." Peace settles on my soul as I nod at him, as my eyes sweep the expansive room. Velvet curtains, thick hardwood floors, tired faces that dive deep to find smiles and purpose and rejuvenation. This place is a jazz haven more than it is a bar. Drinks are poured to inhale, to accompany, to enhance the taste and the experience of the music. People come for the sound, for the kind of spontaneous, original tones that sweep out of voices, keyboards, and drums. The kind of music that stems from melanin and soul and struggle. The kind that can overtake like a hurricane and leave quietly and reverently. I sit at a high table, alone. Familiar smiles greet me, smiles that say, "I haven't seen you in a while." Smiles that ask, "Where's your husband?" I turn away from those eyes after a polite nod, after a sheepish and embarrassing shrug of my shoulders. My fingers adjust my hair. My hands play with my phone. Mom thinks this is medicine. I'm not so sure. Can music fix this? Us? Me? That letter was not what I expected. I don't know what Stone feels so far away from me. He drifted to some place I couldn't reach, and when I looked up, we were broken. I knew he'd want to fix it, and I was counting on his eagerness. I was waiting for him to charge in, stomp around, throw blame, guilt, empty apologies. My palms were waiting to slap him. My voice was ready to shriek at him. But he came with a letter of intentions, a letter declaring war. "You are my wife, the most precious person to me. I won't stop until I've won your trust back." The words run circles in my head. They piss me off and make me melt all in the same breath. Why didn't he barge in? Why warn me? Why bring my hopes up? The lights go dim as the drink I ordered arrives. Mom steps onto the stage and grasps the mic. A harsh light bounces against her dark brown skin and that brash red wig that she pulls off so classily. Her eyes find mine, as I knew they would. The eyeshadow on her lips sparkle like a disco ball. The form-fitting dress clings to her figure. I smile, lift my glass. She dips her head and winks. Her mouth opens. She sings, and it carries me away to the moment when I first stepped into this room with her. I was 18, milk in my teeth, root beer in my cup. That night, I learned to unpack my worries and dance to the music my mother created. With her eyes overlooking me from the stage, I moved alone. I moved with purpose. The crescendos pulled my arms and legs. The melody commanded my toes. 2 years later, I brought Stone to this sacred place. We sat at the table in the corner, covered in darkness, in lust, in love. We held on to glasses that were filled with alcohol for the first time. We let our fingers brush on accident, on purpose. He never asked me to dance. We just looked at each other and both slid out of our seats. It didn't bother him that my mother was looking over us, that her voice was the music we were moving to. And that's when I knew I would marry him. He became a part of me, and I fell into him so deep and so far that it seemed there was no end. Until 8 years passed, and work became more important than marriage. And I got the email that ruined everything. I inhale a shuddering breath and reach for my drink. My wedding ring hits the glass and makes a startling sound, clashing with the smooth tones of my mother's voice. Several people glance my way. I duck my head and pull my hands under the table to hide the ring from them, from me. Things have changed. What was once celebrated is now in the way, revealing broken pieces, causing chaos, noise. The heart flutters for a lot of things, but that doesn't mean it's healed. I pull out my cell phone and scroll to Stone's number. My fingers tremble, but I type out the message. I'm firm, clear, unbending. Sorry isn't going to fix this. There's no way I'll forgive him that easily for what he's done. Chapter 6. Stone. My fingers close and stretch around the gun that's buzzing in my hands. My client turns, gives me a pleading look.
I wouldn't seem like too much of a wimp if I asked for a break, would I?
My laughter sounds hollow. It bounces against the walls filled with my latest sketches and a few of my awards. It comes back to me empty. I shake my head.
No. Good.
He gets to his feet. The spread eagle on his back, one of my masterpieces, flexes with his muscles. I watch him as he grabs his watch from the desk.
You going out like that? Ladies don't mind.
He winks, disappears out of the shop. I snap my gloves off and grab my phone, navigating to the messages Nat sent me last night. There were 2 texts, 7 words total. I hear you. I'm not ready yet. It was a blow to the gut. I shouldn't have been so shocked. I messed up. But it didn't strike me until I saw her response. How hard this was going to be. How long the journey. I'm wondering if I can take it, if I can make it to the end. What if I end up like that guy who gave me Doc's information? What if it's already too far gone? The clock ticks, every click drilling into my head. With a curse, I grab my car keys. Doc doesn't look up when I stride into his workshop 20 minutes later. He points to the tool pan. Wrench. She asked for space. I hand it to him. My voice sounds stiff and accusatory. I can keep in contact, but she wants me to tone it down. She doesn't want any more roses. She's hurt. In pain, Doc mumbles. What am I supposed to do? How do I make my first move if she's got me locked into a corner? His head pops out of the hood. You've already made your first move. What? You came to see me. Doc pushes himself up and swipes an oil-stained hand over his forehead.
That was your first move.
Despite my frustration, a smirk tugs on my lips.
How humble of you, Doc. I'm a very humble man, Stone.
I lean forward.
Care to share some of that wisdom? You're here at a very interesting time.
He walks around the hood of the car and points inside.
I'm overhauling the engine, taking broken parts out and bringing back the heart of the car to the standard that it should be.
I'm guessing my marriage is the engine? I arch an eyebrow at the obvious comparison.
He points to a valve. Hold that for me.
I do. Doc works to free it and says, if your wife felt frustrated enough to leave you, that means you've fallen below standards. Way below. So, he grunts and pries the valve off.
We're going to work together to overhaul your thinking.
He nods to the valve in my grip.
And smooth out the rough edges. What am I supposed to do with this?
Throw it, he grins. We're going to replace it with something better. I eye him. You're a very strange man.
Another compliment?
I shrug. Allow that much.
I like the way you think. It's different. New. But it makes sense. I thought you didn't know anything about cars.
His eyes twinkle. He grabs a rag from nearby and wipes his hands.
I'm done. Already? We need more tools to tackle the problems in this vehicle. But I just got here.
You want to beat the engine with a wrench? Have at it.
I promise you won't get the car to start though.
I sigh.
Same time tomorrow?
No. He moves to the mug of lemon slices and honey. Pours. The drink makes a satisfying sound as it flows into the glass.
Where does your wife work?
She owns a boutique.
Good. I have an assignment for you.
He sloshes the water in his glass.
Go to your wife's store during closing hours. She said she doesn't want to. With a bucket, a mop, and her favorite disinfectant.
My mouth snaps closed. Doc sniffs his drink, letting out a contented ah. He looks at me.
Whenever it's closing time, you mop her floor. Every day? As often as you can, at least twice a week, but do it on the same day. Every time, every week, and you need at least 8 consecutive mopping sessions. So if you can't make it to one, your progress is cancelled and you have to start over. Doc, this is the most important part.
He wags a finger.
If you can't make it, hold yourself accountable and let her know you won't be there.
Laughter works its way up my chest. This guy can't be serious, can he? Doc juts his chin at the door.
Leave your money with the secretary. And Stone.
He sets the cup down, gives me a firm look.
I don't want to see you again until you've completed this task.
Crazy old man. I leave Doc behind, return to my shop, to the client who gives me an excited grin. I stare at the eagle on his back, and I think about Doc's challenge. I think, and I think, and I wrestle. Mop her floor? How does that help? How does that fix my marriage? Pride, that bastard, it doesn't want me to stoop that low. I don't even mop my own shop. Not anymore. I have a service for that now. I can hire people for that now. The days I had to scramble and clean after others so I could afford my rent and food for the week are over. Done.
Time flies as I work and try to forget Doc's challenge. We close the shop. The other artists go home. Before I fully agreed to give Doc's idea a shot, I'm walking to the broom closet. I'm grabbing the mop bucket and the other things I need. I'm stopping at the grocery store and staring at disinfectants and fragrances like citrus and lavender and wondering which suits Nataya the best. I can't decide on a scent. On some days, she's citrus, bursting with energy and passion and fervor. Some days, she's lavender. She's wrapped in my t-shirt and nothing else, legs tangled in mine as we watch a movie we both fall asleep to. What am I supposed to choose? I scratch my head and buy them all, hoping inspiration will strike when I get there. Nataya's just turning her sign to closed when I park in front of the store. She remains in the doorway, the clear glass giving me a full view of her long black hair, the fancy yellow shirt, and the jeans that cling to her waist and taper down to her slim ankles. My pants tighten. Every nerve in my body stands to attention. It's been far too long since I've held my wife, since I've kissed her, since the sheets got damp with her sweat and her scent. She's so close, and yet I can't touch her. Torture. This is freaking torture. I haul my mop bucket out of the car and approach the door. Nataya stumbles back when I step in. Her sharp eyes jump from me to the mop bucket. "What are you doing here, Stone?" Her voice trembles. I lift the mop bucket as I step closer to her. "Work." Her chin lifts incrementally. Her nostrils flare. I'm closer to her now, standing right in front of her. The heat of her body sizzles in the inch of space between us. My heart starts beating hard and fast. I already know what she tastes like on my tongue, what she sounds like when she's screaming my name, what it feels like when her hands tug on my hair. My fingers close over the mop handle, dig into my palms. Respect her space. I can do that. But she doesn't have to make it so damn hard, looking like that, like something I want to unwrap and throw over my knees, like something I want to claim until morning. "Do you think this will work?" she hisses. Her voice snaps me out of my lust-filled haze. I inhale a deep breath and push the mop bucket to the bathroom. Nataya's heels clip the tiled floor. "I already told you. I'm here to mop, and then I'll leave." I whirl around, look her over. Big mistake. We're standing closely in the doorway. Her chest brushes against mine with every breath. I could just push her a little farther, unzip those jeans, peel them off her waist. My jeans could be off in. "Fine," she huffs, whirls around before I can reach out and nab her. Long black hair swings from side to side as she flips off all the lights and grabs her purse from behind the counter. The heated look she throws over her shoulder before she exits makes my heart jump. I might not be able to read Nataya as well anymore, but I know that look, those eyes, that slight tremble. It's the face she gives me before I roll her over, before I shove her silk nightgown to her waist, before she starts writhing beneath me. It strikes me then that I'm not the only one who's conflicted. She hates me,
but she wants me, and my grin eases forward even as my misery multiplies. Knowing that we're still hungry for each other makes me ache even harder, but deep down in my chest there's warmth, and it feels so good. Chapter 7. Nataya. The walls shudder as I storm into the house and slam the door shut. That bastard! Bastard? Mom pokes her head out of the kitchen. The fluorescent lights glint in her shorn hair, in her dark brown skin, in the lean arms stirring a ball. Who? Who do you think? I yank my heels off, let them clop to the ground. Her nose scrunches when she sees the way I violently tug my purse off my shoulders and slam it into the couch. He's a monster. Exactly. I jut my chin down. Mom sets the ball on the counter. What did he do? He came to the store. That fiend! I stomped to the kitchen, wrenched the fridge open. He brought a freaking mop bucket. And disinfectant. Nataya, he's mopping my floor. I grab a beer, then exchange it for wine. And that bastard. Am I missing something? I pinch the bridge of my nose with my fingertips as emotions lash through me, as need burns inside me. The scoundrel. It was his voice, the deep timbre, the way it crackled just slightly before he buried it in confidence, the way it deepened, widened, the way he said my name. It shot me back to the past, way before our marriage fell apart, way before my heart shattered into a million pieces, too tiny for him to notice. It was his eyes, dark brown, darker than night, bottomless as hell, promising heaven. Stone's gaze has always been heavy, always. The night we first met, I felt him on me before he ever approached. I didn't dance for him. I never danced for anyone but myself. But I did sway my hips a little more, bend my knees a little deeper, toss my hair a little longer. I wanted him to find me. I wanted to touch the man with the eyes that burned. Earlier, his gaze was slow and intimate as it scorched my outfit. It was heavy enough to drag and scrape and ignite. He did that on purpose, I hiss. Mom clears her throat. Clean your shop? What is he planning? I drum my fingers on the counter. Does he think? I bark out a laugh. Does he think I'll go down like this? Sounds like you're at war. I am. What are you fighting for? I chug the wine, wipe my mouth with the back of my hand. Survival. Is that all? Her voice rings with something grave. Wisdom, maybe. Experience. Motherly intuition. I know she's going to parse and interrogate my answer, and I'm not in the mood to be judged, so I say nothing. That's disappointing. Mom returns to the pot, stirs it while staring at the contents. I thought I did better with you. What are you talking about? I groan. If she's going to run down the list of all the things I've done wrong, I don't need that, especially since she doesn't know the full story.
She doesn't know what Stone did. Mom drops the spoon. Dark eyes pin me in place. I survived 20 years of marriage before I realized that I deserved more. An eyebrow quirks. I deserved to thrive. Her hands find her hips. Don't you know that, Nataya? That you were created for more? How can I thrive when something is broken? Can you fix it on your own? No. I think of Stone, of the email, of the betrayal. No. Then you do your part. Observe him. Raise your standards. Demand what you need. Honor your commitment and hold him accountable if he's not honoring his. She wipes her hands against her apron. But you aim to thrive. You always aim for more than survival. Even if you fall, you don't reach for the minimum. Do you hear me? I nod. Do you? Yes. Mom's eyes are still hard, still glisten like marbles. Good. Her warning snaps me out of my confusion, churns away the desire that crept into my body when I saw my husband, when I felt his gaze dragging over me. It's always been magic when we touch, flesh against flesh, giving and taking, pleasure and pain. Me and Stone. Since the beginning, since the first time I went over to his apartment and making out turned to more. People warned us that the desire would wane, that the spark would die, that one day we would roll over when it was done and feel nothing. 8 years in, and we were still ravenous. Stone and I, we burned, we clashed, we incinerated. Every time he came back from a trip, it was a honeymoon all over again. But amazing sex isn't a band-aid. It didn't keep us from breaking. It won't fix us. It won't help now. Wanting my husband and wanting my marriage aren't exclusive. So I take a cool shower and I let the lust drain out of me. I push it aside and think about what I need, what I really want. Control. I lost control and I need it back. I need it so I can figure out if I can trust him, so I can move forward with my eyes wide open. Because they're still cloudy from missing him, from wanting him. Years of habit die hard. Stone consumed me so completely, I was willing to put up with the long nights away. I forced myself to be satisfied, coming in second to his tattoo shop. My identity got wrapped up in waiting for Stone to come home from a trip, to come home from work, to be present with me, waiting until it felt like I was living my life in spurts, in phases decided by his presence and his absence. I lost me. I lost me inside him. So, when he broke us, I had only fractures of myself to work with. I couldn't find the rest, and it scared me. I need those pieces. I need to know that I'll be okay if I lose myself in him again, if I give him my all again. I need to know that I won't be made into a fool twice.
Mom knocks on my door a few minutes later. There's pasta in a bowl and wine on a tray. She puts it on the bed and climbs on, taking one of the glasses and offering it to me. I accept it. I could have come downstairs. True. The stud in her nose winks at me. I wanted to meet you where you were. She picks up her fork and twines it around the pasta. I thought about what you said, and I understand where you're coming from. I reach out and take her hand. But sometimes it's okay to think about taking small steps. Thinking about the big picture is overwhelming right now. I can barely manage to get through today. I let my fingers drift off her wrist. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm not disappointed in you, Nataya. I'm anxious. I'm your mother and I want to fix it. And I want you to come out of it whole and happy. I don't want you to suffer, even if I know that temporary pain might be for the best. I dip my chin, stare at the food. I've decided what I want. And I'm going to wait and see if he can give it to me. She pats my thigh. I'm on your side. I smile. She smiles back. I let her encouragement fall on me like a cloak. I wear it over my outfit that I button and zip before heading to the store the next day. I tighten it around my shoulders before I open the door. I dip my hands into the pockets when I smell the scent of lavender. The floor sparkles. I almost don't want to step on it. People walk in and browse. I assist them like my world isn't falling apart. When the shop gets slow, I order new inventory. I wave to the delivery guys who usually bring in my stock. They don't know. They'll never see beyond this smile, beyond this cheerful conversation, beyond this outfit and the cloak my mother gave to me. They see a woman who looks like she has it all together. A woman with a giant rock on her finger who owns her own store and lives in a big house. They see that woman, and I'm glad because I feel pathetic inside and I don't want the world to know, to see. Dusk falls outside, and then it's closing time, and Stone's there with his mop and bucket. I walk past him. I don't give him the opportunity to make me long for him, to make me fall into doubts and sweet memories. I don't say a word, and he doesn't speak to me either. The next day, I do it all over again. And again, at closing, he's there with his bucket, with his dark eyes that fall on me like heavy weights, with his quiet dedication. I steel myself against it because it isn't enough, not near enough, and it won't last. I'm waiting for it to falter, for him to grow tired, to show me where the limits of his patience are. The point where he'll throw up his hands and say that he's done enough, that I'm not enough. But he keeps coming back, day after day, and I start to sway in his direction. I start to believe. The clock strikes at closing time, but Stone's not there. An hour later, 2 hours, I find myself staring out the window, my heart screaming in agony. In that moment, I realize what I want, and what I need aren't as clear-cut as I thought. Chapter 8. Stone. I roll my shoulders, drag my gun over the neat line of black one last time. The piece is almost finished. For a second, time suspends. My limbs buzz with adrenaline. So much power I can taste it. There's a thrill in putting ink to a human canvas. Like holding magic in my hands. Like touching heaven. The feeling never gets old. My gaze lingers on the tattoo sleeve. This is the end. 18 hours, 5 sessions, one seamless piece of permanent, wearable art.
I'm not going to miss you,
Dean says.
Yeah?
I press the gun into his skin, listen to it hum, feel the vibrations against my palm through the gloves.
You want to smack talk when I could still mess this up?
He laughs and turns his head to the side.
You wouldn't. No? Too much ego. Says the man who sings about how rich he is for a living.
Dean chuckles, caught. Getting to know my clients is an unexpected side effect of my work. Since my art went viral, I've done a healthy mix of celebrity tats, from models to rock stars to actors. The fame's never gotten to my head. I put the same amount of effort I would for Dean as I would for a walk-in off the street. Doesn't matter to me if the piece is for a queen or a pauper. Skin is skin, and everyone bleeds the same. All that matters to me is smooth lines, perfection on flesh. The light gets dim. I step back, observe my work. I see the gears, deep shading, shadows, a hyper-realistic stitch opening to reveal muscles. There, almost done. I put the needle on his skin. This is where I belong. Right here with this gun in my hand, with this power thrumming through my veins. Nothing compares to the fulfillment I get when I'm doing ink, except when I'm with. My eyes widen. I lift the gun and click it off. Dean arches an eyebrow.
What's wrong? What time is it? Not sure.
Dean grabs his phone. He tells me the time, then asks,
You got something important to do? Can you give me a minute?
He nods. Sure. As I scramble to find my phone, I mentally berate myself. I was hoping to complete Doc's challenge in 2 weeks so we could move on to something else, to something bigger. Now I missed a day and I'll have to start over. I type out an apology. Me. Sorry, Nat. Got caught up at the shop tonight. There's no response. Didn't expect one. With a sigh, I turn back to Dean. He arches an eyebrow.
I know that look. That's the my wife's going to kill me look. You're married?
Yeah.
Explains the ring tattoo.
I nod to the ink on his hand.
5 years now. Jazz prefers to stay out of the spotlight. How does she handle the screaming fans and the bras that get thrown on stage?
No one throws bras anymore, Stone. They slide into your DMs.
Less exciting.
He laughs.
Jazz and it's a little rocky right now. I'm going on a break before my tour, so I'm hoping we can work on that.
I step back, survey my work, nod in approval.
I know how that goes.
Women speak another language, man. Dean stretches out his arms. One day, I think I'm good, and wham! I get home to angry stares and a cold shoulder. At least she didn't pack up and move out, I mumble. Dean arches an eyebrow. I clear my throat, ignore the question in his eyes.
I don't have to repeat the aftercare instructions, right? You know what's up. Of course, this isn't my first rodeo.
He gestures to the tattoos on his calf and upper back. I smear lotion in my palm and slather it over his tattoo sleeve as I admit.
I'm working on getting things back on track. Seeing a therapist? A mechanic?
Dean laughs.
No. Yes. You're getting ripped off. I'll give it a chance.
I grab plastic wrap and wind it around the ink.
I've got a lot to lose here. I hope that works out. We'll see.
I shake my head.
I was supposed to be somewhere with her a few hours ago.
He winces.
Been there. Slept on the couch for that.
I finish wrapping him up.
Keep it bandaged for a few hours. Use warm water and soap to wash. Use that ointment after. Don't cover it again. And no direct sunlight or open water for a month, I smirk. If I don't, you'll break my heart.
Dean snorts.
The horror.
I see him to the door where my awestruck assistant accepts his card and gushes over his music. Tuning them both out, I clean up my studio and rush to Nataya's boutique. It's a long shot, but if I can scramble a save, I can make this day count rather than start from the beginning. I sigh in relief when I notice the lights filtering from the windows. Through the glass, I see Nat sitting behind the computer. She's staring intently at the screen with that familiar crinkle between her brows. It usually means she's doing accounting, and something isn't adding up. I climb out of the car, my hands empty. I've taken to leaving the mop bucket in her closet for convenience. I open the door, walk in. Jazz is playing lightly from the speakers. It's something her mother's band would play. Something smooth and rich, decadent. Music was the only expensive thing I could own back when I was broke. It's a luxury that belongs to everybody. I appreciate it in all its forms. Nataya doesn't look up when I walk in. She concentrates on the screen, pretending that I don't exist. It's been that way for the past 8 days. I'd come in, and she would leave immediately. No greeting, no smiles, not even a glance in my direction. It took everything in me not to snatch her by the waist, not to slide my fingers down her throat and kiss her ear the way she likes, the way that always opens her up to me. I know when she's wearing armor. I see it in the dark red lipstick, in the added inches to her heels, the way she buttoned her shirt all the way to the top, replaced her tight jeans with tight skirts and stockings. I saw it these past few days, and I took note. But I didn't touch her. I didn't chase her. Space. It's what she wanted, and I was challenged to give it to her. But now she's here. She's here when her shop's been closed for hours. She's sitting at the counter trying to play that disinterested part, trying to convince me I don't exist. But I don't buy it. She left her shop open. For me. She's here for me. There's hope in the light that bounces against the shiny counters. There's a whisper of healing in the tap of her fingers as they smack her keyboard. I see it, smell it, hear it. She can't hide behind her armor this time. Nataya glances up suddenly, and her fingers stall. I didn't say anything. You didn't have to. She rubs her forehead, closes her eyes. I didn't stay here for you. I'm sorry I'm late. I didn't ask for an apology either. I approach the counter, lean my elbows against the surface. Something wrong? No. You're scowling at your laptop. I'm scowling at you. I got caught up with a piece. Dean's. Her eyes flit up, soften. What was it? Arm sleeve, exposed gears, muscles. Nice. Her smile is tired. It makes my heart ache. It makes me wish I'd seen the fraying edges and the snapping wires of our marriage long before this breaking point. Let me help. I walk around the counter, set my keys in the bowl next to the jar of peanut M&Ms. I expect her to protest, but she doesn't. She just looks at me, studies me like she's trying to find a missing puzzle piece. I reach her side and hover over her. One hand clamps on the edge of the desk. The other hand stretches over her back until I'm caging her in, until my chin brushes against the back of her head, until I'm close enough to smell her hair. Oil, lavender, Nataya. It's my first time being so close to my wife in ages. For a moment, I pretend that we're standing in the future. And in that future, we're fixed. Chapter 9. Nataya. He always smells like A&D ointment, like Madison bleach and air freshener, like green soap, like home. I take a big inhale of it, shore it all up in my lungs, in my soul, move things aside to make room for it. My bitterness, my anger, gone. Green soap takes its place. Just for a moment, only for a moment. The air skitters with tension, with the forbidden. We're separated, but we're still husband and wife. We're broken, but the parts of us that bring pleasure and pain can still fit inside and around each other. I tilt my head, but Stone's not looking at me. His eyes are closed. His fingertips are turning red as he holds on to the edge of the table, as if he's praying, as if he's willing himself to keep his arms in place and off me. My heart throbs. I don't know if I want him to obey those boundaries or break them. I'm not sure what I'll do if he crosses the line, where that will leave us, if I'll be able to look at myself in the morning. His eyes pop open. Okay, show me where the numbers don't add up. I do. It's not that I hate math or I'm terrible at accounting. It's just that Stone is better. He's been manning cash registers and doing business since he was a kid. Wherever he went, the managers of the shops trusted him with the register, with the keys to the building, with access to the money. Wherever he went, he made the other artists jealous. The last place he worked, the other artists treated him like crap and actively tried to sabotage him. It pissed me off, made me talk about loans and mortgages, about entrepreneurship and following your dreams. It's ironic. I introduced him to his mistress, to the one thing he would treasure over me. I pushed him into her cold and buzzing arms. That stupid tattoo shop. After a while, I came to resent that smell, the green soap, the bleach, the air freshener. It smelled like her, like work, like his other priority. The fact that it doesn't anger me anymore worries me. He came late tonight because he was working on a tattoo. Nothing's changed. I would be a fool to take the bare minimum and run with it. Thanks. I ease away from him. He gets the hint and straightens. Wordlessly, he grabs the mop from the storage closet. I hear liquid hurtling against tiles. The scent of citrus fills my nostrils. Then there's a squelch, the slap of a wet mop against the floor. I watch the way his strong fingers grip the mop, the way his back muscles flex in his black t-shirt, one of 4 shades in his monochrome color palette. Cupping my chin in my palm, I lean forward. I'm going to ask you a question. He looks at me. A smirk plays on his pink lips. Since when did you announce first? Since now. I pause. Things have changed. Sorrow flashes in his brown eyes. His fingers get white on top of the mop. Not that much. I ignore the pang in my own chest. That's not true. You don't have to ask to speak to me, Nat. I ask because I want you to tell the truth. His lips tighten, so does his expression. It's like a flower crumpling into itself, like blooms folding inward. I feel the shift because I'm the one bending those petals, crushing the pollen, snapping the stem. Power slips through my fingers. I hold it tight and bring it close. For the first time, there's control in my hands, in my voice. I waited tonight, and I hate him for making me wait again. Why are you doing this? My voice snaps, lashes, punishes. Mopping? What are you trying to accomplish? I shake my head. It won't fix anything. He straightens, sets his elbow on the top of the mop. I warned you that I'm getting back what's most precious to me. Stone stares me down. His voice drops an octave. You might hate me now, and I get it. But I don't care how long it takes. I'm not going to stop until I fix this. I grab my mother's cloak, the one that's invisible to everyone but me. I fold it over my body and wrap it around myself. I add spikes like a porcupine, and I shoot poisoned arrows out of my tongue. I've moved on. 3 words. They fill the air, expand and grow until they're pushing against the glass walls and slamming into the door. Stone's jaw clenches and unclenches. You should leave. Don't waste your time. I'm proud that I get the words out. Glad that they sound strong and calm instead of bitter and hurt. I don't want him to see past the anger to the broken pieces that beg for his touch. Stone rubs his beard once, twice, then he turns and keeps mopping. My self-satisfied smile wanes, then flops. Nothing. I got nothing. My heels hit the ground, my palms flatten on the table as I push myself up, out of the chair, purse sliding up my shoulders, armor fastening in place, hardening. I glare at him. Didn't you hear me? You're my best friend, Nat. The words stop me in my tracks, turn me immobile. He could have said, I love you, and I would have brushed it off. Hell, I probably would have laughed. Everyone flings that phrase around nowadays. They don't even have to mean it. Not in action. Not even in theory. I love you. A means to an end. A whisper to unlock thighs and hearts. A phrase yanked from lips opened in the deepest throes of passion. I love you. Then it's over. Clothes are rearranged and sweat dries, and the couple climbs out of bed only to face the world with the scars they jumped in with. I would have preferred if my husband had told me he loved me. I would have liked to stuff that in his face, to slap it against his cheek, to strike it against his neck. But he didn't. Instead, he made me pause. And it ignites a fury in me so flaming hot that I almost explode. My legs eat up the space between me and Stone. You don't have a right to talk to me like that anymore. I wheeled my finger in his face, taste the hurt and pain on my tongue. You don't have a right, you freaking bastard. How could you? I snapped my lips closed, breathe. Nataya, don't speak to me. I lift my hand in the air, cut him off. I hear the breath shudder out of him. His eyes move to the floor, to the water seeping out of his mop and crawling over the tiles like blood. I am done, Stone. Done. His pain meant something. His sorrow did something to me. 10 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago. I felt it inside, but now anger's too hot and too pulsing, and there's too much of it flooding through me. It shoves away Stone's hurt until all I feel is my own. Get out, I whisper. His eyes widen. Objections brim in them. The masculine urge to fight, to dominate. Explanations brim on the tip of his tongue. Excuses, apologies. Men are always full of understanding and regret after the fact, aren't they? After the damage has been done. Nat, you've done enough. I jut my chin at the door. Go. He stands there for a second. I can see that he's wrestling with himself, that he wants to strong-arm me into loving him, forgiving him. But that's not how it works. His eyes slip away from mine, and he sets the mop gently against the wall. I watch every move he makes, getting more and more upset. Tears push against the back of my eyes, but I'd rather chew glass than cry in front of Stone, so I grit my teeth and force my trembling hands to ball into fists. He plods to the door, his beard moving up and down as he clenches and unclenches his jaw. Don't come back, Stone. I don't want to see you in my shop again. His nostrils flare. His hand freezes on the doorknob. I'm about to scream, laugh, and cry all at the same time. I'm about to lose my damn mind. Without a word, he slips through the door. As soon as he's gone, I kick the mop bucket and watch it skitter into the corner. The tears burst from my eyes, and I cry for the marriage that can never be revived. Chapter 10. Stone. The house is too big. Too much empty space for my voice to echo. Too much room for one person, for a man without his wife. I feel the absence of Nataya like a physical presence, like a ghost that haunts from the shadows. It brings confusion more than fear, loss more than terror. My hands shake and I crave her warmth, her soft voice in the morning, her velvet skin beneath my fingertips, the eyes that soften and seduce, the way we were connected in every way imaginable. I'm teetering on the edge of a tightrope. I'm holding on by a thread. It's my fault. I know that. But rejection is never easy, especially when it's coming from your wife. I head up the stairs for the first time since returning home. Push the door open, step into the dim interior. The air smells stale. The windows haven't been open since Nataya left. I sit on the edge of the bed, reach out to her side, to her pillow. Before marriage, the whole bed belonged to me. Every pillow was my territory. Then I put a ring on Nataya's finger, and suddenly my body knew what side it belonged to. Even on trips, I slept on my side. I left hers alone. I reached for hers in the dark. Now I'm home, and she's still not there. Is this really the end of my marriage? Nataya is the better half of me. More certain, more courageous. The journey to opening my own shop nearly tore the life out of my soul. But she pushed me. She was right there by my side. Keep going, baby. So the bank didn't give us a loan. We got another option. Keep going. Don't stop. I made it as far as I did because of her. Because of the encouragement she injected into my veins and the despair she sucked out of my body. Because of the excited giggles for every little milestone and the righteous anger she raged on my behalf whenever I got torn down. Nataya. I fall into the bed and spread my arms out. Test what it feels like to own the entire surface, to sprawl over the whole mattress. My body shifts in discomfort. I curl over on my side of the pillow, close my eyes. Sleep taunts me, runs in and out of reach. By the time sunlight barges through the window, I've only snatched a couple hours of rest. In the hours that follow, I think about Nataya. I consider calling her and begging for forgiveness, a chance, a toe in the door. I hope for something different, something new, something that would magically repair us, restore us to what we were before, to smiles we exchanged over breakfast, the touch of a hand on the knee, on the shoulder, on the hip. The fire that blazed between us when no one was looking, when I pulled her into a closet or a hallway or a shadow for privacy because she was so damn fine I couldn't wait until we got home to have her. My lips flatten as memories of our fights chase away everything else. Nataya was the sun, and like the sun, she could burn. There were flashes of anger, popping like oil in a pan, sudden and painful. Moments of slammed doors, heels stomping up the stairs. Silence, glares, scars I couldn't see but could feel. My fingers drop the cell phone. It clatters loudly on the table. I don't call her. I drive instead to Doc. My fury builds and builds. The ache in my chest seeps out in anger that I willed into a weapon. This isn't my fault. It's his fault. His lousy advice. His nonsensical car analogies. Nataya's right. What the hell was mopping supposed to do? What was the point? I throw my car into park in front of the workshop. Stalk up the incline. The sun is blazing outside, but the workshop is dim. My eyes take a second to adjust, and I sweep my gaze over the garage until I find Doc. He's tinkering behind the hood of the same car. This time, I notice that the entire engine is out and sitting, exposed on a table to his right. It's rusted, oily, and missing some pieces. "Wrench," Doc says, as soon as he hears my footsteps. I storm past the toolbox and stand in front of him. It didn't work. "How long has it been?" He moves away from the car hood to the isolated engine. I follow him. "She told me to leave." "And did you?" His sharp eyes bore into me. "Did you leave immediately?" "Why is that?" "You didn't." Doc rubs his hands on a rag and sighs. "You missed the boat, Stone." "What was I supposed to do?" I run a hand through my hair in frustration. "I'm guessing your wife isn't crazy." "What?" "More than likely, she didn't have a fit over nothing. What did you say before she told you to leave?" My eyes skitter away. "Nothing. The truth." "Which was?" "That she's my best friend." Doc's lips tighten into a frown. "That's when she told you to leave?" I nod. "You should have gotten up and left." Doc gets the wrench himself and inspects the engine. "From the moment you had a conversation, you gave her a reason to quarrel, a reason to fight." "She's my wife. I can't tell her that I miss her." "See, Stone, that's where you're going wrong. She's not your wife." He points the wrench at me. "She's a king guarding her heart. What you did was fail to respect her authority." When it comes to your wife, you're skating on thin ice." His skull gets harder, and the wrinkles beneath his eyes deepen. "I didn't tell you to jump that far." "It came out." I rub the bridge of my nose between my fingers. "There's still chemistry. I can feel it. I know her." "What you broke can't be fixed with glue." He brushes his fingers over the engine. "You put weight on a wound. There's a reason athletes who twist their ankles stop competing. They can't put any pressure on their injury, or it'll get worse." He shakes his head. "You're trying to find all the broken pieces and force them back together, and you're not allowed to do that. It's not time to get back in the relationship. It can't support the pressure yet. Or maybe I'm just wasting my time here." I fold my arms over my chest. Doc shrugs, completely unbothered. "If you want to do it your own way, then you can leave me out of it. We're going backwards rather than forward anyway." "You know what? Forget it." I turn and head for the door. "Before you leave, Stone," Doc's voice echoes behind me, "know this. If you don't practice what you're being told, that in itself is a sign." "A sign of what?" I whirl around. Veins pop in my neck. Anger spikes my heart rate. "You don't know anything about me, about us." "I know you proved to your wife that you won't listen, that if something is dear to her heart, You won't take any consideration for it. I know you have a habit of doing what you want without thinking of her. That this has been happening for years. Who the hell do you think you are? I stepped toward Doc, my hands curling into fists. Everything I do is for my wife. If that were true, why did she leave you? Silence falls, thick, heavy. His eyes dart down to my hands before he quirks an eyebrow. You have to understand that you've broken her trust. She sees you as a man who took her heart and ran away with it. Would you tell a stranger they were your best friend? Well, guess what? You're worse than a stranger to her. You're a thief. My eyes narrow. Now, if you want to take a few steps back and fix some of the damage, he turns away and gives a dismissive wave of his hand. Go wash her car. I stop in my tracks. What? It's very simple. Grab a bucket and some water. You're acquainted with that process by now, aren't you? His grin is smug. If he wasn't an old man, I wouldn't hesitate to punch it off his face. Use this as an opportunity to touch her heart. I'm not washing her damn car. I hate washing my own car. I take it to the cleaners so I don't have to deal with it. You got demoted from the store, so that's where you'll start, from the bottom. I'm not. Then there's the door. He adjusts his chin at the exits. And don't come back. For a split second, I consider charging through the door, taking my pride and my issues with me, pounding my fist against Nataya's door and demanding she come home. Again, something holds me back. Desperation, an understanding that I can't fix this on my own. I inhale and let out a deep breath through my mouth. Fine. Good. Doc gestures to the tool pan and smiles. Now grab me that spanner. Chapter 11. Nataya. Mom's taking a nap on Sunday afternoon when I settle into the living room to read a book. There's a shirtless man on the cover. The wind in his hair, a smirk on his lips. The woman in his arms has dark skin and curly hair. I don't have time to read often, but I enjoy it. The escape. The promise of a love that will endure long after the book is closed and shoved away into a bookshelf or lost in a virtual library. In real life, the pages keep turning. Conflicts keep popping up. In real life, the couple who seemed so in love lose their steam and divorce, break up, hate each other. Real life sucks. So I open the book and I dive in. That's when I hear it. A thunk, a splash of water, a clop of footsteps. My eyes skitter up to the window, to the sunshine streaming through the panes and dancing over Mom's rug and her soft, worn couch. I push myself off the sofa and approach the window. My eyes fix on a man in a white t-shirt. Even before my brain registers the sight of him, my heart gasps. Stone. He's throwing buckets of water on my car. Soapy suds fall down the sides and pool on the pavement, cascading around his sneakers and splashing against his jeans. What is he doing here? Is he washing my car? Confusion descends, swarms around my mind. I don't get it. I really don't. The last time we met, I yelled at him, pushed him away. I let my rage form spikes that I shot into his flesh and through his heart. I did that, and I suffered for it, regretted it, wrestled with it. I had resigned myself to Stone giving up, to never seeing him again, to losing every hope of reconciliation. Who would come back for more after I slammed the door so firmly? Who would put themselves out there again? Not Stone. Not the man whose pride meant more to him than money, than fame. Not my husband. I was wrong. He's there, muscles straining against his t-shirt, sweat running down his back and mixing with the sudsy water that flows over his arms and shoulders, eyes intent on my car as he scrubs in circles. My heart thuds louder and louder. I can't believe he's cleaning my car of all things. Stone hates that chore with such passion that even I was forbidden from doing it. I lick my lips, watch as the sun bounces off his thick black hair, the long black beard, the muscles that bend and contract as he moves. He's here, and it feels like a part of my armor chips, crumbles, falls to the ground and screams, like there's a part of me that melts, just a small part, no bigger than a peephole. Stone glances up, right into my window. I pull away and slam my back against the wall, adrenaline spiking through my veins. Where is Stone's perseverance coming from? Did he really mean it when he said he'd prove that I was precious to him? I know Stone. I know him like the back of my hand. Everything. The lines that form around his eyes when he's happy. The wrinkles that knit between his brows in fury. I know the quirk of his eyebrows when he's confused. The dip of his back. The cadence and thud of his footsteps. The precision in his hands. I know the laughter that makes his beard tremble. The sighs that make it lift. The moans that make it slacken. I know how he sleeps and how he reaches for me in the middle of the night. I know what he looks like in the morning and what he tastes like when he's barely awake. I know how hot he likes his shower water and what order he shaves in. I know why he did what he did to break us. Had I expected it? No. It's why my heart stopped beating and my mind crashed when I saw the email that fateful day, when I learned what he'd done. But the moment I saw the betrayal, I understood his intentions. Because I know him. There was always me and Stone. Even in the hatred, in the love, in the confusion, he was always the center. My footsteps barely make a sound as I creep back toward the window and inch the curtain away again. He's filling the bucket with water from the pipe. His steps are sure and firm. He rinses off the suds and takes a brush, cleaning the underside of my car. There's intensity in his eyes and firmness in his movements. The sun beats down on his head, but he keeps going. I watch for another 15 minutes, memorize his movements, the tension in his brow, the concentration with which he works. Should I go out? Speak to him? My chest heaves as I struggle to figure it out. Then he finishes with my car. I dig my fingers into the curtain, expecting him to leave, expecting to see his back as he moves down the sidewalk and gets into his own vehicle. Or maybe he'll approach the door. Maybe he thinks washing my car is his ticket back in. Maybe he'll discount all my words and try to force his way to forgiveness again. He does neither. Stone fills the bucket all over again and wipes the sweat on his forehead with the back of his hand. I watch him walk past my car to my mother's. Watch him pour water over it, too. Watch him grab the scrub and start to wash. My heart bucks, melts, shudders. The reasons why I should stay in the house begin to dwindle until they're nothing, until they're shoved into a corner where they pull their knees up into their chest and make themselves small. I rush to the kitchen for a glass of water. My bare feet smack against the floor. I reach for the doorknob, shove, out, down the stairs. Stone doesn't see me coming. He's too busy running the scrub down the side of my mother's old car. His shirt is so damp that it's sticking to him like a second skin. His hair is beginning to curl from the humidity. I stand behind him, silent, hesitant. It's strange. With Stone, when we first got married, I never had to wait for reassurance to come. I never had to beg for understanding. His affection was there. His attention was there. It wasn't a fight. Now, things have gone completely awry. Reaching out to touch him scares me for some reason. I feel as if the moment my fingers brush his skin, I'll lose all control, all my hurt, all my distance. I'll let it go so I can wrap my fingers around him and submerge my skin in his. I know that's dangerous. I know that dropping our issues for a second won't hide them. They'll still exist at our feet, waiting for acknowledgement and resolution. So I keep my hands to myself. My fingers dig around the glass of water. Tiny sprays from the soap smack my legs. Water creeps over the hot pavement of the driveway and slips between my toes. Stone turns to put the scrub back in the bucket and freezes when he sees me. The emotions play over his face too quickly. I can't make them all out. Surprise. I can see that one though. I offer the water to him. He doesn't take it, doesn't move. His stare thrums with intensity and darkens with longing. Here. I shove the cup forward even more. The water sloshes around in the glass as my hands tremble. He takes the cup from me and his long, thick fingers brush over mine. It sends electricity skittering through my skin, sends my heart beating in a way that threatens to end my life. Thank you, he says quietly. His voice is different. I don't have to dig deep to unearth what's behind it. The hesitancy is evident even if it is muted. We're in a brutal new territory. There's a distance to our relationship that's colder than the one between strangers. That's worse because we know what it's like to be drawn to each other. There's caution where there should have been confidence. Something's broken. But there's a clean and gleaming car standing to my left. There's a hole in my armor. And my husband drinks all the water I offer him. Thanks, he smiles. It's small, quiet, a question. I smile back. It's not an answer, but it's a step. I turn away from Stone and I head back inside, closing the door softly behind me. Chapter 12. Stone. I dance into work on Monday. My assistant stares at me like I'm crazy, like her biggest fear has come to life and her boss has fallen completely over the deep end. I ask for my schedule and she rattles it off to me, her eyes darting up to mine every few minutes, as if she's trying to gauge my sanity by her gaze alone. My smile widens when I imagine her Googling my symptoms later. Sudden bout of happiness? excessive smiling, humming, dancing? I grin harder when I think of what the internet search will return to her. Alien abduction, mental breakdown, suicidal thoughts. The scent of green soap greets me when I step into my cubicle. I reach for my gun and prepare it, my hands working by rote and freeing my mind to wander, well, where it always wanders, to Nataya. Yesterday was a success, cause for celebration, a relief. It felt like we took a step forward. Finally. When I saw her standing behind me in the driveway, hand clutching tightly to a cold glass of water, I thought I was hallucinating. She was a dream. The sight of her, tall, willowy, and elegant, beautiful, the woman who made me seek out a mechanic to fix us. All I could do was stare at her while clutching a sponge and dripping dirty soap all over my feet. I didn't expect her to come out of the house, to look at me, to speak to me. But she did. She offered water and smiled, the kind of smile that I was used to getting from her, the ones that pressed against my soul and synced up with mine until our smiles clicked, fit just right against each other. I wasn't stupid enough to believe that I could hold her, touch her, bring her home. But I wanted more. I longed to adore her. She was stunning in a tank top exposing her chest, yellow shorts clinging to flared hips. Gold hoops and pink lip gloss made me wish I could taste the flavor of her, made me wish I could kiss her. "Stone?" A female client walks in and nervously plays with her hair. "I'm your, 9 o'clock. I nod to the chair. A smile flirts with her lips. "I'm Amanda." "Nice to meet you." I pull out the sketch we agreed on over email. "This your first time?" It's a question I already know the answer to. Her eyes betray her, and her body is shaking. I recognize this type of client on sight. She's the kind of girl who wants something feminine on a tiny patch of skin in the most painful spots. Wrists, hips, ribs, ankles. It's always the small, elegant women who have a thing for the most painful tattoos. And Amanda here, she's signing up for torture. "Yup, I'm a virgin. I mean..." She blushes prettily. "I know what you meant." I arch an eyebrow. She winces. How much will it hurt?" "It will hurt." I never sugarcoat with clients. Ever. But I don't want to scare her off either. These types, it always takes a lot of courage just to walk into the shop, just to send in a sketch, just to make the appointment. But you can get through it. "Thanks." She sucks her bottom lip into her mouth and massages her arm. Her brown eyes wince when they land on mine. They're the same shade as Nataya's, that impossibly dark and deep brown that seems bottomless. Nataya's never gotten a tattoo. Her body's a clean slate, and my tatted friends rib her endlessly for it. On the other hand, her fancy elitist friends fully support her choice. To them, tattoos are crass and wild, beneath them. Like I am. Those country club goons don't bother hiding their disdain for me. When we're around them, I'm usually fending dark looks, judgmental stares, whispers, and purses clutched close to the chest. Other people's opinions have never bothered me. The differences between us have never bothered me either. Nataya is the woman I fell in love with. There's no condition to that, no clause. Doesn't matter to me if she's a different color than I am, or if her skin's never been inked. She's mine. That's all that matters. I shake my head to get my thoughts off my wife. I need to focus here, and I can't take the risk that Amanda's first tattoo will be a fancy rolling script of Nataya on her ribcage. Tell me about the sketch, I say, hoping to get back on track. Truth is, I don't really need a rundown. I know this design back and front. It's a simple butterfly surrounded by sunflowers. Cheerful, hopeful. She wants to wear something happy. A reminder, maybe? Well, it's kind of silly. She tugs on her flower earrings. Doubt it. She nods. Yes, it is. Gestures to the side of her shirt as she tugs it up. There's this guy. Ah. I swipe her side with a cotton ball dripping with rubbing alcohol. Run it over her pale skin. Fan it to make it dry. When that takes too long, I lean down and blow on it. Amanda closes her eyes and her words drift off. A groan tumbles from her red lips, and then she clamps her mouth shut and winces. I let the moment slide. It's not the first time women have melted when I prep them. There's something about getting tattooed. It sends the endorphins hurtling, adrenaline rushing, blood pumping. Women come alive. Something inside them gets eager to prolong the experience and hold on to the endorphins. Something dangerous and compelling makes them bold, makes them flirt. It all flies over my head. My art has never been a tool to get women. I don't see my clients. They're stretches of skin over bone, grunts of temporary agony, trembling smiles. They're canvas that breathe and expand. I keep the conversation going. What's he like? She licks her lips. He's tall. I press the stencil to her side. Basic. She laughs. You think so? It's not like anyone can control how tall they are. Her laugh is nervous. He has tattoos. Is that why you were here? I tape the stencil to her ribs. Because you want something in common with him? I'm not going to judge, but I doubt that ploy will work. I've seen plenty of broken hearts in my years. I've sketched thousands of Latin phrases that boil down to the English equivalent of screw men. Never seen a woman walk in hoping to get a guy with her tattoo though. It's too painful, too permanent. There are easier routes to take. He's a lot more than his tattoos. Her eyes dart to the left. He's sweet, smart, and talented. I've been watching him for a long time and I finally got the courage to talk to him. This tattoo means a lot to me. It's worth it. He's worth it, even if it's complicated. Complicated? How? I chuckle. He's not married, is he? Yeah, She sucks in a sharp inhale. Can we get to it? The longer we dried out. Sure. I realized I've pushed too far. I don't usually. When it comes to clients, I let them steer the conversation. If they want to talk, I listen. My heart is too light today. It keeps going back to Nataya, to the smile on her lips, her fingers beneath mine as we held the cup together, to the fact that she came outside. All right, I grab my gun, dip it in the ink. Ready? Amanda nods. 1, 2. I turn the gun on, place the needle on her skin. 3. She jumps before it's even made contact. Her eyes pressed closed and her fingers dig into the vinyl seat. Then she yelps, "Wait, wait!" My eyebrows hike. I turn the gun off. She squeezes her eyes shut. "I changed my mind. I can't do this." "It's okay. Just take a breath. We can continue when you're..." She wraps her fingers tightly around the chair as if she's still bracing herself for the needle. "I don't want a tattoo." My brows furrow. Amanda tilts her head and pins me with a desperate look. "I want you." I almost burst out laughing because she can't be right. I don't even know this girl. "You're the guy I was talking about." She wraps pale fingers around my wrist. I used the tattoo as an excuse because I didn't know how else to approach you." I'm so shocked, I don't even pull my hand away. Flirting I can handle, but this outright confession? Amanda surges to her feet, red staining her cheeks. "I haven't seen your wife around lately, and I figured..." She licks her lips. "Maybe I finally have a chance." "What?" "I like you, Stone." She bats thick eyelashes. "Is there any way you could like me back?" Chapter 13. Nataya. I step into Stone's shop and approach his cubicle when I hear someone's desperate confession. It sounds like a young girl from the breathiness of her voice, from the way her words tremble on the edges like they're rattlesnakes. It does not surprise me that my husband has admirers, especially when they meet him in his shop. Stone's a quiet man when he's working, but he's also a man standing solidly inside his purpose. He was created to hold that tattoo gun, and the energy he gives off when he's in creative mode can stir up hearts and melt ice. No, the confession itself does not surprise me. It's the irritation that sweeps through my chest. It courses through my veins, pounds in my fingers and toes, makes me want to tear the wall down, grab someone's hair, grab someone's neck, fight like a maniac. How dare she touch what's mine? 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 But Stone isn't mine. Not anymore. Not since I mistakenly got that email telling me how far we'd drifted apart. I breathe in, out. "I'm married," Stone says from his workstation. His voice is firm, his rejection unwavering. Another chink in my armor cracks hearing him choose me. I reach out and rest my palm against the side of the wall. It feels like my lungs are closing up. Something has lodged in my throat. I can't get it out. I can't breathe. I have a wife, and I love her more than life itself. She is my sun and my moon. But the only service I provide is art. If that's not what you came for, you should leave. Heavy silence follows. Even though I trust Stone, my heart starts beating wildly as I imagine all sorts of raunchy scenarios. What if she steps just a little closer? What if she kisses him? Would he let her? I take a step forward, burning with righteous indignation. Then I stop, think about it. We're separated. We're broken without any expectations of getting fixed soon. He's a man, a handsome man with a wife who hasn't touched him in almost a month. As far as I know, he hasn't been with anyone since then. The silence draws out, lengthens. 1 beat, 2. She hasn't left. He rejected her, but she's still standing in his workshop. The temptation has room to grow, expand, and bleed into the bed where Stone is sleeping without me. I cover my mouth and force myself to move back. My heart thumps so loudly, I'm sure he can hear it through the walls. I'm sure they can both tell. They can both sense the pathetic wife creeping outside, listening to their conversation, too afraid to step forward and too invested to step back. "No one has to know," the woman whispers. I almost choke, and still Stone says nothing. Are his sexual needs worth more than our marriage? Is the promise of a new, fresh pair of legs, a new groan to discover, a new taste on his tongue enough to tempt him away? "Whatever you're looking for," Stone says at last, "you won't find it here." A tortured cry breaks through the air. It clings to my skin like a nasty, oily film. It makes me want to tear the walls down and destroy whoever made that sound. How dare she weep after coming on to a man with a wife? How dare she play the victim? The crying gets louder. Footsteps thud. A moment later, a slim woman comes flying out of Stone's workstation. She's not what I imagined. For some reason, when I heard her voice, I pictured someone svelte and worldly. I saw a woman with thick and wavy hair. I saw a woman with a long oval face, the kind that photographs well in magazines and on billboards. I saw thick lashes, heavy red makeup, and bright red lips. I saw a sparkling red sequined dress with a daring slit. This girl is a kid. Someone with milk in her teeth. Someone who has no idea how easily the world can chew her up and spit her out. She has brown hair, brown eyes, and brown sneakers. Normal. She's a normal girl who wanted to get entangled with another woman's husband. There's sincerity in her eyes. Whatever she's feeling for Stone, it's not just lust. It's genuine, and it's bursting out of her. My fingers relax. Each hand presses against my pants. She used her youth and her eagerness, yet he turned her down. She has nothing more to offer. A temptation has no power with a man who is committed to his marriage. The young lady glances up at that moment. Our gazes connect. Guilt skitters over her features. My first instinct is to smile at her, a smug grin, one that says, "Did you see that? Do you see how you're lower than scum?" I school my expression, jerk my gaze away from her, and walk past her like she's nothing, because she is nothing to me, and nothing to Stone. I will not fight a homewrecker. I refuse to give her that much power, especially since my husband did all the fighting for me. The moment she's out of my sight, she's out of my mind, like she never existed. Like a mosquito, I smacked and flicked away, only to continue on with my task. Stone's jaw hardens when he hears me coming. "Amanda, I already told you I'm not." He glances up. His brown eyes fall on me, widen, then blink rapidly. "Nat? What are you doing here?" "What did you tell Amanda?" I set my purse on the vinyl seat. He pins his lips together. I can see his mind spinning, worrying, wondering if he should tell me, if he should share that part of his life with me. His hesitancy chews away at my happiness and reminds me that my husband is more than capable of deceit. More than capable. And that's what broke us. He destroyed us when he made a huge decision all by himself and then hid it from me. Is he about to lie to me again? Stone rubs the back of his neck. She's a client. That didn't answer the question, Stone. My tone is harsh. I see him wince, see him get a little smaller. My heart rips in half. I'm snapping and biting him. I'm raking my claws through him. Why can't I put the anger away? It jumps out of me in the quiet, in the pockets of clarity, in the moments I should be melting. It was nothing. How often does that happen? I nod at the door where Amanda fled. That nothing. His expression relaxes. You heard. You tried to hide it. Only because it doesn't mean anything. He lifts a shoulder. If I was tempted, I would have brought it up. You expect me to believe that? He arches an eyebrow. I know you do. His lips tug up, and it annoys me how handsome my husband appears in that moment. You let her walk without stopping her. You didn't fight. You didn't feel the need to fight. Don't act like you know me. How am I supposed to act then? I grit my teeth. You know why they don't tempt me, Nat? His voice is quiet, thoughtful. He slips a gloved hand into his pocket. Brawny shoulders bunch up to his ears. His thick black hair is a mess that I want to run my fingers through. I think of the commitment I made to you, of the promise I made to my wife. I think of the man I want to be and the world I want to live in. And my choice is clear every time. Even now? I ask, searching his eyes for the truth, for a flicker of deceit, for a warning sign. Stone remains in place. His hands slip out of his pockets and remain loosely by his side. His gaze burrows into me, revealing all his thoughts. Even now. My pulse hammers. The world stops turning for a moment. And then I start moving. Forward, hands around his neck, fingers in his hair. Not stopping to think, I arch up and kiss him. Chapter 14. Stone. Darkness is the absence of light, and my darkness is the absence of Nataya. The nights without her clawed through me, tore me from the inside until I was nothing but skin, bones, and misery. I felt like a blind man stumbling through a big empty house. Without her, I couldn't see. But when she kisses me, I hear electricity crackling through every one of my veins. I hear sunlight hissing against the sidewalk. I hear a voice saying, "Let there be light." And there's light. There's Nataya. She tastes like watermelon lip gloss, like sweet tea, like something I never want to lose again. I move toward her, wind my arms around her waist. The struggle of the past few weeks fall away, the unease, the distance. I silence Doc's voice in my head. He tells me I have to earn this, that I have to go back to the basics, that I can't solve our problems with a band-aid, with glue, with lust. The voice says our problems are still there. Our engine is still busted, still needs to be overhauled, that we can't go anywhere by simply forcing a cap into a valve and calling it a day. That the situation will get more complicated when it's over. The thoughts move through my head like a wave, roaring, battering, and then it's pulled out to the sea, and then it's gone. I hold Nataya a little harder, a little tighter. I press my lips to hers and see the light pulsing behind my eyelids. My hands desperately grasp her. My fingers sweep her skin, up her shoulder blades, down the middle of her back, up to her neck. Grabbing, touching, squeezing. She moans and my mouth insists on taking that sound, pulling it closer, marking it as mine. Mine. She's mine. Her body is soft against me, melting into me, silk where I'm steel, gentleness where I'm strength, wet where I'm hard. The heat of her, of this kiss, envelops me, sets me aflame. She pulls back, wraps her slender fingers around my wrist, tugs. I see the determination in her eyes, the little muscle jumping in her jaw. She's letting the moment carry her away, frantic, almost desperate to hold on to the present and not think about the rest. She has doubts of her own, worries beyond our throbbing bodies and aching hearts, but she's pushing them aside too, pushing them with all her might so she can be with me. I need to put my lips on hers again, for her sake, for mine. Holding her hand tightly, I lead her out of the workshop. There's not enough privacy in there. The walls aren't high enough to swallow her moans. They're not thick enough to keep my grunts from leaking through. Anyone can walk in, can see what I'm about to do to my wife. Privacy. Nataya and I need a minute alone. The journey to my office is short, quiet, rushed. We don't say anything. Words will ruin this, ruin us. Words will remind us of how far we are from where we should be, of the fact that we're sleeping on separate beds in separate houses. This moment is about bridging the gap, filling it with something familiar and smooth, enveloping it in the scent of us, that musky coating that's produced when we come together. I drag her into my office and slam the door shut with my foot. Desperate hands blindly reach for her. I grab a fistful of her hair and yank, expose her delicate throat, scrape my teeth against her skin, against her lower lip. Nataya groans when I crush her against the door, when I keep her pressed there with my ties. She kisses me back while reaching for the doorknob. I notice her fingers skittering around, and I almost stop until I hear a click, the lock sliding into place. We both freeze. I meet her eyes in the silence, in the heaving of my chest, in the breath that mingles with hers. Her gaze is heavy with need. Her fingers twitch in my shirt. She's going to destroy me, unless I destroy her first. My body moves in familiar ways to familiar places. Hands on her jeans, fingers digging into fabric and flesh, into muscle and bone, pushed high to ride, to balance against the wall. Fingers on belt buckles, pulling zippers, sinking below silk and cotton until there's just flesh, until there's just Nataya's sighs whispering through my ears, her moans filtering up to the light on the ceiling. I know this place, this feeling. I own it. I'm king. Greed and impatience spurs me forward. My fingers push harder, firmer, rougher. Her body takes it all, absorbs it all. My wife bucks, twists, curses. The first scream rings in my ears, sends satisfaction hurtling through me. My smile is wet, my lips, my fingers, my tongue. She trembles like a hurricane, like a lone leaf in the wind. Again, I show her, I push her, taint her. A second time. There's no screaming, only tears, only a strangled whimper that sounds like my name, like a prayer for mercy. But I offer none. I'm a wicked king, a jealous king, a desperate king. I drag her deeper into the room. Her legs can't seem to function right. She stumbles, moves like her knees are jello. It's okay. We don't need to go far. I push her up against the desk, guide her fingers to dig into the edge of the table. Her hair tugs earlier were too hot, too intense. I won't be able to concentrate if she does that again. Nataya spreads her legs wide. Her fingers reach for me, wrap around me. I almost lose my mind, but it's not time. I still have more to give, to punish her with, to take. It's not enough, never enough. I need to own her completely. She releases me when I don't step between her legs. Her eyes are half hooded, hazy with desire. She glances down again, sees how ready I am for her, how heavy I am for her, arches an eyebrow in question. I just grin, slide down to my knees, answer her without words, and she has no words either, only screams, only tortured moans. I don't stop when she begins to unravel. I give her eternity in a moment. She gives me groans in return. Soft whimpers, the scrape of her nails against the back of my head. Then I get up. I kiss her and make sure she tastes the promise and the apology on my lips. The vow that I will make it up to her, somehow, some way. She hears the words in her heart, but she answers with her lips. Can you? I unzip my jeans and pull her into me. Watch the way her face crinkles, the way her body adjusts as I stretch her to the limit. Her eyes roll back and she digs her fingers into my shoulder, leaves familiar scars, leaves precious indents. I'm sorry. I rub her chest with my thumb. If I could do it all over again, I'd make different choices. Why didn't you? She grunts as I move my hips. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't know how. Stone. I didn't know how to say the words. Why not? I shake my head. Hurt and pleasure makes her voice raw. You knew I wanted children. I knew. Faster. She gasps, bites down on my shoulder. I wasn't ready. Jerk. Yeah. I slow my hips as I catch my breath. I deserve more awful names than that. I shouldn't have gotten the surgery without consulting you. I shouldn't have made you find out like this, but I did. I messed up, Nat. My hands make a slow exploration down her body, back up to her chest, to her jaw that I grip firmly so I can kiss her, to hold her hips in place as my invasion begins in earnest. And it's wild, intense, heightened, as chaotic as a tornado, as beautiful as a lightning storm. Flesh smacks against wood, hands slap and scrape. The desk creaks in rhythm, protests the aggression, the pressure, the weight. Please, Nat, let me fix this. Her eyes squeeze shut, pulls with conflict and conviction. The love we feel for each other is rabid and evident. The truth of it rings in the air, in the sweat that runs down her body and drips onto mine, as real and powerful as the wind, as constant as a sunrise. I know that I can repair this. I know that the decision I made that stole her dream from her can't be the end of us, can't break us. I hate you, she hisses, and then she gives me her body in a way that shatters the words, in a way that proves her a liar. And I punish her for it, push her harder into me, into oblivion. I rampage until her body wilts and tears slip out of the corners of her eyes, until she rasps my name, her brokenness a prayer all in one guttural whimper, until her body goes still. I stare at her, at the way she's breathing hard, shaking, shivering. I reach for something that used to be, and find it's no longer there. Fear winds its way past the desire, past the explosion rocking my chest, past the body pressed under mine on the desk. I see beyond the stars rattling through my vision, and notice that we're not connected, not the way we should be. I made the wound bigger, deeper. I sigh. I grip her closer, and I realize that maybe, beyond the rubble, this is all Nat and I have left. Chapter 15. Nataya. Stone picks my blouse off the floor and grips my heels in the crook of his fingers. He takes the wet wipes on his desk and cleans between my thighs. I don't kiss him as I put myself back together. I don't melt when he gets dressed and pulls me back into his arms. Self-loathing pulses through my veins, filling up the space that Stone just poured into. It chases the calm, pulls darkness and shadows into the light. How long ago? I whisper, staring at the wall beyond his shoulder. Nat. How long, Stone? He shifts beneath me, muscles contract, sigh heavy. 5 years. 5 years. The words pummel into me, stab me in the chest, in the gut. 5 years ago, I told you I wanted kids. He doesn't answer. The heat emanating off him is suffocating. My hands move to his chest, push, out. My heels skitter back. The moisture on my clothes, on the floor, on the desk, makes me slip, makes me furious. I gave him my body, and he abused it, tore it, destroyed it. I gave him my heart, and he did the same. Idiot! Fool! I kissed him first. I locked the door. My body wanted the damage, the pain, but not this. I didn't want this. I'm sorry, Stone says. Of course he is. Of course. He couldn't break us with something as simple as long nights away, too many trips for work, and constantly prioritizing tattoos over me. No, that wouldn't be enough. He knew. And so he went looking for something that would taint us forever. Blind, arrogant dunce that I was, I cleared everything in my path, in my life, so my hand could be available whenever he was free. Palm up, fingers stretching, waiting for him to have the time to fold his hand into mine. Waiting for 5 years. 5 years of midnight strolls in the park, chatting about the seesaw and the slides, dreaming about a future my husband silently made sure was not going to be an option. 5 years of steaming nights, bursting wide open, accepting him inside me, on top of me, beneath me. I was wild and persistent, thinking of the baby that could come from our love, from our passion, from the bodies that bucked and rode and fell together. 5 years of smiles, waking up to each other in the morning with gunk in our eyes and sleep on our breaths. Meals we cooked and ruined, meals we aced, laughter that poured and poured until I felt I'd drown in happiness. 5 years of too good, good enough, comfortable, easy, hope. 5 years of forever, of lies. I thought I knew all his secrets, the embarrassing ones that woke him up in the middle of the night and made him cringe, the deep, sinister scars that he wished he could wash away, the secrets that everyone would judge except me, except his wife. I thought our love was built on commitment, honesty, and trust. I thought we were made of friendship and intimacy. But 5 years ago, he got a surgery that would keep us from having kids. And he didn't tell me. Alarm bells ring in my ears. The awards on his wall turn fuzzy and hazy from the tears that rush to my eyes. I don't let them fall. My pride won't allow it. But they linger, like storm clouds hovering in the sky, promising a torrential amount of rain. 5 years. Our child would have been walking and talking, maybe picking up a talent and skill. Piano, art. They would have been in preschool, maybe in a martial arts class, taekwondo. The house wouldn't have been so empty. I drop my hands to my knees, focus on breathing, on staying upright, on keeping my fists away from Stone's face, on not breaking my jaw as I clench it too tight, on resisting the alarm bells in my ears. My eyes lift, and I see Stone stooping in front of me. His lips are moving. How long has he been talking? What more is there to say? Excuses. They're all excuses. I don't need to hear them to know that. 5 years. Freaking hell. Haven't I learned my lesson? After all I've been through, haven't I gotten it through my thick head that I can't trust anyone? That to stay safe, to stay protected, I should hold on to fear and loneliness? I gather myself up and stumble to the door. I almost trip, but I keep going. My purse is somewhere there on the floor next to the wall where my husband pinned me up and made me see stars. Forcing myself to turn, I grab my bag from the floor and unlock the door. Stone is right there, 2 steps behind me, then in front of me. Nataya, don't speak to me. I'm amazed by how clear the words are, how fierce they sound when, inside, I'm a blubbering and wilted mess. You've done enough. We've both done enough today, haven't we? He wipes his lips with the back of his hand, smears my lipstick on his cheeks. His eyes fall to the ground, to my pumps, the heels I kicked off when he threw me on the desk and dove between my legs. A crazed laugh bubbles in the back of my throat, a loud cackling thing that'll make me sound like a witch, like a woman who's lost her mind. I shove it back down before it sees the light of day. For all my harsh words and my armor, I didn't hesitate to take my clothes off. Not once. I took him in, hoisted my hips, rode the wave until it crashed into me. And now I'm paying for it. But isn't this too cruel? Isn't this too high a price? You knew how much having a baby meant to me. I spoke for hours and hours about names and nursery themes. I cried into your arms when the tests kept showing negative. I made schedules and took vitamins and consulted with doctors on my own. Always on my own. I shake my head. At least now I know why. The veins in his eyes are red and bulging. Regret beams from his expression, but it doesn't move me. Stay the hell away from me. Just stay away. Don't bring any more mop buckets. Don't. If I'm ever ready to talk to you again, I'll call you. If I send divorce papers, freaking sign it. Nat. He steps forward. I fling the door open, leave him standing in his office. His gaze burns a hole into my back. I feel him even after I've left the shop, even after I'm in my car, screaming down the highway. He's on me, inside me, still. I feel him everywhere. My fingers dig into the steering wheel. I drive to the jazz club, past the shadows, past the door, through the curtains. I stand in front of my mother on the stage with her band. She takes one look at me and calls a break. I'm pulled into a corner. I'm given a drink, a pat on the shoulder, told to breathe. I can't breathe. He's there, all over me. His fingerprints are on my soul. I can't wash him off, wash it off. The betrayal, the loss. I hate him. I curse. I tremble. I wish for wrath and fire to fall on my husband's head. Mom falls into the stool beside me. Who are we cursing out? I can't do this. Mom leans over and takes a big sniff. She taps her fingers on the desk, arches an eyebrow in that knowing way. You smell like stone. Are you talking about him? My heart pinches, crunches into itself. It was the last time. Yeah? I hate him. Mom frowns. Maybe instead of saying that one line over and over, you could give me some details, so I can hate him too. I tell her everything. As I speak, her expression tightens, lips flatten, hands press against the bar. She curses. He did what? The truth is out, but I don't feel free. I'm exhausted. Yes. You know what makes me even more upset? Tell me, because I can't think right now. I can't. It's too much to process. For 5 years, he knew. He knew that his choice was the reason you couldn't have children. And he didn't tell you. He thought everything would magically be okay if he hid it. Exactly. I rub my forehead. He manipulated you. He only considered what he wanted and had no thought to what you wanted, what you needed. Her voice slashes through my ears. It's angry and hot and red. End it. My eyes lift. Mom. End it now. She shakes her head, scowls. Can you salvage anything from a relationship like that? I'll call the lawyer. He'll build a case that'll leave Stone bankrupt. Mom's anger seems to take all the life from mine, like a small match burning out after spreading to a forest. No. I put my hand on hers, stop her from dialing. Her jaw drops. Nataya! I'm going home, I say. Not to Stone, Mom snaps. No, not to Stone. He stopped being my home a long time ago. The realization stumps me, slaps me, stabs me, and the first tear falls down my cheek. Chapter 16. Stone. The door of the workshop rumbles open. It makes a strange and loud metallic sound as the gears brush against one another and the shutters rise. Doc steps into the room and stops short when he sees me with a mop bucket in hand. Stone? Hey, Doc. I set the mop back into the bucket. The secretary let me in. Doc sets his backpack on the table. I can see that. I'm here early. I can see that too. The place looked like it could use some tidying and I hesitate, force a smile. I've got some experience cleaning up shops. He studies me for a long moment, thick fingers stroking the gray beard. I stand there, letting him inspect me. What can I say? What can I do? I had Nataya in my arms for one brilliant moment, and then it all crashed and burned. I'm done doing things my own way, or Doc's way with my own twist. If this man says to jump, I'm going to measure the distance by the exact degree and hit it. Now you're ready, Doc says, his face breaking out into a big smile. Ready to what? Listen. He moves across the room. I follow him. Wrench? He nods. I hand him the tool and grip the hood of the broken down car. The engine is still separated from the truck. The hunk of greasy and oily gears looks despondent on the table. The gutted metal frame of the car looks just as depressed. I wasn't entirely honest with you. My hand leaves the hood, runs down my face. My marriage had a bigger issue, something much more complicated than the fact that I work all the time. Doc simply tilts his head. I'm listening. I flatten my trembling hands against my jeans. I got a vasectomy. No reaction on Doc's face. Perhaps I'm not the first man to do that. Perhaps I'm not the first coward he's repaired. 5 years ago, without telling Nat. The words are bitter on my tongue, painful to evoke. Each sentence feels like it's made of sharp, barbed wire, and dragging it out of me rakes my most vulnerable insides and leaves behind a mess. Why? Doc asks quietly, working on another valve of the engine. I wasn't ready for kids. Spanner. Doc points to the toolbox. I hand it to him. My parents grew up piss poor. All my life, I went to school wearing worn, second-hand clothes. My stomach would growl in the middle of third period because I never ate breakfast. My shoes. I laugh bitterly. Jordans, Nikes. I couldn't afford the latest sneakers. I couldn't even afford to look at them. And many of us grew up without buying the latest sneakers. It rarely keeps us from having kids. Not me, Doc. No child of mine should go through what I did. I fist my hands. Back then, Nat and I were just getting on our feet. I was working at a shop, struggling to pay the bills, struggling to be the provider she deserved. I thought you said your wife owned a boutique. Yes, but that's her money. Nat comes from a wealthy family. People rarely understand how far out of my league Nat is. The first time I visited her dad's house, I was overwhelmed. He's a big-shot sports agent with tons of connections and more money than I could dream of. I felt inadequate standing there in my best blazer and my scuffed jeans, my $15 watch paling in front of his Rolex, my busted car parked outside next to his Lexus. I felt like a pauper in the presence of royalty. Then Nataya descended the staircase. She looked like a princess. She was always regal and stately, always elegant, always classy. But all of a sudden, I knew where it came from. The other side of Nataya was revealed in her father's house. That night on the dance floor, she was bare feet and tattered jeans and hair flying back and forth. I couldn't tear my gaze away. I thought she was like me. But I was wrong. I realized she was royalty. She was grace. She was big brown eyes that could tear through my soul. She was gold bangles, designer dresses, and red-bottom shoes. She was money. She was a dream. I married a woman who had everything. I slapped my chest. When she chose me, she had to step down from the luxury she'd grown up with. I promised myself that I would work every day and every night to get her back to that place. I wouldn't stop until I'd given her the world. But all she asked for was a baby, Doc says. The air stretches taut. That request felt so much more complicated back then. A burden that grabbed me by the throat and choked me. Every time Nat spoke about a baby, Every time she dragged the subject into normal conversation, I felt like the walls were closing in on me. Valve spring compressor. Doc points to the tool he wants, his gaze locked on the engine. We were so young. Doc grunts as he wrestles with a part on the engine. You told her that? Not in so many words, but she knew my feelings about having kids. I needed to get on my feet. Children are expensive. They need hundreds of diapers a month. There's clothes and food and medicine to pay for. There's emergency doctor visits and then education. Doc, do you know how crazy college tuition is nowadays? He chuckles. No, Nataya knew that I wanted to wait, but she kept pushing and pushing. I didn't understand why she was so desperate about it. Rather than disappoint her, I figured I'd take matters into my own hands, get the surgery, and wait for the perfect time to tell her. 5 years, and you couldn't find the perfect time? I see that now. I run a hand through my hair. Eventually, it just got easier to hide the truth. Doc grabs an oily rag and wipes his fingers on it. Stone, I'm going to teach you my secret sauce. It's the skill that's allowed me to almost never have a problem interacting with women. Okay. My words are slow, hesitant. Stand closer. He gestures me around the hood. I hang back, eyeing him. Doc beckons, come here. I move toward him. He presses his firm hand on my shoulder, leans in, whispers, if something breaks down, it's always the man's responsibility. What? My eyebrows pull into a V. Doc leans back. This car stopped working. He points to the vehicle we're repairing. The engine's been neglected for years. The owners didn't do any oil changes. No checkups. Nothing. Whose responsibility is it to fix the car? Doc, I hardly think that's fair. This car isn't complicated. He runs his hand over the hood. It's very simple. You give it gas, it runs. Give it orange juice, it breaks down. He tosses the oily rag in the tool pan. You give it attention and change the oil on time, you get a vehicle that doesn't stop in the middle of a traffic jam. Very simple. The car is good. When you find a car, you find a good thing. But the driver of the car, now, they're the ones who need the training. I lean back, try my hardest to swallow his wisdom. I already accept that I need to fix this, so what's your point? Fixing this and taking responsibility are two different things. One is focused on the current situation, and the other is a lifestyle, a principle applied to every aspect of your marriage, a habit, you could say. I study the car as his words percolate in my mind. Some of it seeps into my brain. The rest is still bouncing around. Doc nods to the vehicle. I can fix this old car, but if I give it to someone who doesn't believe a car needs gas to run, I'm dooming it to failure. If I give it to someone who refuses to do oil changes and tune-ups, then it's going to wind up in my shop again. Maybe it'll be even worse off than before. I turn to him. I get it. I knew you would. He gives me an approving nod. So what do I do now? I follow Doc as he strides confidently toward the back of the shop. There's no lemon water in the mug yet. He strides past the table and pours water from the dispenser into a plastic cup. What do you mean? That was it. You can pay the secretary and... No,
What do I do to fix? Take responsibility. We started out with mopping her store. Then I got demoted to washing her car. This time, she asked not to see me again, so I'm not sure how I'll swing it, but I'm willing to do anything. Doc pushes out his lips in thought. Okay. Okay? I lean forward eagerly, waiting for the magic piece of advice that will save my crumbling marriage. Do nothing. Doc takes a sip of his water. The world halts around me. I blink once, twice. Excuse me? Stay away from your wife until she contacts you. Go and see her when she reaches out. Protests spring to my lips, but I pull them back. And what do I do in the meantime? Doc's eyes glitter. You learn what the car needs. Right now? Tomorrow. Doc juts his chin at the door. Come back tomorrow. We start with your lessons. On repairing engines? I glance at the metal slabs. No. Tomorrow, you learn womanese. Chapter 17. Nataya. Days shouldn't blur together. They should have meaning, purpose. Mine don't. Not anymore. Not since that last day with Stone. The kiss in his workstation. The hurricane in his office. A piece of me got left behind on that table. His scent is all over it. That piece, me. It fills my vision, makes it hard to remember what existed before he got his hands on it. His lips, his tongue. That piece of me that I left behind is crying out. I hear it in my dreams, the pleas, the whispers, pushing me to fury one moment and making me a blubbering, wailing mess the next. I feel like I'm walking around with a vital organ missing. That absence sits in the middle of my mind, quietly expanding so much that I'll lose track of my words in the middle of dealing with a customer. I'll lose track of papers and invoices. I'll lose track of time. It's midnight. It's 4 a.m. It's night. It's day. They meld together, no rhyme or reason. Sharp looks from my mother bleed into quiet pain, understanding, reassurance. She wants to reach me, but I can't respond. I'm too busy trying to stay numb. There's a piece of me on Stone's desk. I'm not sure if I can get it back, if I want to, if I should. Put that down right now, Nataya. Mom's voice is a sword in my head. 3 sharp slashes of the blade to my brain. Put the vodka down or I swear I'm going to drop kick my only child in the face. My fingers slip away from the liquor that I was about to pour into my orange juice. They slide over the counter, find my mother's hands, then my mother's slim waist. My head finds the pocket of her shoulder. I love you, I whisper. I don't know any other love but this. Her sigh flutters my hair. The next morning, when I get up and float to the fridge, I see that all the liquor is gone from the house. I adore my mother for that, for trying to keep me sane and guard me from my own demons. I close the refrigerator, and she's there, dark brown eyes boring into me, seeing everything that I am. You threw them away, I mumble. Yes. Why? There's no peace in the bottom of a liquor bottle. There's no healing there. Only chains. Her lips flatten into a firm line. I signed you up for dance classes. I don't need to learn. To teach the elderly.
Mom refuses to hear my protests. She refuses to hear anything but my engine starting up and my car rumbling south to the community center, to a room that smells like Bengay and perfume, to hardwood floors and waists that still roll and shake despite the threat of bruises and bones slipping out of place. I come back home smelling like old ladies and sweat and pie. And it's good because it covers the fragrance of stone. And it's good because old ladies tend to talk a lot. They talk and talk until I'm forced to snap into the moment and respond. Then I come home, and Mom talks too. She keeps talking and talking. She won't stop until I say something in return, until she's got evidence that I'm back with her and not there in that office with Stone. One night, she doesn't ask me how the classes went, about Mildred's hip replacement surgery, about what I'd like for dinner. Mom's slender hands rest on the back of the couch. She's in her red wig, a tight black dress that sparkles beneath the light, black kitten heels. "You're coming to the jazz club tonight," she says. No isn't an option, not with a mother like mine. But I make my annoyance known. I push past the sexy red dress she placed on the bed. I stumble over the kitten heels she put on the floor. My hands reach into my closet, pull out a shirt, jeans, hair in a ponytail. Nothing but gloss on my lips. Her sneer of disapproval barely makes a dent. She stands in front of the door as if she won't let me pass in jeans, as if she'll send me back to change into a slutty dress, the way a father would turn his teenager back for wearing a crop top to school. We have a silent standoff. No, I won't change. No, I won't do my makeup. Dressing up won't hide what's missing. The full breath of Stone's betrayal can't be washed off by perfume, lip gloss, and eyeliner. It's oily. It coats me from head to toe and smells of something I'm not sure I like. "I'm trying to help you," she says. Yes, of course. She's my mother. But she can't do this for me. She can't fix it for me. I'm dancing on the edge of insanity. Stone's still here with me. I feel him. I sense him. In my heart, in my head. She can't stop that. The more she tries, the more pathetic I feel. "Nataya!" Her voice is sharp, calling me to be the woman I'm supposed to be. Strong, brave. Move on. Just move on. I'm annoyed with her, with myself, for being so weak, for lacking convictions. I lack it all. There are moments when I wouldn't mind going back for more, for that piece of me that I left on Stone's table. I wouldn't mind risking it all to have a chance to leave behind another piece of me. And I hate myself for that, for missing him, for missing my husband, mop bucket in hand, soap in hand, muscles bulging in his t-shirt as he wipes my car, as he mops my shop, as he pins me down against a table and frees my skin from clothes. I sit at the table in the jazz club and I imagine what it would be like if Stone walked through the door, if he saw me and waved, if his eyes darkened in appreciation, even though I looked like a whole mess. I imagine the press of his palm against my back, his thighs touching mine beneath the table, his sigh of pleasure as he sips a glass of the good whiskey, the bottle they only bring out for their favorite patrons. I blink, stare at the door. The vision starts again, from the top. Stone walking in, seeing me. His eyes don't darken though, they widen, fill with shock. Why is he so surprised? I blink again, Again. He's still there, still frozen in the doorway. This is happening in reality. Or maybe I've lost it. Maybe my mind just broke in the middle of my mother's jazz set. Maybe I'm on the floor, foaming at the mouth right now while having a nervous breakdown. There's no way it's Stone. No way. But it's too vivid, too real, the way he moves, the way the light bounces off his raven hair and his thick black beard, the tattoos on his brawny arms, the way the jeans hug his thick legs, the way the women in the room turn their heads to look at him, the way their eyes follow him as he moves this way, in my direction, to me. I almost cry. I almost smile. I almost lean toward him and grab his hand. But I don't. He's in front of my table now. His eyes don't meet mine. They look away, past me. I see his back and my heart sinks to my toes. He wasn't heading for my table. His gaze was somewhere else, on someone else. And then my mother's in front of Stone. She takes his hand, and I'm jealous of her. She smiles at him, and I want to growl at her. Mom turns Stone around and points him directly at my table. My breath leaves my body, and my entire frame goes rigid. I hear it when she grins, when she laughs, when she nods at me. "Sit there, Stone." They both turn to look at me. Stone's eyes take me in and brand every inch of my face. My heart pumps faster. My throat closes up and robs me of all breath. "Go sit," Mom says. There's too much desperation in her tone, too much intensity. I immediately resent the statement, the pushiness. Stone looks at me, searching my face as if he can find the answers to life's deepest questions. After a moment, he shakes his head, points to the table he was heading for, mumbles an excuse, and, just like that, my husband walks away. Chapter 18. Stone. Nataya looks like a walking dream, like sunshine glittering on waves, like something precious, regal, and sharp enough to cut through bone and flesh to expose everything underneath. "That her?" Dean asks, nodding to where she's sitting alone at the table directly in front of us. "Yes." I reach for my scotch, take a sip. "Is that why you picked this place when I asked if we could talk?" His dark eyes take me in. "I risked getting mauled by fans so you could stare at your wife from a distance?" "I didn't know she'd be here," I snap. But I was hoping for it, counting on it. I didn't know what else to do. It's been too long since I've seen my wife, since I've held her in my arms, since I've talked to her about her day, about my day, about our hopes and dreams. I don't know how to function without her, which is something I never thought I'd say about anyone. I've always been largely self-sufficient. I promised myself that I'd never depend on another person. I worked hard and separated myself from trailer park origins, from government stamps and handouts, from pity and disdain. I told myself I'd never need anyone in my life, that I'd hike it out on my own. Then I met Nataya, and all that changed. I can't live a week, much less my entire life, without seeing her. So I said, screw it. When Dean called, I told him to meet me across town. I invited him to the show, just in case I needed reinforcements, just in case Nataya was there and I got tempted to break our agreement. got tempted to sit with her, dance with her, eat with her. She didn't call me. She doesn't want to see me. I saw it in her eyes when Yolanda walked off the stage and asked me to stay. It wasn't what Nataya needed, so I headed to where Dean sat in the shadows, trying his best to blend in. Dean shakes his head. If I wanted drama, I'd just go home and deal with my own. About that, I pry my eyes away from Nataya and focus on him. I thought you were taking a break from the tour. My manager booked a few more gigs. You didn't tell him no? In this business, if you're not on top, you're forgotten. He shrugs. People aren't going to give a damn about me forever. I need to take advantage of the opportunities when they show up. I know how that goes. I take a sip. Think about all the long nights I pulled doing tattoos, studying my craft and working on my business to grow it into the machine it is today. Exactly. I just thought that your wife, I glanced at Nataya again. Her back's stiff, her shoulders are hunched. What? My eyes stay on Nat. That you were going to work on your marriage. Jazz and I are taking a break. I whip my head around. Dean stares miserably into his cup. She called a few days ago. And you didn't fly straight home? You didn't go to see her? What could I say? I understand. I eye him hard. You got someone else on the side? No. His answer is firm, almost offended. Not every celebrity is about the sex, drugs, and rock and roll route. That crap never appealed to me. I love my wife. You're just running from her. It's complicated. I make a mental note to give Doc's information to Dean. He could use the help. If he's willing to listen, of course. I know how hard it is to take someone else's advice when pride's involved. They're good. Dean nods to the band on stage, changes the subject. I heard they're going on tour as representatives of their organization. He smirks when I arch an eyebrow. The guy at the bar told me. Everyone here is really proud. I didn't know about the tour, but I'm not surprised. They deserve it. Especially the singer, Dean nods. Woman's got pipes. I nod and admire Yolanda's voice and stage presence. Nataya got a lot of her mother's vibrancy and charisma. She always denied it, always had a reason why her mother was more likable than her, more vivid, more intense. Nataya didn't see herself the same way. But I knew the truth. She might not be as loud and in your face as Yolanda, but her appeal is more magnified because of it. Without opening her mouth, people take notice, stand to attention, adjust their behavior. That's your mother-in-law, right? Yup. She asked you to sit over there. Dean nods at Nat. So why didn't you? His grin stretches over his lips and gleams in his eyes. Playing hard to get? I'm trying to do things the right way this time. Dean looks like he wants to ask me more, but just then, a woman strides toward our table. The shift in Dean's demeanor is immediate. Like a switch, the grin fades and he hunks into the corner, pulling his hat low. Excuse me, the woman says, her eyes darting to Dean and staying there. She tilts her head. I don't mean to interrupt, but has anyone ever told you that you look like Dean Reese? I clear my throat. He gets that a lot. Dean hunkers further in his seat. Undeterred, the woman steps a little closer. Can I get a picture? We're just here to relax. I shake my head and hope she'll take the hint. Dean's only request was that tonight be quiet and chill. I promised him the jazz club was the perfect place to relax. The crowd is usually more mature, more interested in music and their own conversation than spying on others. I didn't expect anyone at the bar to recognize him, at least not so quickly. The woman clasps her hands under her chin as her eyes light up. I'm a huge fan, and it would mean so much to me if... Ma'am? I lift a hand, silently beg for her to cut it out. Can I just sit here then? She pulls out the chair next to me and plants herself on it. I swear, I won't make any noise or tell anyone you were here if you just let me sit. I glance over her shoulder to the table of the woman's friends. They're all staring in our direction as if they're thinking about coming over. Fine, I grumble. Dean's head jerks up and he pins me with a "don't do it" glare. Just tell your people to back off and make sure you keep your promise. I will. Dean hisses at me, stone. Well, do you want your picture all over the tabloids? Just let her sit for a minute. It would be such an honor, she squeals. Dean sighs, but doesn't protest. The woman introduces herself and begins gushing about how much she enjoys Dean's music. It's a small table and, since she's sitting next to me, her body constantly rubs against mine as she leans forward to bring herself as close to Dean as possible. I try to back away, but that only gives her more room to get to Dean. After a while, I let her talk over me, counting down the seconds until I can chase her off. Dean's responses are polite but uninterested, and it's clear he'd rather be anywhere but here. For a second, I pity the guy. He's a superstar with awards and accolades. He travels the world, singing to thousands of fans and meeting new people. But the fame comes with strings, with lack of privacy, with invasion, with entitlement. I touch the woman's shoulder. Hey, how about you and I go and get Dean a drink? Sure. Thanks. Dean's smile is brittle, exhausted. I get up with the girl and glance back at Dean. Gesturing over my shoulder, I give him the signal to leave. He nods and heads briskly to the exits. I make a mental note to text an apology later, and to send him Doc's address. Where did Dean go? The fan turns around when she sees the table we left is empty. The bathroom? Her smile beams. He'll be back, right? Dean left, I say. Sorry. I expect her to throw a tantrum and threaten to call Dean out, whatever rabid fans do these days. Instead, she tosses her hair behind her shoulder and gives me a bright smile. That's okay. I'm just glad I got to sit so close to him. He's amazing. Guess so. I drum my fingers on the counter. My head naturally gravitates to Nataya's table. It's empty. My heart bucks. Did she leave? I should have paid more attention. To be honest, I never had a chance with him anyway. She looks me up and down. I'm not pretty enough. Don't say that, I murmur, distracted and looking around for Nataya. To my surprise, the woman pushes forward and gets into my personal space. Dark eyelashes bat up and down. I know we just met, but do you want to get out of here? Before I can turn her down, a voice snaps. I wish you would. The tone is familiar, sharp. It sends my heartbeat rocketing to a crazed tempo. I spin and lock eyes with my wife. Chapter 19. Nataya. You want to get out of here? The words ring through the air and tear a possessive growl from me. All my life, I promised myself I would never be that clingy wife who held on to a man when he wanted to leave her. I promised myself I'd be detached and cold, that I would never fight the other woman, that it was the man who betrayed me who deserved the beating, and it was the man who would feel my wrath. But right now, lofty intentions aren't worth a crap. My knuckles crack into lethal fists. My teeth clench, eyes narrow to slits. Every molecule in the air holds its breath, preparing for the trajectory of my fist and that woman's face. It wasn't enough that I thought about my husband the entire night. The piano tickled the air. The sax rolled with easy sensuality. My mother's voice trembled through the mic like a magnificent bird, but all I could hear was Stone's gentle laughter. What the hell was so funny? My husband didn't laugh like that unless he was truly amused, unless the person on the other end of the joke had a wicked punchline or a dry delivery. He didn't pity laugh, not for anyone. It was clear Stone was enjoying himself. Around that table, with that woman. There was someone else in the group too. He was too far away for me to see who it was. I couldn't roll my eyes back in my head that far. And I refused to turn all the way around and make it obvious I was spying on them. But the man didn't matter. Not as much as my husband and that woman, who had zero understanding of personal space. I wanted to get up and rip her hair out so many times. She kept giggling, kept leaning forward. Her chest kept bumping into Stone's arm like a child slamming a plushie into a tree branch. Her legs kept moving toward his. Her face was too close. Anger pulsed through me, so thick and hot that I had to get up, had to go to the bathroom and splash water on my face, dig my nails into the granite, scold my reflection for being pitiful. Stone wanted to play those games? He wanted to flirt with another woman in front of me? Fine. I wouldn't give him a reaction. I wouldn't care. I'd just get him back with divorce papers, with my name on the dotted line. Cool. I could be cool. Want to get out of here? Screw being cool. Right now, I'm piping hot mad. Right now, I'm about to go to jail for beating someone else's daughter to a pulp. Nataya, Stone says. His voice rips through my head. I stop. Look at him. He's smiling, the kind of smirk that screams of approval, of anticipation, of victory. Just like that, my anger is snatched away from me, evaporates like dew in the morning. He's dressed in a navy button-down, the shirt I bought for him, one I used to beg him to wear. It was always a fight. He thought the shirt was too square, too mainstream, whatever that meant. The shirt looked good on him. I'd rip it off his shoulders every time he grudgingly wore it. I'd unbutton it slowly whenever the mood caught us, wherever it caught us. It was a flag of surrender. It was the first time my husband turned a storage closet into a bedroom. The memories ram into me,
dirty, hot, raunchy. I scrambled to hold on to something tangible, the counter, the shot glass, my fury. Desperation makes my hands shake. No, I'm not lusting after my husband right now. This minute, because of that shirt, that grin, those eyes. I'm crazy. I'm insane. What woman is this pathetic? Even now, after everything, I'm borderline obsessed with his touch. I'm dripping in desire and anger and bitterness. The emotions rise in me, war with each other, tear my insides to shreds. How dare he? How dare Stone smile at me after having dinner with another woman wearing my favorite shirt? How dare he make me long for him even now, especially now? His smirk gets wider, more confident. My palms flatten against the surface of the bar. I have to wipe that smug little grin off his face, no matter what. That's the only thing I can do to get back control, to tip this fight in my favor. I need to talk to you. My eyes sharpen along with my voice. Now. Stone languidly pushes away from the bar and follows me down the hallway.
What about me?
The other woman shrieks from behind us. My lips inch up as Stone doesn't even bother answering her. Just like that, she's forgotten. We take a right, then a left, into the band's small dressing room where they wait before a set. It smells like lavender and catmint. Mom likes to light candles before the show. She says it calms her. Right now, no candles are lit. The room is dark, filled with shadows, with memories of light. I can hear my mother's voice through the thick red walls and the velvet curtains. It gives me strength, makes my words come out fierce instead of desperate. What are you doing here, Stone? That woman was a fan. His words give me pause. I try not to let it show. I didn't ask. Dean was going through a hard time. He wanted to meet up. Dean was here? I gasp. We could have gone anywhere. Stone's gaze is unwavering. But I chose hair. I chose hair because I wanted to see you. I inch back. His honesty unnerves me, peels back the layers of my anger one by one until it's smaller than a nub, until I can barely grasp it in my fingers. But I need to. Lord, I need to. My anger's the only thing giving me power, giving me the upper hand. The moment I lose it, I'm putty in the middle of Stone's palm. I'm his to roll and stroke and use as he sees fit. I don't care. That girl spotted Dean, and I let her sit with us, so she kept quiet. She was leaning over me to flirt with him. He's just standing there. He hasn't moved a centimeter forward, and yet I keep stepping back. His presence is expanding, moving in every direction until it fills up the whole room, until he's touching me without laying a finger on me. A part of me wishes you would have been quiet back there, so I could show you where my heart lies, who it belongs to. But I can't say I hate that you stepped in. His eyes are heavy as they look me over. My ponytail, my t-shirt, my jeans. Because it told me some things. Some things? I hiss. What things? He doesn't answer. He just tilts his head, gives me that knowing smirk again. My entire body goes hot. So hot I feel like I've become one giant flame. Anger sweeps over me, rocking up a few decibels, louder than my mother's voice singing about sweet dreams and happiness, louder than the piano,
than the low, languid sax. You're a piece of crap, I snap. He laughs. It's soft and low and smug, like he's hearing some other words behind these ones, like he's hearing how much my heart is beating beneath my fury. Is that it? Worse than that, you bastard. Tell me, Nat. Tell me why you hate me. Screw him. Screw that smug smile. You don't get to make demands. Stone studies me intently, like he's seeing behind the bluster and the anger, like he's seeing beyond what I'm saying with my mouth and interpreting what's bleeding from my heart. Something inside me breaks when he doesn't yell back, when he doesn't pick up the threads of the fight and make it bigger, make it consume me. I feel oddly exposed, like there's nothing I can hide behind to explain my combustion, my need, my aching desire. The confusion pulses through me. I hate it, hate him, hate everything. We are over. I step toward Stone. He nods. Okay. My legs keep moving in his direction. My eyes lock on his lips, pink, kissable, surrounded by that glorious beard. Over! I don't want to see you again for the rest of my life. Got it. I'm directly in front of Stone now, so close I can see the dark pupils in the middle of his brown eyes. I raise my hand. He snatches my wrist, holds it tight. Tension splits the air, drawing us closer, pushing us apart. My voice goes silent. I can't stop staring at his lips, can't stop wishing I could have them, taste them. If you're going to slap me, I'll let this hand go. Stone's voice is a whisper. You can hit me if that's what you want, if that'll make up for what I did. His fingers slowly graze upward until they're locked on my palm, until they slide between mine, until he's holding my hand. But if you want to kiss me, if you want me to reach for you, throw you against the wall and make you beg for mercy, I'll need more than that. Bastard, I whisper. Fine. Stone sets my hand down at my side. When you're ready to talk, you know where to find me. Where the hell are you going? Home. He pauses, glances over his shoulder. I'll leave the door open. Just like that, he leaves me, breath hot and body taut with desire, standing in the middle of the room, alone. Chapter 20. Stone. I head to the house and toss my keys on the counter. The silence echoes, but it doesn't bother me. Not tonight. My wife is coming home tonight. So I let the quiet ring as long as it wants. Let the darkness drown me as I move. My shoes thud against the floor as I head to the kitchen and pull out Nat's favorite wine. Next, I place 2 glasses on the counter. They plunk against the shiny surface, rattling once before finding their footing. Candles next. As I move, Doc's lessons echo through my head. Women speak another language, Stone. Nat and I both speak English, Doc. He chuckles. Womanese is her language. The woman speaks from her heart, while a man speaks from his mouth. See? Different. I snap the match, hear the hiss of the fire starting, light the first candle. What are you saying? What you think a woman is unhappy with could be smoke. Second candle. And the smoke could be an issue that is real or not. Most of all, it's a sign that there is a fire behind it. I use the second candle to light the third and fourth. So I go after the fire? Your job, as the male, is to find what she's saying in her heart. My hands still. I stare at the little flame and watch the tiny wisp of smoke it emits. A smile breaks over my face and I shake my head, marveling at the fact that I've memorized all those principles. At first, it sounded like mumbo-jumbo. Theory's never been my strong suit. It's why I never went to college. But I'm an ace at practical applications, and that's how I approached my meetings with Doc. I apprenticed, practiced, applied. Poor Nat. She didn't know that I could speak her language. She thought I wouldn't be able to interpret, that her secrets were safe in her heart. But she misjudged the lengths I would go to save us. She couldn't hide from me tonight, couldn't use her bluster and spirit to cover naked emotions. I saw her, the anger, the pain, the longing. I heard it all. What she said to Dean's fan tipped me off, and when she called me a bastard, I heard the confirmation. I heard the plea to hold on, to prove I'm still worthy of her trust, of her heart, of her body. When she called me a piece of crap, I knew it wasn't over yet. Beyond her words, the flame in her heart said something else. I didn't touch her, didn't force her. It's not about taking from her. It's not about pushing myself on her and trying to get her to do what I want. It's about making my marriage work. And I'm ready for it. Tonight. I want her. All of her. Not just the frustrated, angry kisses. Not just the mouth that hisses and bites and sucks. Not just the hands that smack and grab. The nails that rake down my back. More. Everything. My marriage. My future. I need Nat. And I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get her back. Tires squeal loudly in the driveway. I set the last of the candles down and move to the sliding glass door. The pool reflects blue shadows on the tiles. Lampposts and skyscrapers choke out the moonlight. The front door bursts open. Hey, Nat, I say quietly. Nat's sneakers drum the floor. You actually left the door open. What if I was a psycho or a robber? That question doesn't require an answer, so I don't give it. In the reflection of the glass, I see her take in the candles and the wine. Irritation flares in her eyes. She tears her purse off her shoulders and throws it in the couch. Just so we're clear, the only reason I'm here is because you, of all people, don't get to storm out until I've finished what I need to. You don't freaking leave before I'm done talking. You have something more to add? Yeah, I do. Her nostrils flare, shoulders hike to her ears. I see her clearly from the reflection in the sliding glass door. Even if I couldn't, I know my wife. I know the way her eyebrows crinkle when she's angry or confused. I know the way her eyes narrow, the little tick she gets in her lips, the jut of her chin. I don't want to see you at the jazz club anymore. You're banning me. Yes. It's a free country, Nat. Don't patronize me, Stone. I pull my hands behind my back and clasp them to keep from turning around and hugging her. What else? I hate you. You've made that clear. Not clear enough, she snaps. I hear the heat in her voice, the violence brimming on the tip of her tongue, warring with her desire to touch me, to taste me, to feel me there with her, inside, pushing her to the brink and sending her over the edge. My interpretation is intuitive. I didn't know I was this fast a learner, that womanese would be so simple. Or maybe it's not simple. Maybe I'm desperate. Maybe my wife is the most important person in the world to me, and learning her language became a priority. "You have no right to show up in front of me," she says. "You have no right to flaunt your smile and your laughter. You have no right to wear that. You knew that shirt would get my attention. If you think you'll win this game, you're dead wrong." "I'm not interested in playing games, Nat." I turn around. She scowls at me. "What is this, Stone? What are we even doing right now?" "Repairing." "It's over. I already told you that." "Yes, you did." "There's no coming back from this." "Why?" "Why?" She chokes. "Because you stabbed me in the back. You lied to me for 5 years. I accept her words without flinching, without argument. Each charge is deserved. "Why didn't you just tell me?" Her voice is loud and enraged. "Did you think I'd manipulate you into having a kid? Did you think I'd poke holes in the... Is that it? Were you afraid I'd try and get pregnant anyway? How evil do you think I am? Why would you jerk?" Nat's explanation blows a hole in my chest. Bam! One shot. One well-placed bullet. She's finally telling the truth, revealing what's buried in her heart, breaking free. But it doesn't make the moment any easier to bear. Guilt slams my back, clawing at me like a monster. Regret makes my heart stutter. I dive deep to find Doc's advice again. Try to breathe in and out to let it taper through me and provide direction. "I'm sorry, Nat." "Don't!" Her voice trembles. Tears flash in her eyes. The candlelight flickers against them as they fall down her cheeks. "I didn't see what I was doing to you, to us. I felt inadequate. You were used to luxury, and we were living in a 1-bedroom apartment. We couldn't afford to put gas in the car or pay for you to go to your regular salon to get your hair done." What? Little things like that ate at me. We were struggling, and I didn't want you to suffer. I hated the thought of putting you through more difficulties. I hated that when you went to hang out with your friends, they all drove nicer vehicles than you and talked about their housekeepers and their fancy vacations. All you had was me. I hated that. "Have I ever asked you for luxury?" She smacks my chest. The sound echoes through the room. "Did I ever ask you for a big house or a fancy diamond ring? I never wanted those things, Stone. All I wanted was you. All I needed was you." "Until you wanted more." "A baby isn't more. We were ready." "That's not true. We couldn't afford a baby back then, Nat. You knew that. You knew, and yet your heart was so set on it. I couldn't tell you no. Not when it felt like you were obsessed, like your life depended on it." "I was lonely," she chokes on a sob. "I thought..." Her expression shudders. Her pain snaps through my mind and paints a full picture. One I see in Technicolor. Nat alone as I come back from a long night working in the shop. Nat waking up to an empty bed as I rise early to apprentice. Nat sitting in an empty building that would become her boutique. Always alone. Always without me. She wanted a baby because she was lonely. I stumble back. That's it. That was... I should have known. "I don't want your pity now, you jerk. After everything you've put me through, you have the nerve to..." Nat, I growl. She glares at me. What? Take off your clothes. Chapter 21. Nataya. My mouth snaps closed. Everything inside me screeches to a stop. What? I squeak. Let's go upstairs. Who do you think you are, you lying piece of... I know. My chest heaves as my temper wars for dominance. I'm about to break something. Me. Him. I'm going to scissor chop this man in the gut. I'm all those things. He stays right there by the door, hands steady and as calm as his voice. But isn't this why you rushed over tonight? I almost choke out a laugh. You think I came just to... Didn't you? My walls crumble, explode, like someone took a stick of dynamite and pumped the lever. The bricks smash to pieces as Stone stands there, not moving an inch toward me, not touching me at all and yet touching me everywhere. I know now. I heard exactly what broke. His voice is firm. I heard, and so I'll fix it. I grapple for more insults, more ugly words to throw at him, more armor to cover myself, to keep my body in check. Stone's dark eyes bore into me. Upstairs, Nataya. I whirl on my toes and march to the upper floor. My body's on autopilot. It's totally ignoring my brain, my pride, my better senses. It's mutiny. My fingers tremble as I wrap them around the doorknob and yank. The darkness welcomes me. There are no candles in here, not like downstairs. Downstairs was the stars, was a dance of tiny, limitless suns. The moment I stepped into the house, I nearly gasped at the sight of it, at the sea, at the spread. And there was Stone by the glass door, back turned. It was intentional, that distance, that restraint. He wanted me to choose to stay, to choose to argue, to choose to love him. He wanted to strip me of all pressures, all excuses. He wanted me to own every step I took up these stairs, every step. And now I'm here, in the room where we woke up together, where we spent moments of passion before he ran out the door to make more money, to pursue his art and his dreams, while I slowly shriveled up inside. I'm going to fix it. I don't question those words. Not right now. Not when my need for him drowns everything else. I hate Stone for being right, for seeing beyond my anger. So what if I drove here hoping to leave another piece of me in his hands? Does it matter if that makes me weak? Does it matter when I can barely breathe from how much I need him next to me? This is beyond healthy. This is obsession, craving. It started 9 years ago when we met on the dance floor. That night, he put his hands on my waist, but he didn't push. He gave me space, air to breathe. He sensed my need for movement and freedom and fell perfectly in step. I saw that respect and maturity. I saw it, and I was the one who moved closer to him. I was the one who pressed my hips into his and allowed him to guide me and shift me and turn me around. That night, we created something new, something better with our bodies, and I learned what it was to be loved without ever taking off my clothes. But 9 years is a long time, forever ago. Before the hustle for wealth, before the empty nights and the empty beds, before the phone ringing and the celebrity job he just couldn't turn down, before Stone's doctor accidentally sent the truth to my inbox. Is it possible to get back to that moment when we were young and stupid and clueless? When it felt like love would be enough? When all that mattered was his touch and his faithfulness to me? Does it matter if I answer that question tonight? If I'm naked tonight? If I enjoy my husband tonight? When I glance down, I see my shirt on the floor. My fingers are plucking at the zipper of my pants, unbuttoning, dragging it down. My body has an answer. The door opens. A triangle of orange light falls on the floor from the hallway. Stone moves toward me. There's darkness in his eyes, an intensity that warns he won't be gentle. He won't hold himself back. It's a warning. I should run now because he won't apologize after. But I'm unmoved, expectant, hungry. My eyes don't leave his, not for 1 second. The connection between us hisses and snaps, recharging, rejuvenating, promising that the fury in the air will turn chaotic, will burn the world down if we aren't careful. I drop the last of my clothes to the ground. Let it burn. Stone charges across the room and kisses me. His hands cup my face, and I realize he's holding on tight because he's shaking. So am I. We're both rocked by the moment, by the promise of forever, by the taste. My hands rasp against his forearms, the thick hair on his pale skin, the hills and valleys of his knuckles. He tastes like mint. He smells like green soap. Home. This is home. He pulls back and unbuttons his shirt. He's not fast enough. I reach out and help him. Push air out of my mouth, drag it back in. The scent of him, that heavy green soap. He kisses me again, harder this time, fiercer. His thighs press mine through his pants, cotton against flesh, against sweat, against me. Stone's hands grab my hair. Pain, pleasure. I groan into his mouth when he lifts me, when he guides one of my legs to wrap around his waist. The other leg finds its place naturally, hooks right there above his belt. I moan loud, low, longer. He strides swiftly to the bed, and I tilt my head to take over the kiss. My hands flatten on the side of his face, the heel of my wrist on his beard, my fingers on his ears, my lips tasting, stroking, sucking. I slow the pace to a tantalizing rhythm. Let my tongue graze his until he stumbles, until he almost trips and sprawls on the floor. Almost. My smile inches up. My touch gets softer. Wicked intentions? I'm burning with them. This is my revenge. This kiss is his torture. Meant to inflame, incinerate. I want to turn my husband inside out. I want all his soft, vulnerable places exposed for me to twist and rearrange them. Stone catches his footing and throws me on the bed. I smirk when he undresses in the blink of an eye. And then he's there with me. And then my grin widens and opens and becomes a sigh that rattles past my ribs. He spreads my legs apart, and I'm the one who's turned inside out. I'm the one whose vulnerable places are exposed and rampaged. Stone is insistent, harder, wicked. Was it always this way? No. He was usually gentle first, slow, tender, as if we had all the time in the world, as if we were the only two people in the world. Right now, it's like the world is ending, like I'm being hauled from one pleasure to the next. Fireworks exploding at a breakneck speed. No time to breathe, to recover before it's there again, before I'm unraveling again. My voice breaks down in the middle. In the heat of it, his name croaks from my lips, a whisper of a prayer, a supplication for mercy. He offers none. His invasion is relentless, rough, firm, punishing. Stone kisses me as my body shudders, as ecstasy rakes through my entire being and envelops me in a hot, glowing ember. I try to hold on to him, to prove that I'm still in control. My efforts make him more determined, faster, harder. He's too close, too much. I scratch him, me, the pillows. I writhe in the sheets, twist my fingers into the mattress, scream, cry tears that mix with sweat. My body arches and light blurs my vision. There's no end, no relief to the onslaught. Another. You belong to me, he whispers, teeth gritted, fingers in my hair, lips coated with the taste of me. You're mine. Like a king, like a ruler. Mine. I'm still his. Still. I reach out to him, pull him closer. More. His strangled moans hit my ears just as my back hits the bed. We both collapse. I struggle to catch my breath, to remember what bones are, what they feel like. And then Stone's palm presses into my back, and he growls, "Roll over." Stone. Now. Body still pulsing, I get on my hands and knees. Chapter 22. Stone. My fingers graze Nataya's brown skin, up over her elbow to her shoulders, down to her wrist, to the wedding ring that glitters in the shadows. She's lying on her side of the bed. Her side. That feels good to say. Her nightgown glimmers in the darkness, blends perfectly into the damp sheets, the blankets that still carry the scent of us, our love, our passion. My fingers slide under the straps of her top, play loosely in the band so that it wiggles and protests. Nataya went hunting for clothes after we showered together. There was nothing of hers left, and pain crept into her eyes. Awkwardness robbed her of words. Distress made her lips tremble. I watched the emotions play out on her face and frowned in disappointment, in disapproval. The closet echoed like the silence that met me the night I found her gone. How could she let this silly room rock her courage, steal her smile, taint her world? My fingers had clenched because she so easily forgot what I did to her, how hard, how fast, how many shapes I twisted her into to prove my point. She forgot the way I, only a moment before, threw her against the slick bathroom wall, made her gasp beneath the shower head, made the water gather in her mouth and drip over the body I squeezed and stroked with my hands. The stress carried her back to somewhere beyond my love, to somewhere I couldn't reach her. Her eyes met mine as if searching for a similar pain. I could only shake my head. That closet was familiar to me. I knew its emptiness intimately. I knew where to place my fingers. I knew what I would find when I slipped it between the folds and stroked. Nothing. No Nataya. But it was her first time being back, seeing the emptiness, the evidence of what I destroyed, what I'm working to fix. I gave her a moment to embrace her horror. Then I gave her my opinion. She could sleep naked, would make it easier for me in the morning, would make it easier to wake her up with my kisses, to feast on her again until she opened her eyes to sunshine and pleasure and me between her legs. She grinned, almost turned and left until she saw something. a nightgown she'd left behind, a piece of fabric that hadn't made the first cut, that she'd rejected, one she eagerly reached for and embraced close to her skin once again. A miracle. She's a miracle. Body limp, quiet snoring, hair wrapped in a bonnet. She fell asleep quickly, exhausted, too spent to move. I watch her now, and a proud grin stretches my lips. My soft exploration of her body gets firmer. Nataya mumbles something in her sleep, and I relax my hand. She's bruised enough, stretched and smacked and slick with me. A night she'll pay for in soreness when the sun rises. My fault, I'll admit to that. I'm normally more reverent when I touch Nataya. She's out of my league, so far away that I need a spaceship to reach her. Such a precious jewel in the hands of a pauper like me requires a delicate touch, requires tenderness and restraint, at least at first, until she can handle everything I have to give her. But tonight, my senses sharpened when I touched her. Hunger roared and demanded its pound of flesh. I did not go easy on my wife. I couldn't, the moment I tasted her. Control snapped and unfurled like broken cable wires. I wanted to break her body, destroy it until she couldn't move. I wanted her to cry and beg, to slap and scratch. I wanted her chest to rise with each breath and arch with each shudder. I wanted her toes to curl and her eyes to widen. More, still more. I wanted to chase the distance, wanted the mattress to remember how her body felt when I sank my weight into her, when her body leaked joy and madness. Slow and easy didn't make the cut tonight, and she was more than ready for it. I knew from the way she gasped, the way she moaned, the way her legs parted when I slid my hands over her. Those eyes glistened, widened, not with shock. 8 years of marriage, of sleeping in the same bed, of showers and storage closets and taxicabs and shadows. She knew the filth I would do to her, what I could do to her, even if I hadn't waited this long. But it still filled me with pride when her body adjusted, shivered, tightened. Gorgeous, every part of her. I spread her open and feasted until my appetite no longer clawed at me, until I sufficiently marked her in my scent, coated her in my essence, branded her so the thought of leaving would remind her of this moment, of where she belongs. After, we held each other close. I kissed her forehead. She nuzzled her nose against my chest. Cuddling lasted all of 5 minutes, and then separation. The mutual shift away made me smile. When we were newlyweds, it was all facades and insecurities. Back then, we'd tangle our arms, our legs, and our hips. We'd become one sleeping entity because we wanted to be close to each other at all times. And then my arm would go numb, and the heat of my body would irritate her. And neither of us would say anything to keep from hurting the other's feelings. It's different today, in the present. After 8 years of marriage, pretense is useless. I know what Nataya needs even before she asks for it. I've gotten better at that. With Doc's help, I learned to tune myself to her frequency, to fit perfectly into her just as she fits into me. Comfort, understanding, the maturity of a near decade-long relationship that grew from naive adoration to passionate camaraderie. My stare softens and I rub the diamond on her finger. My wife is here. She's not a dream. She's real flesh, bones, curves. I know because I'm touching her. That's her shoulder, her arms, her wrist, her ring. Her plump lips are slightly parted, slightly bruised. Her eyelashes flutter in the breeze. She's next to me, where she should be. Home. I close my eyes and think about how I'm going to fix this. Maybe I need to adjust my hours. Tell my celebrity clients to schedule when they want a session rather than call me whenever. If they don't like it, they can find someone else. I start making vows in my head, the kind of resolutions people create at New Year's that they never keep. Except I don't have the opportunity to be that lax. Losing Nataya again is not an option. Whatever it takes, whatever I have to do, I'm willing. I never want to reach over to her side of the bed and find her gone. Nataya breathes deeply, and her eyes peer at me in the darkness. I caress her jaw. Did I wake you? You know I can't sleep when you're worried. She plasters her hands together and slides them under her cheek. How do you know I'm worried? You mumble. She smiles. And you grab me like one of those stress-relieving balls. I didn't realize. Didn't think you would. Her mouth opens with a yawn. Why can't you sleep? You normally fall right asleep after we... Her face tightens with sheepishness. After we what? Nothing. I believe the words you were looking for are... I know what the words are. You hesitated. You kept me up until 3 a.m, Stone. My brain's a puddle. I study her, and when I speak, my voice is firm. What do you think I did tonight, Nat? She groans. Stone. This isn't a hookup. I never said it was. This isn't a one-night stand either. Her eyebrows knit together, and she glances guiltily away. I relax my frown. I've never seen you so shy. You're full of it. Reminds me of our honeymoon. I laugh as I recall that night. How delicately I had to move with her because we were both so nervous. Shut up, she smacks me. I was not shy. The ice breaks. The tension flees. I laugh, rub her knuckles. I don't know, Nat. Don't know what? I'm thinking something, and I don't want you to freak out. She lifts a hand and places it on my chest. Her nails twirl around the thick hair, peppering down to my abdomen. There is nothing you can say that would surprise me more than the fact that I'm naked and in your bed right now. This'll top that. What are you thinking about, Stone? Her eyes fall closed, and she nestles her head into the pillow. The future. Well, can you worry about the future tomorrow? She yawns again. Her words slow down. That's what I'm doing. Yeah? I smirk. If I'm going to regret this, or if I'm going to be glad I came, that's something to figure out when the sun comes up. She blinks slowly, heavily. Right now, I'm here with you. I'm here with my husband. The rest doesn't matter. She eases up. Go to sleep and tell me in the morning. I nod, take her hand, and fall asleep with my wife. Chapter 23. Nataya. I wake up before Stone. His broad shoulders burrow into the mattress. The blanket rides low on his body. It exposes his abs and those intricate, glorious tattoos. I resist the urge to trace the mechanical heart on his left bicep with my fingernail. Desire stirs in me again, makes me resent him for not putting on a shirt, which is ridiculous. Stone never wears a shirt to bed, and I never had a problem with that. Until now, until the need to think about consequences and next steps and whether last night requires a walk of shame. Yeah, Stone scolded me for hesitating to name it. We didn't hook up, he said. We're married, he said. All true, but we're also separated and figuring things out. I need to figure things out, which is impossible to do when all I want is to rake my fingers over those abs and trace kisses down the length of them, to reach for the places hidden beneath that blanket and wake him up with my mouth everywhere. I'm insane. It's morning and I'm still crazy for him. I thought it was the night that made me wild, made me insatiable, like a human howling at the moon and turning into an animal. I thought it was the urgency and adrenaline that made me open up, implode, fall apart only to fall deeper into stone. But no, because it's morning and I'm still there, still longing, still desperate. Sunlight bounces against his messy black hair, the pale freckles over his cheeks and nose, the texture of his pink lips. He's here, next to me. My fingers tremble as I scrub them over my face and remember all the ways he claimed me last night. So that happened. Okay, regroup. I can't ride this wave of lust all the way to the bank. We still have things we need to work on. There are discussions we need to have, decisions that need to be made, like whether or not I'll move back in. I'm still not sure I should. That won't go over well. I wince when I think about sharing my feelings with Stone. As anxious as I am, I won't hide my true feelings. I'm not ready to jump back into old habits. It's important for me to put my thoughts together and figure out what I want. And that can't happen if I'm at home with him, if I'm getting thrown into beds and against shower stalls at every opportunity. I can just imagine his scowl now, those dark eyebrows slanting together, the storm in his brown eyes. Stone promised to fix it, to fix us, and I believe him. I do. But those are just words. What if I pack up and return to the house only to face the same reality? My phone rings and rips up the peaceful stillness. Stone begins to stir, and I roll out of the bed, wincing at the soreness between my thighs. Taking a deep breath, I reach for my phone and slip into the bathroom for privacy. It's Mom. I cringe so hard my face crumples inward. Should I ignore it? I chew on my bottom lip and stare at my harried reflection, searching for answers. The woman in the mirror offers none. She only shakes her head and darts her eyes anxiously back and forth. The phone goes quiet. I let out a breath and set it on the sink. A moment later, it chirps. Mom, if you don't answer, I'm coming over. The fact that she knows where I am is already disturbing. I imagine her storming in and making a scene in the bedroom Stone and I tore up last night. I shudder. When Mom calls again, I answer on the spot. Hello? She lives. Good morning, Mom. I'm sure it is. She clears her throat. You didn't come home last night.
Were you waiting for me? I asked the questions. I'm not 16, Mom. Exactly. You never used to sneak out of the house when you were a teenager. You were such a good girl. I didn't sneak. You didn't call either. You knew where I was. I pause. Where I am. Then you know what my next question is. And I'm looking for answers, Nataya. Don't try and patronize me. I lean against the sink, feel the granite dig into my back. It kind of happened. What did? Mom, I groan. You're afraid to say it? You already know. I rub the back of my neck as the pressure building inside my body threatens to explode. You already... I sigh. Why are you doing this? I want to know why you're doing this. I'm coming home soon. Oh, is my place still your home? Mom. You could have sent me a text. Some confirmation would have been nice. If I'd found your body in a ditch somewhere, I never would have forgiven myself. I'm not in a ditch, Mom. Maybe not physically. I sigh. Are you and Stone? There's no me and Stone. Not right now. I chew on my bottom lip. The words feel bitter on my tongue. They sound ugly in the air. One side of me wants to take it back. The other side, the more practical side, says I'm doing the right thing, sticking to my guns, staying within the boundaries. I can't get hurt again. Can't let Stone close enough to bruise me. Kind of hard to believe you when you spent the night together. It was nothing? Uncomplicated. Mom pauses for a long moment. Given the situation and the wedding band on your finger, I'm not sure you can pull it off, Nataya. I've got it, Mom. Don't worry about me. I always worry about you, she exhales loudly. I'm a mother. A mother. It's what I wanted to be for so long. And Stone, did we heal that? Was last night enough to make up for that? I shake my head. I'll be home soon. We can talk then. She hangs up. I sink to my knees. Reaching out, I rest my palm on the sink and suck in deep breaths through my mouth. The night is over. It's a new day with new questions, new paths, new me. The first thing I need to do is face Stone, have a conversation, one that doesn't end with him growling orders for me to take my clothes off. I wrap my forehead on the sink. Can we do that? Can we ignore the heat between us? It's so easy to push our problems aside and just indulge in passion. We can forget the gulf between us. We can ignore the pain and betrayal while our bodies tangle and heat consumes us both. But we can't run from it forever. Another deep breath floods my body with the strength I need to stand, to move forward and push the door open, to enter the bedroom. My eyes go straight to the bed, to the rumpled sheets, to the headboard that, somehow, didn't break last night. No Stone. Curious, I head downstairs and find Stone in the kitchen cracking eggs into a pan. My eyes widen. You're cooking? Don't look so shocked. I cooked for you before. Not since our first year of marriage. I pull out a chair. He smirks. Slight exaggeration, but I'll take it. His brown eyes follow me as I sit. Was that your mother? She was concerned when I didn't show up last night. I can imagine. He flips the omelette, presses a spatula into the yellow yolk in the middle.
My fingers tapped the granite countertops that made me fall in love with this house. I can't stay long.
You can stay for breakfast.
He slides the plate in front of me. My stomach growls, and I figure I might as well eat before I go. Mom hates cooking, so I've been doing most of the kitchen duty. It's nice to get a break. Fine. I dive into the food. Stone observes me intently.
About our discussion last night.
Which one? I swallow the eggs and wash it down with orange juice. The one where you ordered me upstairs, or the one I was half asleep for? His chuckle makes me warm all over. It shouldn't be this easy. Why do I always have to fight to stay mad at him? Why is it always a struggle to push this man away? Stone strokes his beard.
The one about our future.
Our future? My heart speeds up. Stone leans over. Sunlight spears through his eyes, turns them to pure honey. His face is a breath away from mine, and his gaze swims with excitement.
I think I'm ready, Nat.
Ready for what? I swallow, my voice suddenly hoarse. His fingers reach up and stroke my cheek.
For a baby.
The egg goes down the wrong way, and I nearly choke to death. Chapter 24. Stone. That is not the reaction I was expecting.
Nat, are you okay?
I sprint around the counter and pat her back urgently.
Nat?
I'm fine, she wheezes. Her rich mocha skin has gone red, and her eyes are bulging out of her face. I rush the fridge to pull out a bottle of water.
Here, babe, drink this.
She takes the glass from me and swigs it down. Slowly, the choking fit ends. Silence creeps into the room, slugging over the floors, the stainless steel appliances, and the pictures of us on the fridge. Unease fills my body as Nataya pats her lips tensely with a napkin. She's not happy. No, that doesn't make sense. This is what she wanted. I fixed this, fixed us. There's no way I'm reading her wrong. There's no need for womanese. I know my wife. She's just shocked.
You good now?
She nods tightly, her hair bouncing over her shoulders and her eyes on the ground. I'm ready, Nat. My voice is determined, firm. The truth is, I want my wife to be happy. I want her to have everything in the world. And if a baby is what she's after, I'll grant that wish tenfold.
We're in a better financial situation.
I gestured to the lavish house, to the spectacularly decorated rooms that felt empty and hollow without her.
And we've got the space.
Still, Nat says nothing. My anxiety increases, and I stomp it down by letting more words pour through my mouth.
We can turn the office upstairs into a nursery. We can hire the best decorator.
Her brow twitches, and I pivot immediately.
Or we can decorate it ourselves. Go on shopping trips together.
I'm hoping my words paint a picture that will chase that pinched expression from her face.
We can pick out the crib and the wallpaper.
Stone, where is this coming from? She croaks. I swallow past the lump in my throat.
What do you mean?
Nothing, she shakes her head, pushes away from the counter as she gets to her feet. I should go.
Go? Wait, Nat, shouldn't we discuss this?
Not right now, Stone. She holds a hand to me. I halt my steps, watch the garden nest creep into those almond-shaped eyes. Nat picks her purse up from the crease in the couch and slips the strap over her shoulder. Her movements are measured, wary. I overdid it last night. I didn't give her a chance to recover. She's not moving like that because we're still broken. I fixed it. I am fixing it. Us. Everything. We're in the upward swing now. She's just shocked. That's all it is. I'll take you, I blurt, desperate to spend another moment in her presence. Was I ever this nervous when we were dating? It feels like I'm that sweaty punk again, standing on the cusp of the dance floor, watching magic in motion. Watching his future wife steal every heart in the room without lifting a single finger. I had more courage back then, more to gain by giving it my best shot, and less to lose. Nataya tucks a lock of hair behind her ear. No, I think it's better if I went alone. Mom already has so many questions. Questions? About what? I fold my arms over my chest, feel the weight of her avoidance sting me right in the center of my ribs. We're married. She's got my ring on her finger. My ring. The one I bought for a ridiculous price. Custom made. Pure luxury. She's got my last name on her passport. Mine. She's got my heart bleeding and throbbing in the palm of her pretty little hands. She owns everything in this house and half of what's in my bank account. If my wife and I want to spend the night together, it's no one's business but our own. Yeah, she stares at the floor. Yeah, I know. Moving across the room, I set my finger beneath her chin and lift her head up. Last night. I know that too. She wraps her fingers around my wrist. At first, I think she'll push my hand away, but she doesn't. She strokes the inner part of my arm with her thumb and sighs. Technically, we have nothing to be ashamed of. Technically? I smirk. But it's still weird. Why? I don't know. Panic blasts through my mind. It hurtles through the space between us, making her seem further away than I first anticipated. Last night wasn't weird for me. It was passion and lightning. It was drowning and finding life. It was torture and pleasure and every twisted drop of ecstasy I could squeeze out of the shadows. Weird? In a good way? A bad way? Nat's eyes ease away from mine, trembling in their avoidance. I can't read her. How do I follow the smoke and find the fire in her heart? She's guarding her secrets so fiercely that I'm slamming against a thick metal wall. No matter how many times I ram into the bricks, they won't shatter. They won't give. My fingers fall away from her chin. I had more topics on the table, like what time I should pick her up from work, like whether or not she needs my help to pack her stuff so she can move back in. This house is too freaking big. The silence is too loud. I need my wife, here, with me, in my bed, in my life. I need her lotions, serums, oils, and hair products filling the sink. Pins scattered everywhere, wigs on their faceless mannequins. Shoes in a neat row divided by casual, business casual, and date night. I need spontaneous laughter in the middle of a meal, dancing to the rhythm of the song on the radio. I need long, slender fingers dragging me up the stairs as our clothes melt away from our bodies. I need deep discussions about life and death and the real meaning of our existence. I need fingers in her hair, on her skin, over her hidden places that I, and only I, get to touch, stroke, and claim. Last night changed everything. There's no doubt in my mind that she's coming home. I can't accept any other option. I want her suitcases piling into a car, hers or mine, and putting her clothes, her body, our lives back where they belong. But a voice in my head that sounds suspiciously like Doc tells me not to bring it up, that if I mention it, I'm going to destroy something precious. I heed the warning, stuff my hands into my pockets, and stuff my concerns even deeper. I'll, call you. I regret the statement as soon as it's out. Nat's eyes twinkle, and she laughs for the first time since morning. Now who's making it feel like a hookup? I want you to answer. Nerves make my voice low. I want to see you tonight. Take you out somewhere. Anywhere. Doesn't matter. Nat's hand falls away from my wrist. For a second, I think she'll deny me. I'm afraid she'll come up with some lousy excuse that'll keep me away from her, that'll prove that I haven't fixed us yet. I'll answer, she says quietly. My heart does a double twist backflip that nearly shatters my ribs. Good. Let's go dancing. I nod, try hard to tamp down my smile. Fail. For so long, my wife has been pushing me away, shoving me as far from her presence, from her life as possible. Last night, I owned her body. Tonight, we'll own the dance floor. Nataya kisses my cheek. Bye, Stone. Stone. She called me. For a second, I freeze. Nataya rarely calls me by my name. I'm love, babe, sweetie. I'm not Stone. I push aside the doubts. It's fine. She's not comfortable slipping back into pet names so soon, and I can respect that. There's no need to rush. As long as she comes home. As long as we can get back on track and reclaim the couple we used to be. I walk her to her car and kiss her soundly before stepping back. Nat drives away and I return to the house that's immediately colder, emptier. My pain forced me to live with it before. I figured I deserved this emptiness, this echoing existence. But things are different. My wife spent the night, and I'm taking her dancing later. Things are looking up. I shower quickly and head to work in record time. I'm whistling when I walk through the doors, when I nod at my assistant and hear the rundown of my schedule. I'm smiling like a fool when I hear the bell over the door chime. Then a familiar voice echoes from the front and makes me freeze. I'm here to see Stone. My assistant responds, Ma'am, if you don't have an appointment, tell him it's his mother-in-law, Yolanda says firmly. And tell him it's about his wife. Chapter 25. Stone. The air is hot. A faint breeze stirs the trees. The sunshine sharpens as it hits my face. It bounces over the leaves growing out of the cracks in the sidewalk. I hope you don't mind the walk. Not at all, Yolanda shakes her head. I wouldn't have minded staying at the shop either. Of course not. She's at home with the clientele. Fits right in with her combat boots, her dark green dress, and her shaved head. There's not a single tat on her body, but she's so cool, she might as well be covered in ink. I didn't bring her outside because I was scared to offend her sensibilities. There was no way we could talk privately in my workstation. The paper-thin walls only go up to 8 feet. Every conversation is a group discussion. And the boss talking with his mother-in-law? Every ear would have been turned our way. There was the office, but I didn't want to bring Yolanda back there. Too many memories of me and Nat. Me over Nat. Me inside Nat. The memories are still too fresh. It wouldn't be possible to hold a proper discussion. I need my mind clear when I speak to my mother-in-law. As pleasant as she's being right now, I'm not fooled. Yolanda's a different kind of woman. Straight to the point. No patience for stupidity. It's a beautiful day. I gesture to the view. The trees lining the street, the pure blue sky. Making small talk, Stone? That's unlike you. I've matured. How sad. She pushes out her lips. I was hoping that life wouldn't steal your courage. It's not cowardice. It's strategy. If you and I are on the same side, I can't lose. If we're enemies, I need to win you over. She laughs. Is your band ready for the Jazz World Tour? You're leaving next week, right? Stone. Fine, I'll stop. I tug on her purse strap, take her bag from her, hold it in front of me like I would for Nat. She's probably expecting you. Who? Yolanda slides her hands into the pockets of her tight dress. Nat. Yes, well, I'm sure she's relieved to find me gone. Probably. Amusement coats her tone. There he is. You asked for brutal honesty. I like it. My smile is genuine. Yolanda isn't the type to offer trite compliments. If she gives her approval, it's because it was earned. Almost a decade ago, when I wanted to propose to Nat, I was more terrified of getting Yolanda's blessing than getting her ex-husband's. The big shot executive was only concerned about my finances and whether or not I would treat Nat right. I had the answers to all his questions. Determination, grit, ambition. I was chock full of it, full with youth, armed with a plan. Even if I was flat broke back then, I knew I wouldn't be that way forever. I knew I'd sacrifice everything to give Nat the life she was used to having. But Yolanda, she wanted, no, demanded more. I was surprised when I saw you last night at the jazz club, Yolanda says. Yeah, I shift my fingers through my hair. I'm still on edge, still can't decide whose side she's on. You were great. Don't lie, you were barely listening to me. True, but you're always amazing. The band too. Flattery will get you nowhere, Stone. Was worth a shot. My sneakers slap the concrete. They're old and worn, comfortable. When it comes to dropping cash, I find it easier to spend on Nat than on myself. These shoes were a gift from Nat. 5 years ago. They're still running. Why did you avoid Nat last night? I consider her words carefully. Womanese isn't only applicable to my wife. If there's a way I can interpret Yolanda's heart, I'll take it. It wasn't time. I jut my chin at the cafe across the street. This way. You wanted her to come to you, is that it? Not exactly. I glance both ways as we cross the street. She asked me not to talk to her. I wanted to respect that. Respect her space. I'm playing the long game here. So this is a game? I push the door open,
Step aside so she can walk ahead of me. That's not what I meant. Yolanda doesn't answer. We walk to the counter, give our orders. The cafe smells like coffee and cinnamon, like winter in the middle of the heat. A few minutes later, we wrap our fingers around cold mugs and bring it to a booth in the corner. She takes a sip and closes her eyes, mumbling about how good the drink is. I lean forward. I'm not looking for a fight with you, Yolanda. Like I said earlier, I'd prefer if you were on my side. I'm on my daughter's side. Her voice sharpens. Always. I ease back, tilt my head, stare into her dark eyes. I can't figure her out. She came all the way down here, but she's not saying what she came to say. Maybe she's still trying to figure it out. Do you remember what you promised that day? She asks quietly. My mind trips back to that cramped room, to the instrument cables snaking over the floor and the sound system filling up the area behind the stage. You've only known each other for 1 year, Yolanda said. But I'm sure. My hands were shaking and I held them behind my back. I'm sure it's Nataya that I want. She waves her hand. You're so young. How can you be sure of anything? I love her. I will never stop loving her. Even if I have to give up everything to make her happy, I would. You promise? What? She stares me down. Do you promise that you'd give up anything and everything to make my daughter happy? I heard the gravity in her words, in the vow. I bowed my head and said, Yes. Yolanda sighs across the booth. You were such a scrawny kid back then, filled with all these tattoos. You were nothing like Nataya's usual type. I thought for sure she'd lost her mind. Having doubts is understandable. Everything you said back then was right. We were young. We were foolish. But my love for her was real, and my commitment to her got us this far. Yes, I see that. She turns her cup around. But maybe that's as far as you should go. My heart stutters. Excuse me? Nataya told me about the vasectomy. My fingers dig into the cup. I want to tell Yolanda to bug off, to mind her own business, that this is between me and my wife. But I don't. It's probably not my place, and you have every right to tell me to mind my own business. I shake my head. What are you getting at, Yolanda? When I found out my husband was cheating, it didn't surprise me. Her smile is bleak. He'd come back late at night smelling like her. He'd tiptoe out of the room to take her calls. His credit card charges wouldn't add up. I knew. Every time he touched me, I knew. But I didn't follow the scent to the truth. I didn't call his credit card company or follow him out of the room to spy on his calls. As I listen to her, I see beyond the strength to the broken woman within. In that moment, there's no pity in me, only admiration, only understanding. Marriage isn't easy, and a failed marriage is even more devastating. But she built herself back, is still in the process of building. Don't look at me like that, Stone. I'm nobody to admire. You are. Listen to what I have to say first. You might not like me much when this is over. She shakes her head. Like I said, I never investigated my husband despite my suspicions. It wasn't because I trusted him. I just feared what embracing the truth would come with. I feared the loneliness and the judgment from my peers. I feared getting slapped with the label of a failure, and so I stayed frozen. I'm sorry, Yolanda. I'm not telling you that to get an apology. She licks her lips. I'm telling you that I stayed. I stayed when my husband climbed into my bed after screwing another woman. I stayed when he checked out on me. When our marriage was going to crap, I stayed. She pauses, looks me in the eyes. And Nataya didn't. That was because when a woman packs up her bags and leaves, she's beyond reach. She's done. And whatever remnants are left, the sexual chemistry, she gives me a knowing look, the spontaneous passion, it's not a foundation. It's not enough to come back from. With all due respect, Nataya and I are different. We're not you and your husband. I've never cheated on her, nor do I plan to in the future. My commitment is to her alone. That hasn't changed. Cheating isn't the only way to ruin a marriage, Stone. My daughter's happiness is at stake, and I won't sit back and watch her cave to you only to go through this cycle again. She won't. I don't know that. Yolanda takes in a deep breath. And for that reason, I think you should keep the promise you made that day. Her eyes meet mine. Let her go, Stone. Yolanda. I think you should get a divorce.
Chapter 26. Nataya. The door to the shop bangs open and a harried woman stomps through. She lugs a stroller behind her and has another screaming child on her hip. Her dark eyes swing through the store and then land on me. They narrow, blazing with a fire hot enough to make me step back. She swings the baby stroller around, her arm tight around her child's waist. The kid is screaming his head off. Big brown eyes that look just like his mother's leak fat tears. His flawless, mahogany-colored skin is getting redder with each passing minute. Even with his mouth open in a wild cry, I can tell he's a good-looking 4-year-old. He's dressed sharply in a tailored shirt with a big yellow smiley face on the front. His cargos look high quality, and the sneakers are name brand too. It takes me a second to realize that he's not the only one who's crying. When the lady swings the stroller around, I see that the baby inside is also losing her mind. She's got a great set of lungs on her because it sounds like she's louder than the older brother. Hi, I say, raising my voice to be heard over the sound of both children's screaming. How can I help you? She tosses a bag over the counter. It slaps harshly on the smooth granite. I want my money back. Okay. She brought in more chaos than a brawling marching band, and I feel her negative energy rubbing off on me. It's already been a harried morning. My husband wants to have kids all of a sudden, after lying to me, after going behind my back and getting a surgery that would prevent that reality. Then, when I got home, Mom was gone, which was a relief at first, until I realized that I'd have to face her tonight when I get back home from my date with Stone. Drawing things out has never been my mode of choice. I like to get things over with. Been that way since I was young. I ate my vegetables first. I took my medicine before I drank my Kool-Aid. I studied before I went outside to play. But now my conversation with Mom is a guillotine hanging over my head. Someone's about to get crushed. And that someone is me. Be quiet, the woman snaps at her son. The instruction only makes him cry louder. Mom, I leave the bag on the counter and keep my voice firm. Do you have a receipt? No, I don't, she snaps. I blink, take a calming breath. She's obviously under a lot of stress. I don't know what her story is or what she's been through, but it's clear I need to show her some patience and compassion. Can you hurry this up? She speaks down to me like I'm a mutt on the street. I have things to do today. My temper flares all the way to 10. I get it. I understand that she's frazzled, but there's no need to take her anger out on me. Mom, you need a receipt as proof of purchase before you can get a refund. Don't you start throwing yourself around. The woman is completely ignoring me now. Her son is bucking in her arms, twisting himself back and forth like he's trying to get away from her. I press my fingers on the counter and lean forward. Raising my voice so I'm almost shouting, I repeat myself. You need the receipt for a refund. I don't have the damn receipt, she curses, squeezes her son tight. The baby in the stroller is getting red, eyes pinched shut as she cries. Mom. Suddenly, her kid gives a mighty shove. He catches his mother off guard and teeters out of her arms. The woman catches him halfway and tries to swing him back up, but he flies in the opposite direction and bashes his head into the glass counter. I hear a loud crack and see a line spreading up the surface of the display. The child's screaming reaches a volume I've never heard a human produce. He screams as he clutches his head, his mouth open and his lips trembling. I jump from behind my seat and round the corner. Oh my gosh, is he okay? I don't know. The woman's bluster is gone, replaced with panic and frenzy. I don't know, she gasps and clutches her son closer. He's bleeding. Placing a hand on her shoulder, I speak calmly. Wait here. I'll get the first aid kit. I rush to the back room. Flipping on the light, I scramble for the first aid kit. My hands sweep boxes and cleaning products aside. Items tumble from the shelves and roll at my feet. There, all the way at the end. I pluck the first aid kit and hustle back to the child. Hi, baby. I speak in a low, controlled manner. He blinks at me, his crying going down by a decibel. My smile widens and I keep talking to him. Did you get hurt? Guess what? I have something for you. His lips snap shut and he sniffs, staring at me with his big, tear-filled eyes. Look! I unsnap the first aid kit. The boy stares at it like I'm unlocking a pirate's treasure chest. I make a big show of flipping the main lock and lifting it wide. With a dramatic gasp, I push my hand inside and take out the bottle of antibacterial medicine and band-aids. Do you know what this is? He rubs his eyes with chubby fingers. The gold bracelet around his wrist glitters in the light. I have at home. Yeah, but these are super special band-aids. I glance at his mother, asking for permission to touch him. She gives me a grateful nod as she pulls her daughter out of the stroller and tries to calm the baby down. Why are they special? He asks. Because whoever wears this band-aid, I smear the medicine on, making sure to keep my touch gentle and light, grows up to be someone really brave. Really? Yeah. I finish applying the ointment. Because the band-aid proves to everyone that you were hurt, and the people who get hurt grow from their pain and learn from their mistakes. It makes them know what to do
and what to avoid. It helps them to become superheroes that are careful and smart. I want to be a hero. You are, kid. I place the band-aid on his head and rest my arm on my knee. Look at that. I tap my chin on my finger. Should we call you Captain Awesome? He laughs, exposing his small baby teeth. I grin too. As I straighten, the woman bounces her baby and gives me a sheepish look. Thanks. No problem. I return behind the counter. I'll pay for the glass. No need. I insist. She bites down on her bottom lip and swallows. I'm sorry. I know I came off. That wasn't my intention. Their dad is always working, and once again, my baby had to sit outside his karate class because his father forgot to pick him up. And then this little one has a fever, so I had to leave work, and my boss is going to be breathing down my neck. We all have those days. Days? She tosses her long hair over her shoulder and scoffs bitterly. It's more like years. Oh. She pauses, studies me. I'm sorry. You probably don't want to hear all of this. Here, take my information. Call me when you have an estimate for the counter. What about your refund? Forget it. I have to drop them off to my mom before I'm fired. First, I reach into a nearby cupboard where I keep a stash of candies. It's my secret drawer, and I dip into it when the stress gets too much. Can I offer Captain Awesome some candy? He was very brave. Of course, she smiles. The grin lights up her face and reveals her true beauty. I didn't see it earlier when she stormed in, but she's a stunning woman. Curvy body, jeans that stick to her thick thighs, gorgeous dark skin, and a face that shows she knows her way around a makeup palette. But I didn't notice any of that. All I saw was her stress, her frustration, and her anger. His father left him waiting on the curb outside his karate class again. Suddenly, I have a vision of my future kid, tawny arms clutching his chin, knees up, and tears leaking down his face as Stone chooses to do another tattoo or squeeze in another client before going to pick him up. I see myself wearing this woman's frustration and helplessness. It makes me sick. Since I met him, all I've wanted was kids with Stone. But now I'm not so sure about anything. Chapter 27. Stone. I think you should get a divorce. The film of her words linger long after Yolanda takes her coffee and leaves. I have an appointment. Sitting at this table and staring into the ether isn't productive. But I can't move. My limbs are filled with cement. My heart is out there on the floor, bleeding from the bomb Yolanda threw my way. I don't have the strength to get up and drag it out of here. I think you should get a divorce. Deep breath. Let it out. Yolanda doesn't know what she's talking about. Living without Nat is not a freaking option. It's not on the table at all. There's no way I'd even consider. But what if she's right? What if she's seeing something I'm not? That promise I made when I got Yolanda's blessing still stands. I'm willing to give up everything to make Nat happy, even if that means giving up our marriage, even if that means I'd be miserable forever. I take my vows seriously, all my vows. It's why I could never cheat on Nat. I made a promise that I wouldn't. I made a commitment to love her and only her for the rest of my life.
And I meant those words. Meant it with every bone in my body. Just like I meant the promise I made to Yolanda. My phone buzzes. It's my assistant wondering where I am. My first client is here, waiting. Then it rings again. Dr. Johnson. My entire body stiffens. Early this morning, right after Nat left, I shot him an email asking about reversing the procedure. Far as I know, it should be easy enough. My fingers tap against the table, drum a rhythm to the buzzing of the device. I consider ignoring the call. Instead, I snatch up the phone, force myself to answer. Hello? Stone, hey, how have you been? He pauses. I got your email this morning. My insides churn with nerves. I was hoping we could work on that reversal surgery as soon as possible. My wife and I would really like to get started on having kids. The words slip out of me with fluidity, with purpose. Fixing us. I'm fixing us. Even if it feels like maybe I've lost my footing, like I'm on a boat that's rocking from side to side, water pouring through the holes that I can't see. I'm fine. We're fine. I'm giving Nat what she wants and doing what needs to be done. Stone. Yes? Dr. Johnson is a quiet guy. I trusted him to keep my procedure a secret, which turned out to be a miscalculation in the end, but I'm not throwing blame. After talking to Doc, I know that I'm ultimately responsible to fix whatever is broken in my marriage, whether it's directly my fault or not. I was looking over your old files. My fingers dig into my cell phone. The way he's hesitating makes me nervous. Could be nothing, or it could be bad news. Hard to tell until he comes out with it. Just shoot straight. My voice sounds harsher than I want it to. Don't sugarcoat. You may not be able to have kids, he says. I'm speechless, obliterated. Yolanda dropped a bomb, but this is a nuclear warhead. Stone? Stone, you still there? I'm here. That scratchy sound that just came out of me isn't my voice. This isn't my life. This isn't my reality. My heart thuds in my chest. My limbs get heavier. Usually, the reversal would be doable, but you've got a complication that might make it difficult to do. Difficult, but not impossible, right? Closer to impossible than you might think, he sighs. That's what I emailed you and your wife to discuss. The anomalies in your latest checkup aren't worrying on their own. But if you're trying to go in for surgery... I don't care about the risks. My fingers dig into the phone. Stone, I need to do this. Even if you're cleared for the surgery, it's been several years since you've done the procedure. The possibility of successfully reversing the surgery goes down every year that passes. It's too risky. What are you saying? I croak. What are you... There's a big possibility that you might never be able to have kids. The phone slips out of my grip, falls away from my ear, bounces in the seat. Dr. Johnson's voice squawks from the speakers. Stone? Stone? Lightness spreads through my head and makes it hard to stand. I grip the back of the chair and try to balance myself. My body still flops as if it wants to crash backwards. No, no, no. I can do this. I have to fix us. Nataya wants kids more than anything. It's all she talked about for years. I lied to her, denied her. It's finally my chance to make it up to my wife. This isn't the freaking time. There has to be a way. Has medical science not advanced in the last century? Is it that hard to figure out a way to heal my body? My phone rings. It's my assistant. My client's asking if I've ditched. She wants to know what her answer should be. Helplessness stirs in my gut. My first instinct is to call Nataya, my best friend, my wife. But what can I say? Hey babe, remember how I went behind your back and got a surgery that would prevent us from having kids? Turns out, we might not be able to have kids even if I reverse it. So that promise I made about being ready to have kids this morning, can you forget about it? Pain flashes through my head, threatening to bring me to my knees. There's no way I'm calling Nat. I suck in a deep breath through my nose. Work should help take my mind off this madness. Even if the world's going to crap, I know I'm a beast with a tattoo gun in my hands. I know my way around ink with my eyes closed. I toss most of my coffee away and scramble to get back to the shop. I step inside with a distracted smile and a nod. My client follows me, smiles, mumbles something about the weather or, I don't know, I'm barely listening. I motion to the coffee machine, to the water dispenser. You need something to drink? Nah, I'm good. Had a load of coffee before I drove here, he says, hoping that'll help with the nerves. I nod, push my hands into my pockets. Nerves. I know something about nerves. It's what I'm feeling right now. Get a divorce. You won't be able to have kids. Okay, focus. I need to focus. Even if I can do this with my eyes closed, I probably shouldn't. My reputation's on the line, and every job counts. I need to be good at this. I need to be good at something. So no eyes closed, no wonky lines. I'm not going to screw this man's ink up just because my life's falling apart. I gesture for the client to lie on the cot while I wash my hands, secure gloves to my wrist, set the temporary tattoo sheet on the center of his back to find that perfect angle. It's all rote, natural, fluid. There's something about the buzz of the gun, something that fills my world with light and power, that makes me feel like I can conquer everything, except having kids. I squeeze my eyes shut, push that voice away. I immerse myself in the tattoo. It's a sprawling mix of biomechanical gears and three-dimensional lettering. This isn't an easy design. A good thing. I need the challenge. I don't need a design that my apprentice could knock off in his sleep. Nothing simple, no. Something complicated. As complicated as my life. My fingers cramp around the gun. Sweat beads on my neck and I dot it away. The design is coming to life beneath my hands, beneath the buzz of my tool. This is the only thing I know I'm good at. I've been marking bodies with my art for over 2 decades. I get lost in it, immersed. One client and then another. One canvas and then another. I take a deep breath, slow exhale, drop my gun. My assistant walks in. Someone is on line 2 asking if you're free. I rub my chin. Line 2 is code for a celebrity tat. What is it? A sleeve. I wince, check my watch. Do you not have the time? No, I say, like a junkie needing his next hit. I'll do it. She leaves to make the arrangements. I prepare my tools. I'm cutting it close, but as long as the client arrives on time and I can get to work without any complications, it should be fine. I can get to Nat and make this wealthy and influential client happy. The client walks in an hour late, but I don't turn him back. Diving into the design, I convince myself I can make it work. What feels like minutes later, the guy leaves, and my assistant strides into the room. I stretch out my fingers and ask, "What time is it?" "It's 8:30. A curse slips out of my lips. I was supposed to meet Nat at 7. I tug my phone out of my back pocket and check the screen for her text. I have a bunch of messages, a few calls, emails. Nothing from Nat. Ice slips through my veins. I throw my apron over my head and rush frantically through the door. Chapter 28. Nataya. Headlights burst through the darkness. Tires crunch gravel and spin against loose rocks. I sense panic and fear and nerves, all before Stone even gets out of the truck. If I had the energy, I would smile. He rushed over as soon as he remembered me, as soon as I mattered enough to think about. Pain hits me straight in the heart. I push it down, push it away. No, pain is for someone who's been hurt for the first time, for a kid whose hand accidentally brushed a flame. Pain is for those who are blind, ignorant, and innocent. When someone throws their hands into the fire over and over, they're asking for it. They deserve exactly what they get. Stone yanks the door open and charges in. "Nat, I'm so sorry." Of course he is. He's sorry. Always sorry. And I'm always alone. Then, now, it's the same thing. My lips stretch into a forced smile. It's okay. It's not okay, but those are the words he needs to hear. The tightness around his mouth fades. So do the wrinkles between his brow. The fine lines near his eyes smooth out too. His dark eyes take me in, searching and searching. He's reaching out to find anger, frustration, annoyance. I offer none. "I got caught up at the shop," Stone says, his voice uneven. I'll... "I know." "I'll make it up to you." "No need. I'm used to it. Our future children will get used to it too. They'll expect to be left at school events, forgotten at track fields, disappointed by Dad canceling plans at the last minute." His chest rises and falls on a sigh. Sweat beads on his brow, glistens on his tattoo sleeves exposed in that tight, grey t-shirt. "I understand if you're mad." "I'm not mad, Stone. No need to get mad when I was half expecting this. The fact that even a part of me was convinced he'd changed is laughable. I should have known better. Should have. Is it even humanly possible for Stone to prioritize me over work? I let my lust for my husband blind me. Pushing aside my common sense, I thought a long night of explosive passion could cover the wounds that still hadn't healed. And now I'm there again, at the beginning of the roller coaster ride. Last night was the climb, the chug up the rails until I could see the very top, the perfect view, stars dancing below us and inside us. And now it's time for the plunge, the steep curve down, the part of the ride where everybody chucks. He runs his fingers through his hair. The locks fall messily over his brown eyes. "Nat, there's something I need to tell you." "What is it, Stone?" Once again, my voice comes out flat. It really doesn't matter what his excuse is. It's different every time. He's sorry, every time. Let me guess. Was it an even bigger celebrity than Dean who called him last minute? Was it an interview for a magazine? A once-in-a-lifetime chance to advance his career? Oprah? As the good and perfect wife, I'm expected to understand, to shut up, to take it. It's what the world thinks, isn't it? I'd shared my concerns with a friend once. She brushed me off. "So what?" she said. "Do you know how many women would kill for a husband who looked like yours? He loves you and he's working to give you a better life. At least he's not cheating." At least he's not cheating. At least. I cut that friend off quickly and cleanly. Not cheating? Ha! Like that is what all women should aspire to. Like not cheating is a miracle, unachievable, worthy of some kind of medal. Not cheating is the bare minimum. It's the bottom of the barrel of expectations. No man gets up there on the wedding day and vows to cheat. Unfaithfulness shouldn't even be mentioned as a tick in the pros column of a marriage. That's like a doctor getting awarded because he got out of bed, like a bear being lauded for waking up from hibernation, like a kid getting Citizen of the Month for not touching a flame. Ridiculous. The bitterness rises in me, pulsing at my throat and threatening to take over. Once more, I push it down. Tonight is the last night. It's the last time. I'm not going to make a fuss. His expression stutters, tightens. Nothing. I reach for my faux leather purse, unconcerned with his tortured expression. Should we go? Go? On our date. You still want to? I got dressed for it. I spread my palms over my fitted peach dress with the folded sleeves that show off both shoulders. You got dressed here? Yeah, I shrug. I didn't go home. He studies me for a long moment, and I wonder if he'll ask. Stone shakes his head, takes a deep breath. His smile is strained, but he offers it genuinely. You look incredible, Nat. Thanks. If this were before the brokenness, he would cross the room and put his hands on my waist. He'd slide his fingers down and squeeze as he gushed about how breathtaking I was. Before the brokenness, he would notice the crack on the counter and suggest we make it bigger. He'd push me up against it and reach for the zipper of my dress. But that was before. Right now, my husband stays across the room. The only part of him that touches me is his gaze. How I feel about that? Numb, apathetic, a little regretful. If he'd pushed, I would have slept with him. I was willing to open myself up, to let him get between my legs one more time, one last time, for old time's sake. Moving around the counter, I meet Stone in the middle of my store. He stares at me. His eyes dart between mine like he's trying to figure me out, like I'm a complicated sketch he's not sure how to place, how to ink. When I smile this time, there's a bit more heart in it. What? His arms reach out, snap around my waist. My heels skid against the tiles as he drags me in and plants the palm of his hand on my back. His entire body is flush against mine, but it doesn't feel like the kind of hug that will lead to tearing our clothes off. This is an I need your love embrace and not an I need your body. I pat his back. I'm okay. I know, I'm sorry. I'm thankful. My heart pinches.
Let's go. We'll miss the music. There's samba tonight. We're not going to the jazz club? No. I step back. His lips inch up. That club where I first saw you. For old time's sake. I love it. He takes my hand gently, so gently that even his calluses don't scrape me. The drive is quiet. Neither one of us has much to say, although there's a lot on both our minds. I can tell Stone is holding something back. He's tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. He's carefully avoiding my gaze. If I cared to ask what happened, he'd probably tell me, but I keep my mouth shut. Focus on the songs pouring from the radio. Focus on the scenery rolling outside, on the stars choked out by the dark clouds, the moon hovering behind fog, the city struggling to pierce the darkness with sprawling lights and skyscrapers. I thought the club would look exactly the same. It doesn't. Gone are the wonky lights. They're replaced by high-tech neon bulbs. The dance floor is where the bar used to be. Gone are the dirt floors. It's cement now, pretty to look at and harder on the legs. The music isn't live. It's that annoying, pre-recorded, low-quality sound constantly interrupted by a DJ who wants to know if we're having a good time. The answer is no. Everything's changed. Everything's different. Everything's worse. I glance at Stone and we both come to the same conclusion. Without looking back, we turn and leave. The night air cools my cheeks. Goosebumps erupt on my skin. Stone takes my hand and I let him. Stone pulls me close and I let him. We get in the car and Stone drives to a park nearby. There are families milling in the playground area. I watch the kids swinging happily and pumping their feet into the air, and my throat tightens. Stone is staring at them too, his lips turned down in a frown and eyes heavy with sadness. I keep walking and try to keep the tears at bay. It feels like my entire body is being torn from the inside out, like I've lost something precious, something I won't ever be able to get back. Even if I knew this would be the outcome, it still hurts. Nataya. I stop, turn to look at Stone. His eyes are shining like black diamonds. He puts his phone on a nearby picnic table and a slow song comes on. He holds his hand up to me, palm out. What are you doing? I promised you we'd go dancing. His smile is lopsided, faint. Dance with me. There's no hesitation, no protests on my lips. One more dance. It's what I wanted. Tears flushing my eyes, I put my hand in my husband's and bury my head in his neck. Chapter 29. Stone. The air is heavy. There's a weight to our movements, to our breaths. Warning winds tug at my t-shirt and push against my jeans. Finality rings in every one of Nataya's touches, every smile and every word. It makes me want to crawl out of my own skin, makes me want to reach inside her and pull the firecracker back out. My wife, the woman I married. Nataya's not visibly angry. She didn't yell when I showed up late. She's not giving me the silent treatment. And yet, I'm more fearful and unsettled than if she just unleashed her wrath. Something's wrong. Something, I don't know what. She sighs against my ear. It makes me want to hold her closer, pull her tighter. But I don't. I can't. You might not be able to have kids. The doctor's words echo in my ear, settle at the center of my mind.
They expand and expand until they're all I can taste and see, until they overpower the music. I force myself to breathe, to calm my nerves. Nataya's scent fills my nostrils, my chest. I soak more of her in until I'm drenched in her, until it feels like we're the only two people in the world. Her body rocks in rhythm with mine. We sway gently, moving from side to side. One hand cups her waist, and the other is in the air, our fingers interlocked tight. Nataya's other arm is wrapped completely around me. Every so often, she'll brush her fingers over my t-shirt. We're connected, and yet not. We're closer, and yet we're apart. We're present physically, but it feels like both of us are far away. It feels like I'm unraveling, like the world is ending. Even in this moment, I can't find peace, even here. And Nataya. The wind picks up Nataya's hair, throws it against my nose. I sweep my hands down the expanse of her back, watch the way the moonlight glistens over her brown skin, over the dress, over the wedding ring that sparkles close to my head. Words push at the back of my throat. I love you. No matter how hard it gets, I'll never regret marrying you. We might never have kids. They all get stuck right at the base, right behind my tongue. We might never have kids. I can't say it, can't admit to the truth. Even the potential of failure scares the hell out of me. Giving her hope only for it to not work out, I can't live with that. I can't live with myself if I did that to her. My mom's going on tour next week, Nataya says suddenly. I stop dancing. I know. She asked me to go with her. Nataya glances down, away from me. Her hair falls over her neck and covers her face. Why would she do that? Nataya shrugs. Because she's worried. Because she thinks it's best. Puzzle pieces click into place. The full picture becomes clear. Your mother visited me today. Really? She wanted us to get a divorce. I had no idea. I nod. Nataya blinks rapidly. No wonder she called. She called you? Yeah. She made the offer again. Nataya digs her fingers into my shoulder. She must have known that you weren't going to that she failed to convince you. I pull her close again and kiss her. Her lips press against mine, soft as ever, plump as ever, sweet as ever. But we don't fit. It's not right. Unease twists my stomach into knots. It feels like I'm about to be hit with a tractor. No, a Mack truck. One that's carrying a load of cement. I pull back, cup her cheek, rub her dark skin with my thumb. Nat. I said yes. To what? To my mother. I'm going with her on the tour. Shock explodes through me, fills every crevice of my body, pulses through every nerve. I'm leaving next week. Nataya. My voice is firmer, harsher. I'm not going to ask for a divorce stone. Then what the hell is this? It's all I can do. Panic sets in. It sends my heartbeat jacking up. It makes my hands tremble. Divorce, that's not what I want. Then why are you going? Because I still love you, Stone. I won't ever stop loving you. But sometimes, love isn't enough. Her hand slips away from mine. I can't do this anymore. She shakes her head. Tears crackle in her voice.
I feel like I'm holding my breath, like I'm about to fall apart. Nothing's working and I just need space to...
Fine, I beg, I plead.
I can give you space. All the space you need. There's nothing I wouldn't do. You know that, Nat. But getting on a plane and flying halfway around the world for who knows how long won't solve this. We're too drawn to each other. Nataya. We'll keep running into each other here in the city, and I'll end up in your bed again. I can't keep my hands off you, Stone. You're my wife. I run a hand through my hair, struggle to make sense of her words. We're married. We love each other. Is that a bad thing? Is being attracted to each other something you need to run from? I don't want to heal this with band-aids. We need stitches. We need surgery. And I'm doing all I can. Just give me time. You don't have time because I'm leaving. She grips the strap of her purse and works it like a piece of gum. I'm leaving, Stone. My heart is screaming at me to tell her I won't let her go, that I'll follow her around the world, that I'll fight with my last dying breath to keep this family together. There's a reason we're so drawn to each other. There's a reason we keep coming back even if we're pissed at each other, even if we're broken, even if nothing else makes sense. Our bodies are only acting out what our minds tell them to do. I'm hooked on this woman. I can't live without her. I'll drown. I'll explode. My mouth opens. Nothing comes out. The doctor's words are right there in the back of my head, sitting on top of my vocal cords, tainting them with the hard truth. You may never have kids. Nataya swallows and her throat bobs delicately. I'm sorry, Stone. I let out a bitter laugh. This isn't meant to hurt you. Don't act like you care, Nat. Stone. You've made up your mind. My jaw clenches. Can I say anything to change it? She shakes her head. Why? I can't lift my hand to reach for her. I can't move closer to her. Just tell me, why are you doing this, Nat? Because I have to. No, you don't. She glances up, those eyes that I love so much, that I adore, that I can pick out in a crowd, are staring at me like I'm a stranger. Here's the raw, honest truth, Stone. You want to hear it? Go ahead. I can't rely on you. I flinch, feel the heat cut into me. Nat, if it's about tonight. Tonight was confirmation. She cuts me off. Nat. She sobs and tears slip from her eyes. I'm married, Stone. We're married. But even when I'm with you, I feel like I'm all alone. Those words are harsher than any of the statements I heard today. Worse than anything I've heard in my life. Emotions clog my throat. Tears push at the back of my eyes. I hold them away with everything inside me. And about what you said this morning, about having kids? She sniffs. I don't think that's a good idea right now. Tell her. I can't. Tell her you might not be able to have any kids. No. It's better this way, like telling a lie and that lie eventually coming true. Nat made that decision to pause having kids on her own. At least this way, I don't have to admit that I can't be the man she needs, that I might never. Maybe this is a punishment. I made my wife lonely. Me. I did that. For 5 years, I let our marriage deteriorate until it turned as flimsy as wet paper. But it wasn't intentional.
I didn't set out to leave her behind. Fear pushed me to work as hard as I did. It pushed me to get out of bed when I was exhausted. It pushed me to leave my wife alone, even when I'd prefer to wrap myself around her and never let go. It's fear. Fear of letting her down. Fear of embarrassing her in front of her friends. Fear of not being enough. That fear charges through me even now, choking my words and making me mute. If this is what she wants, then I want that for her. I'll find a way to breathe without her, to live without her. Somehow, some way, even if it's impossible. Okay. I step back, away. In the quiet of the park, in the shambles of my marriage, I let my wife go. Chapter 30. Nataya. He's not coming. Mom touches my arm lightly. I never said he was. My grip on my carry-on tightens as I drag it behind me. Where's our gate? Shouldn't we be nearing it by now? Mom slants me a get real look. We're almost there. Right. I lick my lips. Beautiful day to go on tour, right? Mom snorts. What? You can't fool me, Nataya. Your eyes have been darting back and forth, searching for Stone since we got to the airport. No, it hasn't. You think I don't know my own daughter? I think you're getting old. She laughs. I'm your mother. I know everything about you. What you look like when you're happy, when you're thoughtful, when your heart's broken. I know what it looks like when you're hoping for something that won't come. I said I'm not. Nataya. Mom, can you drop it? I'm not looking for Stone. I know that he's not coming. I know that we're over. Technically, we're still married. On paper. In the eyes of the government. And maybe in the eyes of people who don't know what's going on. Or maybe it's obvious. Maybe everyone can see the cracks in our relationship. I'm going halfway across the world with my mother and a band when I don't even sing. What kind of a marriage is this? A wife leaving. A husband who just let her go. But it's not like I can force Stone to chase me. It's not like I can give him the words that will make everything okay. Stone isn't coming. I know that. I do. But I can't help scanning every set of broad shoulders in view. Can't help the way my heart jumps a little, just a little, when I see a handsome man with a thick beard and tattoos. Of course it's not Stone. It's never Stone. But I see him everywhere. I see him even when I know he's not really there. Our steps slow. A feminine voice rattles information over the speakers. This is it. This is our gate. My fingers reach out, clamp around Mom's elbow. Panic swallows me whole and I can't shake it. Did we leave the iron on? What? I can't remember if I left anything on. Nataya, did we lock the front door? Of course. My heart beats like crazy. Maybe we should go back and check. There's no time. But Mom wraps her arms around me. Honey, relax. How can I relax if we left the door open? Some burglar can just waltz in and clean the place. Let them. I've been meaning to redecorate anyway. I scowl at her. She just smiles. We're completely fine, Nat. You've leased the store. My old friend's house-sitting my place. All our ends are covered.
There's nothing we haven't checked and double-checked. It's all going to be okay. I know I'm just uneasy, unsettled. It feels like I left something important behind, something that I can't live without. Which is ridiculous. My passport's in my hand. All my credit cards are in my purse. I have everything I need. Nataya, Mom gestures in front of me. The line moved. Oh, I shuffle forward, drag my suitcase with me. Mom brings up the rear as if she's making sure I won't run when her back is turned. The tight neon dress clings to her frame and sets off her beautiful brown skin. Her shaved head is yellow to match the dress. Hair coloring wax. Mom insisted I use it on myself, claimed that every woman going on a journey should do something drastic to her hair. I figured, why not? It'd be a relief to look in the mirror and see someone else for a bit. See something else. Something other than my failures and my loneliness. My hair color of choice is red, like a flame, like a blaze that burns everything down and leaves the earth fresh and rejuvenated. I inhale, glance around again through the corner of my eye. The airport is crowded. It's like everyone is scrambling to get away or to go home. Suddenly, I notice a man in a black t-shirt charging my way. My heart slams against my ribs and I lean forward, my fingernails digging into the suitcase handle, my breath getting trapped in my chest. The crowd parts and I see the man properly. His face is a little too pale. His eyes are a little too light. His beard is too short. Disappointment tears a sigh from me. It's not Stone. Mom smacks me on the back. Idiot! Ow! I stumble forward, massage my stinging skin. Mom! Do you think this is a movie, Nataya? Do you think your prince is going to charge through the airport on a white horse and sweep you off your feet? Do you think a flash mob's going to start dancing as he sings his apology? The weight of the world falls on my head and my neck bends like a spaghetti noodle. I can't hold it up, can't stare her in the eyes. He's not coming, Mom says through gritted teeth. Don't make yourself look any more pathetic, all right? I nod, unable to speak. Mom juts her chin at the empty space in front of me. The line moves quickly. We're halfway to the front desk. Then we're there, handing over our passports and our tickets. Then we're on the plane. I stare out the small windows and watch the clouds puffing past. My heart jumps to my throat and I ease my body sideways so the tears can drip down my cheeks without my mother's judgment. He really didn't come. Stone really didn't. You know what? Fine. I quickly wipe my tears and blow my nose. Grabbing my makeup kit from my purse, I touch up my foundation and snap the compact close. When I look over, Mom is smiling and giving me an approving nod. I fold my arms over my chest and I don't shed another tear on the entire plane ride or when we meet up with the rest of the band on the ground. Stuffing my emotions deep down inside my chest, I paste a smile on my face and fawn over the spectacular London views rolling outside. I point at the Big Ben and laugh when Ricky makes a joke about telling the time. We get to our accommodations and I gush about the size of the rooms and how excited I am about our girls' trip. I follow Mom to her band practice and sometimes I leave on my own to go shopping. Every morning I pull out my makeup and I press the powder into my face.
Every morning, I carefully apply my armor and practice my smile. Stretch my lips wider, there, a little wider. It has to reach my eyes. Okay, and then softer, not so much teeth. I don't want to scare off these foreign children. I don't want the store clerks to think I'm insane. Every morning I practice, and then, at night, I take a wet wipe, and I smear my makeup. I swipe at it until it's gone. The exhaustion shows on my face, in the bags beneath my eyes, in the lines forming around my lips. I'm not as okay as the makeup makes me look. At night, I crawl into bed, heavier and quieter. I reach for the blankets and pull it over me, let it swallow me whole and take me away to a place where I don't have to think and feel and pretend. And sometimes, at night, I cry because I miss Stone, because this wasn't the way I'd planned my life to go. Because no matter how hard I try, I can't stop thinking about the night I danced with a scrawny white boy on a dirt floor. The night I said yes to that boy in a simple and quiet restaurant with candles flickering all around. The night I first kissed that boy and let him take all of me. The tears will drench my pillow in the shadows. Then, when day creeps through my window, I'll cover it with foundation and powder and lipstick. Bright red lipstick, bright maroon shades, anything that can convey from a distance that I'm fine, that I would never cry myself to sleep, that I'm capable and not that pathetic. But my armor slips one night when I'm out with Mom and the band. There's a couple on the dance floor. She's black with long braids that fall elegantly down her back. He's as slim as Stone was. His eyes are on her like gum on a shoe. They move together, move as one. I don't realize I'm crying until Mom hands me a napkin, until the conversation around the table falls silent, until the misery I've kept buried inside comes pouring out of me with tears that should be reserved for the darkness. "He's not coming, Nataya," Mom whispers to me. I know. I dig my fingers into the napkin. I do. Stone's not coming. He's not. But I'm not healing here. After dinner that night, I take Mom aside. I booked a ticket. What? Her eyes bug. I shake my head. My husband's not coming. That's why I have to go back. Chapter 31. Stone. The couch protests as I roll over and pull the blanket higher. The lumpy stuffing makes my entire body ache, but I'm too tired to care. The door bursts open and sunlight streams through the darkness. I groan, lifting a hand to shade my eyes from the glare. It's too bright in here. My assistant steps into the office and stops short when she sees me. Boss? Hey, I roll over, push myself up on one hand. What are you? Her eyes slide past the mountains of empty noodle containers, takeout, and other trash. Have you been living here? I scoot to the edge of the couch as my jaw cracks on a yawn. Did you need something? I was going to put these on your desk. She edges past me like I've got some kind of contagious disease. After setting the files down, she glances at me with worried eyes. Is everything okay? My wife left me to go on tour, and the house feels like a tomb without her. I haven't been able to eat or sleep. And I can't even get drunk because the only thing I have left is tattoos, so...
Yep. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. I scrub my face with the heel of my hand.
When's my first appointment?
She pulls out her phone. In about half an hour.
Good. I've got more than enough time to shower.
We don't have a shower here, she says hesitantly.
We've got a sink.
She flinches, opens her mouth as if she's going to say something. I lift a hand to stop her.
Can you make some coffee?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
With uncertain footsteps, she plods to the door and slips outside. Now that I'm wide awake, I can hear the low hum of conversation as the other guys who work in the shop arrive and prepare their workstations. We've exploded with success these past 2 weeks because I'm working like crazy. I eat, sleep, and live in this place. When I wake up in the morning, it's straight to work. At night, I pore over the numbers and strategize on marketing and brand awareness. My bank account's fatter than it's ever been, and my heart's emptier than it's ever been. With a sigh, I grab a bundle of clothes off the floor. Smell it. Not too bad. A smash of cologne will fix that right up. I head to the bathroom when my assistant calls for me. There's someone here to see you.
If it's my client, tell them I'll be there in 10 minutes.
I glance at the clothes and rectify that.
No, 5.
It's not your client, sir. Curious, I set the clothes on the sink and head to the front of the shop. To my surprise, I see Doc standing by the door. For a second, I just stand there and stare at him. He looks different without his overalls, without his hands streaked with grease and oil, without a car engine by his side or a mug with lemon slices on the table. His dark brown eyes bore into me as if he can read all my secrets, and I'm torn between greeting him and turning away.
Stone!
He lifts a hand, waves. It's too late to run.
We can talk in my office.
Doc doesn't seem surprised or put off by the junk in the room. He takes a seat in the couch and studies me.
It's been a while since I've seen you. I've been busy.
The excuse falls flat on its face. Doc says.
What are you doing here?
I sit behind my desk, hoping that it'll make me feel a little more in control.
I came to see you. Why? I thought you didn't chase after people. You said it was a waste of time.
I'm not chasing you. I'm checking up on you.
2 different things.
He lifts his chin.
Besides, I don't walk away from people without making sure that I've done all I can on my end. Wow, Doc, I feel so special.
I flop back in my chair.
But I'm great. You can't get rid of me that fast, Stone.
He glances around the room.
I'm guessing from the state of things that you and your wife aren't in the best place. She left.
I scrub my face with the palm of my hand. My beard tickles my skin. I've been letting it grow out of control. The male clients don't care. And the woman. I've seen a distinct cutoff in the amount of flirting I get from them. It works for me. Doc nods.
When do things slow down around here? There's no slowing down, Doc. There's always something to do. I counted at least 3 other artists in those workstations. You can delegate if you want to.
I scowl. Doc presses.
What time, Stone? Around 3, I guess. Good. Be at the workshop at 3:30. Doc, if you don't show up, I'll take it that I was wrong to come here and that our lessons are over. Is that such a bad thing? I've been avoiding Doc intentionally. I know what he's going to say, that it's my fault, that I should have gone after Nataya. I don't want to hear that, and I definitely don't want to hear from my medical doctor either. I've been ignoring the hospital's calls and sending their emails straight to the trash without reading them. Who cares if I can't have kids? The woman I love, the only woman I want to impregnate, has given up on me, on us. Nothing else matters. Nothing. I wrestle with going to Doc's workshop all day. My initial instinct is to avoid it, but I find myself getting into my truck and driving there. I'm striding into the Bay Area at 3:30 on the dot. Doc points to the tool pan. Wrench. You know, I hand him the tool. I've never actually seen you use a wrench on the car. He chuckles. I'm not going to use it today. My eyebrows hike. Doc steps away from the open hood and points to the engine that he's placed back in the car. You are. Let's do it. Doc nods in approval. Start there. As I fish around the wires in the car, he juts his chin at the table. What we're working on today is the remote. Like a TV remote? Doc hands me a small pin. A slightly more complex version, but yes, that'll work. The remote stopped functioning a while ago. It no longer communicates properly. It needs to be reprogrammed. Exactly. Doc gestures to the remote in my hands. Click the open door icon. I do. What now? Nothing happened. He points to the flat lines on the scanner. Because the thing giving the message has no power, has no ability to communicate with the car. I'm the remote, aren't I? Doc just grins and shows me how to reprogram the remote and put the wires back on the car. Now, he says, press the remote. I do, and the car chirps. The headlights blink. The locks on the door snap free. Doc folds his arms over his chest. What's the difference? We fixed the remote so it can communicate with the car. Was it the car's fault that the doors didn't open when the remote wanted it to? I sigh. No. Why? The remote wasn't communicating properly. Exactly. I need to talk to Nat, don't I? Whirling around, I stride toward the door. Doc slides into my path. I step to the left. He does too. To the right. He follows me. My eyebrows slant down. What are you doing? You haven't reprogrammed yet. I need to get to my wife. I need to tell her that you miss her, that you love her. Will that get the car to start? What am I supposed to do? She's halfway across the world thinking that I don't care for her, that I'm not interested enough to hop on a plane and... A grand gesture means nothing if you don't have the tools to back it up. Doc, running after her is like standing on a broken foot. You can't just put weight on it because you're desperate and caught up in your feelings. That's not what I'm doing. I'm showing her how much I love her. Doc's dark eyes are heavy on me. You ever had a remote that didn't work, so you hit it a few times? Yeah, of course. My voice snaps with impatience. Everyone has. Did it work after you slapped it? Most of the time. And did it keep working after? Doc arches an eyebrow. Or did it quit working a few days or hours later? I sulk. I'm not answering that. Whatever's wrong with the remote is still wrong. Hitting it so it can get enough juice to function won't solve the underlying problem. Doc slides out of my way. You can go back and make a big fuss and come back with the same issues you left with. Or you can stay and get reprogrammed. I glanced at the door longingly and then turned to Doc. I want my marriage to last. I wipe my oily hands on my pants. What do I need to do?
Chapter 32. Nataya.
Where are you going? Mom screams as I stomp through the house. Nataya, come back here. Let's talk. I'm done talking. I'm done waiting. I'm done crying. I'm done running. I push the door of our suite open and grab my suitcase. It bounces as it lands on the mattress. We had this discussion 2 months ago. This very same discussion. Mom's heels crash against the tiles. Why are we doing this again? 2 months ago, you talked me out of running to the airport like I wanted to. I talked sense into you. You talked fear into me. It's the same thing. No, Mom, it's not. I push all my clothes messily into the luggage. Not that I can blame you. Fear is all that was rushing through my mind when I left Stone. Fear is what kept me here, even when my heart was telling me to go back. And what's changed, Nataya? What exactly is so different this time? My hands go still. The conversation I had on the phone a moment ago parades through my mind. Hey girl, I'm just checking on how the store is doing. Girl, didn't you hear? Hear what? My shoulders get tense. Aren't things going fine? I'm getting the check from the subleasers every month. Those punks packed up shop and left long ago. What? Your store was about to be foreclosed and everything. It was a mess. But I haven't gotten any notices from the bank, and I've been getting checks. That's because Stone's been paying the mortgage. My entire body goes warm. Stone? What? If you're getting money, that means he's probably sending the checks to you too. He has people there selling your old inventory. He drops by to manage it every day. She pauses. Didn't you know? No, I didn't. I had no idea. But now that I'm aware, there's not a single thing that can keep me from going home. I thought he'd forgotten about me. I thought he'd moved on. But Stone keeping my store open, it moves me to action. I don't care about the money or the checks he's been secretly sending. I already know that he's wealthy. I already know that he's generous. What hits me is the fact that he drops by every day to manage my business. Every day. He does that even when he won't get praised or recognized for it. He does that thinking I don't know, that I'll never find out. It's a change. It's evidence. I trust that consistency, even if I don't trust myself. Mom touches my hand. Nataya, I know what you're feeling. I was married to your father for several decades, and it was hard to find myself after he left, but I healed eventually. Look at me. She gestures to her tight dress, to her bald head, to her stud earrings. I'm exactly who I want to be, and exactly where I want to be. If I'd run back to him every time I felt old urges, I never would have gotten here, traveling the world with my band and with my daughter, living my dreams. I would have been stuck in that big house, feeling lonely and... I know what loneliness feels like, Mom. I stare into her eyes as urgency coats my words. I know what it's like to sit around the dinner table in the dark because my parents aren't there. Nataya! I know what it's like to be forgotten after recitals, to feel the burn of a teacher's stare as they impatiently call my parents, trying to stay polite even though they're irritated because no one cared enough to come for me. I don't blame you, Mom. You were busy. Dad was busy. I learned to take care of myself. It made me who I am today. It made me get on a plane and leave my husband because I was so lonely I couldn't breathe. Honey, tears tripped down Mom's face. I married Stone so I could fix that loneliness. But he can't change that, Mom. Only I can. He was working hard to follow his dreams, and I resented him for it. He was pushing through long hours and unfair treatment and exhaustion. And I couldn't put my own needs aside to cheer him on because of the pain I had in myself. You know why you left him, Nataya. He didn't know when to draw the line. He selfishly went behind your back and... Yes, he did. It was betrayal, plain and simple. Yes, it was. Even if it was hard for him to tell me he didn't want kids yet, even if he was afraid of how I'd react, he should have told me. Then why are you going back to him? Because I believe we can fix this. I've got proof that we're not beyond repair. So he runs your business for you. Maybe he's just trying to make more money. Stone makes enough. In fact, he's probably making less by taking time away from his studio to run my boutique. I resume throwing my clothes in the suitcase. He knows how much that place means to me, and he's taking care of it, consistently, every day for months. Can't you see that? Nataya, I'm still not convinced. If you just breathe for a second. I can't. I can't breathe without him, Mom. I love him. I want to work on us. I want to give him a chance. Mom grabs my shoulders. Stone is a good man, but I don't believe he can change. People don't change, Nataya. That's a fact of life. It's too much work to be different, to be better. That's why your father cheated on his second and third wife too. That's why Stone can't give you what you need. He can't. Let me decide that, Mom. I zip up my suitcase and the whirring sound is loud in the room. I heft the case off the bed and yank on the handle. Mom steps into the doorway. I won't let you leave. Stop it, Mom. Nataya! I love my husband. I start walking. I'm going home. Mom remains in the doorway. I'm trying to protect you. Can't you see that? I quicken my steps and Mom jumps out of my warpath. Her eyes widen and she reaches for me. Nataya! But I'm already gone. I'm already on the plane staring out the window. I'm already pushing my luggage through the airport. Back in the city. In our city. Home. I head straight to Stone's shop first. His assistant jumps to her feet as I step through the door. Nataya! Hey, I give her the hug she leans in for. Where's Stone? He's not here.
What? I checked my watch. 6 o'clock. Stone's always at work. Always. He doesn't leave until he has to, and he's never left so early. Did he go to a celebrity client? No. She gives me a funny look, like I should know something that I don't. I lift my chin. Well, he's been leaving at 4:30 every day. Every day? Every day, she nods. I almost faint from shock. She hustles around the counter. Do you want some water or... No, I should go. I turn and race back outside. Where is Stone? I call his phone. He doesn't answer. My heels clop the pavement as I run down the sidewalk, dragging my suitcase and hailing a taxi like a madwoman. 20 minutes later, I throw the front door of my house open and toss my suitcase in the entryway. Music pours from our junk room. Second door on the right. I kept telling Stone that I wanted to convert that room into a home office, a place I could do work while I stare out over the gorgeous view behind our house. The junk room has gorgeous double-pane windows. When the sun shines, it's like being cradled in light. Stone promised he'd fix it up for me. Promised and promised. Months passed. He never had the time. But now there's music coming out of that room. Now there's movement. I pry the door open. Sunlight pours through the windows. It bounces on the sandstone walls, on the scattered paint. On the mural, Stone is putting the finishing touches on. My breath leaves my body, and the gasp is loud enough to travel past the music. Stone whips around. There's paint on his cheeks and in his hair. Spatters of it fill his t-shirt and jeans. His brown eyes darken as he takes me in, as he presses a button and the music dies, as the silence sweeps over us both. There's something different about him, in his eyes. Something, I don't know. His expression used to be tense. His movements were always hurried and urgent. I saw his mind drifting to work, to appointments, to the million things he needed to do, even when he was supposed to be in the moment with me. But now he's barefoot and relaxed, and so handsome. I want to wrap my arms, my legs, and my mouth around him. Stone, I whisper. Nut. He sets the paintbrush down, smiles, the kind of smile that we used to give each other when we were first dating and couldn't believe we were blessed enough to find our one true love. Hey, what are you doing here? What are you... I squeeze the handle of the door, stare at the mural. It's abstract, my favorite kind of art. Swirls of color, tiny gears, a fusion of Stone's art and mine. It's stunning. It's perfect. It's everything. When did you get back? He asks. Just now. I stopped by your shop first. Heard you've been clocking out early. Yes. He moves toward me. And it gave me hope. It should. Another step. My heart bucks like a wild horse. I want you, Stone. But I'm not just going to jump into your arms. You'll have to show me this isn't a facade. You have to convince me I can rely on you. I will. He's directly in front of me now. I have to tilt my head back to stare into those gorgeous brown eyes. I let my arms hang loosely at my sides. This is as far as I'll come to you.
That's close enough, he whispers and touches my cheek. Stay right there, Nat. I'll work for you. I'll prioritize you. He leans down and stops a breath away from my lips. Let me earn you. I surge forward and kiss my husband. He smells like paint. He feels like home. He tastes like forever.
Chapter 33. Stone. If I knew how deeply I'd fall into Nataya, I would still make the choice to meet her on that dance floor. I would still wrap my arms around her waist and move with her, smile with her. I would still get on my knee and vow my forever. And she would too. I see it. I feel it. I grip it in both hands. That promise. That trust. My fingers reach for the back of her neck. Squeeze. Stroke. I kiss her. My touch is possessive and firm. Her body responds, soft, slick, like the gentleness of the satin bonnet she left behind in the bathroom sink. Like the silk of her hair freshly pressed. Say it again. My voice is lower, more caveman than gentleman. I feel her shiver. I see her back arch in the sunlight. Golden rays spill over her writhing body, drape her skin in new clothes, better clothes than the ones scattered on the floor. You're my home, Stone. I growl, lose control, try and fail to find the end of her. And then I do, and we both grunt at the same time. The look on her face as I pin her against the sandstone wall is one I want to remember for the rest of my life. Eyebrows pinched, eyes squeezed shut, mouth open in pleasure, the tightness around her shoulders and back wind up and release. She shudders, cries out. There. I dig my fingers into her, bury my groans into her chest. The taste of losing her, the taste of coming home, is still on my lips. She scrapes her nails across my back, burning, tearing. Her hips rise to meet mine. The onslaught is bitter, frantic, a slap of skin and bone, of desperation and pride, of punishment and sweet rewards. My mouth finds her jaw, drops kisses down her neck to the throbbing pulse at the base. I'm floating through space, tethered to the one thing that'll keep me steady, that'll bring me back to safety, to gravity. My wife. She's home. She's here. And I can breathe. I'm breathing her in. My fingers trace over her sweat-stained curves, down to her elbows, back up to her shoulder, and against her lips. All I wanted for over 2 months was to hold Nataya. Just like this. I don't want to let her go. Her feet won't touch the floor for the next 16 hours. Does she know what she's doing to me? How much I can't live without her? I lost my mind when she left, my heart, my direction. She made me lose it all, and now I'm going to take everything from her until I'm satisfied. Again, I growl. Her sigh flutters over my shoulder. Her mouth makes a garbled sound that's not English. I kiss her. She moans into my mouth. You, Stone, you're... My body steals the rest of it. Faster. So fast her head hits the wall hard, and she gasps in a way that has nothing to do with the pain. I love you. My words are ripped out of me, stolen by the moment, by the pleasure, the pain, the longing. I think she heard me, or maybe not. Maybe her moans are too loud. Maybe her body's contracting too hard. Maybe her eyes are rolling too far into her head. Maybe she's climbing too high for mere words to reach her. So I say it again, later, in the bedroom, after I've filled my hands and my mouth with her, after I've reminded her back, her hips, her shoulders, her thighs, her everything, who it belongs to, where their home truly is. I love you, Nat, I say, my voice a hoarse, reverent mess. Her nails fall softly on my back as if to soothe the wounds they made earlier, as if to apologize for the marks and the burning that'll leave permanent scarring. But the marks will heal. Skin does that, stitches itself back together. A miracle. But the heart isn't that industrious. It bleeds and bleeds and bleeds as if it'll never run out of blood, pain, and hurt. Her body rolls toward me. I accept her. Arms intertwined, legs tangled, thighs sliding together like gears snapping into place. My head rests against the top of her hair. She smells like sweat and perfume and me. Us. She smells like us. No words can accurately express how crazy I am for her, how desperate I felt when I was waiting and hoping and working on me while knowing she might never come back, how it made me want to do something crazy, like shave my beard off. I'm sorry. Nataya's whisper drips over my chest. Even her apology sounds sexy right now. I really have lost my mind to this woman. Why? I ask. She tilts her chin, meets my eyes in the darkness. Did you really leave work at 4:30 every day? You didn't stay late once? I nod. Not once. That's why. Her lips tremble. Something's different. My fingers make a smooth trail up her arm. Yes. What is it? Few months back, I started talking to this guy. They call him Doc. They? He's a mechanic by trade, moonlights as a pain in my... I'm kidding. Doc's great. I turn slightly so we're face to face. I didn't think I needed counseling or even wanted counseling. I thought help was for, you know. Who? People with real issues. I go the diplomatic route, shake my head. Crazy people. Stone. But I was wrong. And I'm glad I got help. From a mechanic. You'll know when you meet him. The guy has an uncanny way of getting his point across. Nataya smiles. My voice gets softer. I roll back the layers and reveal myself to my wife in a way I never have in our marriage. To be honest, I never felt like a complete person. I was always afraid that I was never going to be enough. I tilt my chin, study her. That I would never be enough for you. Oh, Stone, she sighs. Her hand meets my chest. She feels my heart beating rapidly there. You know that's not true. True or not, it blinded me. It colored every decision I made, the good and the bad, especially the bad. I was living by the wrong set of principles, and I feel like I messed you up. My chest expands as I suck in a breath. There's so many things I would go back and do differently, but all I can do is apply the right principles now. That's enough, Stone. Is it? She brushes her hair away from her face. It's not like I was completely innocent either.
I shouldn't have gotten mad at you for trying to make a better life for us. I should have... No. I caressed her cheek. Whatever goes wrong in our relationship is my responsibility. If I'd been doing my job, you wouldn't have felt the way you did. If I'd been making you my number one priority, you wouldn't have felt lonely. She winces. I take her hand and draw circles on her wrist. There's something I need to tell you. Yeah? It's about my ability to have kids. Her eyes soften. It's okay. I blink. What? While I was on the tour with Mom, I read up on all the complications that can come from that kind of procedure. She rolls closer to me. Her breath hits my cheek. Her eyes glitter like marbles. But Stone, it doesn't matter to me. Whether we have kids or not, I love you. I love you so much, and that's enough. And I smother the rest of her words with a kiss. Her eyelashes flutter in surprise, and her hand gently rubs my shoulder. When I pull back, Nataya looks almost dazed. Okay, explanation? I went ahead and reversed the vasectomy. Her eyes widen. You're kidding! There was an issue with my blood that we had to take care of first, and the doctor wasn't sure it would be successful, but... I shrug, grin. It was. Stone, that's... She laughs, a big and bold and free sound, and then tears start spilling from her eyes. I hug her close. I'm guessing those are happy tears? They are. She leans back. We don't have to have a kid right away if you don't want to. We can take it slow, but it's on the table. And I'm on board. I'm right there with you, baby. I'm going to show you how it feels to be my number one priority. Good. She pushes up on her knees, straddles me. Her kisses trail over my ears, my shoulders, my neck. Because I want to enjoy my husband for a little longer before we grow our family. Yes, ma'am. Her lips meet mine, and my hands grip her waist as we celebrate her homecoming and a new chapter in our lives. Chapter 34. Nataya. He wakes me early the next morning, earlier than the birds, and he makes me sing and warble and shriek. He makes my thighs sore and my chest burn a little too tight. He makes my lungs expand as I suck in air that isn't enough. You're my home, Nataya, he says as he breaks me, bruises me, and ruins me to anyone else. I'm weak. I'm stronger than I've ever been in my life. It all makes sense and makes none at the same time. We have to get out of bed eventually. Stone convinces me that I'm wrong. He touches me and pushes my thighs apart until they melt. I'm afraid I have no bones, no spine, no skeleton. But we get up when his phone rings. Not because he has to answer it. No, he ignores it, scoops me into his arms. We leave the bedroom, slip into the shower together, of course, because why would I leave his side for a second? Space? Who needs that? Why would I need that? Stone doesn't need that. It's been too many months, too long without my husband. He'll be lucky if he can get rid of me for the next week. We step out of the shower, cleaner, but still smelling like each other, like backs against shower stalls, and soap slipping between bodies that are joined as one. His steps are sure, back to the bedroom. I slept in the office, Stone says suddenly, reaching for a towel.
and I feel a flush of disappointment when he wraps himself away. Then I stare at his chest, at the tattoos, the abs, the dark hair, and I lick my lips. When? When you weren't here. His hair is limp and still dripping water. There's another towel in his hands. He's drying me off, gently rubbing the cloth over my skin and down my back. My movements still. Every night? I couldn't sleep in this bed without you. His words crush me. My arms find his neck and my lips find his mouth. I kiss him softly, as if that can make up for the days we spent apart and the nights he spent alone. His rough fingers caress my side. I sigh into his lips, reach forward, dig my fingers into the towel hiding what I want from me. Then my stomach growls, and it's loud and insistent. Stone smirks. Breakfast? Please? We head downstairs. I stir the eggs while he fries the bacon. We turn on the radio and dance to the songs we used to know by heart. We stumble over the words and laugh. He accuses me of over-stirring the eggs, wraps his arms around me and stirs me up instead. We kiss and caress and eventually turn the stove off. We're so impatient, we don't make it to the bedroom. We eat hand in hand, talk and talk and talk. About Mom's tour, about his shop, about Dean getting help from Doc, about our dreams and our hopes and our desires for a family. We go grocery shopping and hold hands as we browse the aisles. People watch us because we're good looking, because he's white and I'm black, because we're so happy that they can't help but stare. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters except Stone, except his hand in mine, his fingers in my back pocket, except the sweet kisses we steal behind the tall display of seasonings, except his hips pressing into my rear as he stands behind me while I push the cart. He bumps into me every chance he can get, and sometimes I'll stop abruptly just to feel him brush against me. And sometimes I'll throw my hips back. I'll slant a saucy grin over my shoulder to let him know I did it on purpose. And in the car, he gets me back. He drags me over the stick shift so I straddle him. The windows get foggy. The tires groan as they bounce from side to side. Or maybe that sound is me. We rearrange our clothes and drive. Anywhere, everywhere. The wind blows through my hair and contentedness wraps around me. Lonely? Where? Who? I know what it's like to be forgotten, to be last on the list, first with my parents and then eventually with Stone. I know. And so I recognize when I've been placed first. My soul drinks it in, my body, my heart, like it's been waiting for this since the beginning of time. I turn to Stone. I have a destination. Where? I want to meet Doc. And he smiles, takes my hand and kisses the back of it. He turns the car around, keeping my hand in his grip until we walk into Doc's workshop. When we arrive, Stone pulls his hands away just long enough to give Doc a firm shake before he claims my fingers again. I admire the pretty red car gleaming in front of me. Then I turn widened eyes to Stone. You fixed this? Sort of. Details, babe. I handed him a wrench. Stone laughs freely. I can't put into words how different he is. Good different. In a way that I can hardly believe, but I know is real because it's right in front of me.
You fixed the remote as well,
Doc says warmly. He's a short, older man with grey in his hair and in his beard. His eyes are tired but sharp, like he's seen too much of the world and it exhausts him, but it's also made him wiser too. It's gorgeous. I run my hands over the paint job. Stone shakes his head.
You should have seen it before. Yes, but that was the past. We applied the right principles and did all the tests. The car's been given what it needs to function in the way it was intended to. Took hard work, but it was worth it.
Stone nods. We chat until someone approaches the workshop shutters, peering in nervously. I motion to Doc. Looks like you have another customer, but I don't see his car.
Means there's another thing that needs fixing,
Doc says.
It's time to go.
Stone puts his hand on my back.
It was lovely to meet you, Nataya.
Doc gives me a big smile.
Feel free to drop by any time. I will.
Stone slaps Doc on the back.
Should I leave my payment with the secretary? Not this time, son.
I grin because I don't understand exactly what they're saying, but I can read the admiration and mutual respect flowing between them. Stone's never looked that way at his father, but I sense that Doc's provided something his dad never did. Guidance, direction, approval. We leave the workshop in thoughtful silence. Stone's gaze is on the road, but I can still feel his eyes move to me every now and then. You think Doc would sell us that car? I share my thoughts.
What for?
I just like it, I shrug. Stone hands me his cell phone.
Call him for me.
Who?
Doc.
I do. The line clicks. Doc's voice fills the car.
You forgot something? Yeah. How much for the car?
Stone asks. Doc pauses.
Nothing. Nothing?
Stone laughs.
It's free. Yup. Perfect. I'll send you the check tomorrow. I'll pay you what I think it's worth. Come pick it up when you have the time. I'll have it clean and pretty for your wife.
I grin hard.
Thanks, Doc.
Stone smirks at me. We hang up.
What do you think it's worth?
I ask Stone.
For all the lessons it taught me about discipline and hard work? For bringing me closer to you?
He rubs his thumb over my knuckles.
To my destiny? For changing the way I see life and making the world clear?
He shakes his head.
Priceless. We're not selling the house to pay for that.
He laughs, loud and light and free. I join him, my own laughter sailing on the wind. This is exactly where I want to be. And this is the man I want to be with, the man I love, the man I will love forever. I'm so glad I came home. Author's note. Fairy tales are simple. The guy meets the girl, they fall in love, defeat the enemy. Bam! They're married and the credits roll. Unfortunately, real life isn't so pristine. Marriage is hard work, and more people are choosing not to bother with it because they've seen the mess it leaves behind. I think that's what drew me to Stone and Nataya. They had this fairy tale beginning, but they lost that connection along the way. They had a naive view that marriage was supposed to fix everything, and when reality hit, they weren't prepared for it. I love that the moment Stone opened his eyes and saw the bad shape his relationship was in, he jumped into action. Rather than give up, he chose to fight. Even when he made mistakes, or it seemed like all was lost, he never gave up on his marriage. By the end, I hope that you were rooting for him to succeed, and I hope that you, if you're married, dear listener, have someone who is prioritizing you and valuing you the way you deserve. If you'd like to find out more about the principles Doc shared with Stone in this book, you can check out my dad's nonfiction book called The Marriage Key. It discusses unique principles on marriage strengthening and repair. And if you do pick that audiobook up, please feel free to reach out. My dad would love to hear your thoughts or answer any questions. Until the next Whirlwind BWWM romance, Nia. This has been Earn Me, a second chance romance, written by Nia Arthurs, narrated by Minelia Bevans. Copyright 2020 Arthurs Publishing. Production copyright 2021 by Arthurs Publishing.